right now on Full Custom Garage. Master metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of the two Falcons.
I didn't tell Bill when I was returning or what I was doing or what color I was painting it. It was like a surprise reveal.
Wow, Ian, this is the cool finish.
But Ian's client has his sights set on selling the Falcon van.
Ian's always full of surprises, and my wallet is getting empty.
The whole deal with this van project was, hey man, you could make some money and recoup on this investment in the Ranchero. I got a million ideas, but there ain't one done yet.
With the pressure on, Ian calls in some help from his friends.
Jack comes by. He's the upholstery guy.
This is really nice.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to determine the final tone is we have a shoe test.
The shoe test?
I'll be right back.
What's...
There's a lot going on to finalize both of these projects at the same time. My friend Bob's in town.
I'm here to help. Let's get this baby done. I'm pumped.
Ian,
What?
I'm stuck. Put me out of here.
It's all that hair gel.
We're getting Ianized, and I think I have somebody that's interested in buying it.
I like cars. I like cars that have motorcycles in them better.
and with the van sale on the line, things are heating up with the Ranchero.
I'm just holding it together, you know? I'm turning dials, ringing bells, blowing whistles, the whole 9 yards. Bill's looking at me a little cross-eyed, because all he hears is this clunking, chugging engine with smoke pouring out of it. So I gotta pull this off. First thing I wanted to do is get the van and the Ranchero painted. So I took them both down to my buddy Rich Evans' shop. He's a Jedi master of the paint world.
Looks like you've been pretty busy, brother. Looks good. Looks straight.
I got a lot of bodywork time into it.
Another cool project.
Yeah, it's a 62 Falcon van, Ford.
I dig working with Ian. Every time it just inspires me to keep moving. Both of us, we have that kind of same drive, but then we bring different talents to the table.
He is Mr. Meticulous, and I am Mr. Ridiculous Creative. The main thing about Rich's work is that it's super clean. It's probably the most refined finish I've ever seen. This van was white, so I think if we go with a white tone, that's exactly how it looked. It's just gonna come back to the client looking refreshed, so.
I think it's gonna be a little bit more than that, dude.
I knew I wanted a fine finish, so I came to Rich's shop, and Rich has this paint line called Vintage Flats.
I know everybody cringes when they hear flats because it's hard. It's like walking on eggshells to get it to come out right. But I go, I got the perfect product. You know, Ian, he knows if I'm telling him something, it's gonna work. Get it in the booth. First thing, you gotta get all the dirt off.
It's time to clean it, and clean it. And then we're gonna clean it some more before we clean it again, and then he'll check it. He'll give it the white glove test. Dirt to me is something you pick up with a shovel. And Rich is talking about this dirt he's finding all over the car just because the rag is discolored. We cut the quarter panels open and it was literally like a whole farm fell out of the freaking thing. It was crazy.
A farm on wheels, huh?
It was so, it had to be probably raised up an inch in ride height. It was so full of dirt, it was crazy.
Every little bit of dirt we can get off of that all the way to the process into the booth is gonna help that end result of the paintwork.
If you're pulling off these world-class paint jobs, the operative word is meticulous. And this guy's got that.
It's like washing the car 20 times. And we're ready to rock.
Just like I step into my shop and start working metal, this guy steps into the paint booth and it's showtime.
This is one of the first big canvases that I've shot with the whites. So I was excited to see, because white shows everything.
The main thing for me that was revealed was how you get a surface this big to have an even coat of paint. We got the van painted and let it cure. I'm excited to check it out. Aha.
There it is. Opening the doors, the van looked great. I was pumped. Ian was pumped.
It did totally mellow out. I thought it was really glossy, but that's perfect. This is exactly what the van needed. It's a perfect finish. This thing is looking clean. Kind of makes it look easy. I'm gonna bring in that Ranchero and see if I can't do something about this good. Rich was kind of wondering what I was doing with a stock car. but showing him what's going on underneath, he understands.
If Ian's been under a car for a couple weeks, there's something trick going on, for sure. I looked under there and that suspension looked like it was set up for the track. I was blown away. I'm just like, man.
Rich recommended I put a sealer on before the top coat just to keep everything separate, keep the automotive paint away from the old base coats. I picked out a color that I think Bill's really gonna like, and I'm excited to paint it. What I'm doing is pretty tricky. I got the idea of using this base coat that has a pearl in it. It's a metallic finish. By putting the vintage clear on it, it's gonna kind of make a frosted effect.
We're knocking projects out. Got the van sitting here, got the Rancherero sitting here. It's a great journey with Ian every time.
I didn't tell Bill when I was returning or what I was doing or what color I was painting it. I took it up to his place. It was like a surprise reveal. Howdy,
Wow,
I've returned.
very cool. This is the cool finish. Very similar to what you did on the big truck.
Well, I knew how you liked that, yeah, and that's the thing.
Wow, Ian, that's just great. I knew that how hard Ian worked on this thing, and the body was so straight and it looked so nice. Ian did a perfect job.
I was relieved. Kind of took a chance on this. I didn't tell him what was up, but when he saw it, he really liked it.
Beautiful.
Bill was happy to see the Ranchero, but I could tell all that was on his mind was getting this van ready to sell.
I think I have somebody that's interested in buying it. So see if I can set that up and sell that, and that'll help fund wherever else we're going with this.
Bill wants to get this van done. There's a ton of work to do, so I gotta get on it. Paint on the van is perfect, so it's back into the interior. This is what it's supposed to have looked like about 3 weeks ago, before all the rust and collision issues. It's supposed to be a simple flip, and as usual, it's more work than we expected. Just to reestablish where we left off, threw a milk crate in the truck, put the seat top on. It's the way NASA does it. We touched a couple critical ideas about the interior of the van, and that was these 2 bench seats and a table. The rest is up to me. The whole idea with this interior is that it's modular. You're gonna have these seats, but in the end, if you need more room, they just unfasten and you can put lots more stuff inside. I keep calling these seats, but they're actually storage boxes. There's gonna be a face and 2 end caps. The lid will hinge up. So you have this open span here to just throw your fishing gear, surfboards, anything you need. Got these aluminum piano hinges from Industrial Metal. I'll put 2 pins that'll keep it indexed when it's shut. That way they just won't be flapping around when you're driving, but that's the story. Come on. Inspect the welds. Gonna give it the white glove test, like Rich Evans. That's not helping. One of the main things I think would improve this van is just to get it quieter. I got this stuff from Eastwood. It's a sound deadening mat. It's kind of like a giant rubber sticker. The whole idea with this van is that it's a giant tin can, you dig? So when you put this stuff on there, right? The van's a rockin', don't come knocking. When I'm not busy welding, fabricating, doing body work, sanding, and painting, in my spare time, I do a little woodwork. So the door panels aren't rocket science. You just measure them, trace out a template, set up your fastener holes, and cut it to fit. You don't even care. Lost interest after 30 seconds. Jack's coming by tomorrow. I want to show him my idea for the interior and see what it's going to take to make this thing happen. While I'm in the middle of this, Jack comes by. He's the upholstery guy, and him having his input on how I set this up is pretty important. Yeah, you can see I did a little work to it.
Gee, a little.
We buffed it out a little.
Redid the whole thing.
Yeah, remember it had no face?
This is really nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be all right.
First time I saw it, well, it looked pretty bad. And I said, I don't know about this project here. I'm not too sure this is gonna work. When I walked in there, I didn't think it was the same van. I said, whoa, this thing has really changed. Boy, that looks good.
Jack comes by regularly because I've always got something going on, so he didn't really pay attention to this van. He thought maybe it was a parts car. So here he is a few weeks later, and it's all painted and pristine. He was kind of turned around on it.
But
Bill nixed the
no.
wizard mural. I wanted a wizard with a crystal ball, and he just didn't want that, so we're just gonna go with some simple striping. I really use Jack for everything I do. He's worked for a lot of famous shops around the area. He's been in it his whole life, and he's a total professional. It was supposed to be a really mellow restoration just to sell it, but he wants to go off a little on the interior. See how I'm framing out those bench seats?
You make some cushions for it, long cushions?
That's gonna be up to you, what you
I
think.
can do that.
He's talking about window curtains and a couple bench seats, and he's got a table that I'm gonna install. Well, the whole vibe for the interior of this van should be kind of mellow, Southern California, surf culture type of thing. So I just want it to look really cool, you know, not typical. So see what these benches are?
We put some
like
on
that.
it. Oh, yeah.
They lift up.
Oh, this is gonna be all carpet.
Yeah, the whole
I
deal,
see,
yeah.
okay.
He's been doing this for so long, he's seen it all. So I just kick back and forth a few ideas with him, and he comes up with the process.
I've got some wild ideas. If I did the modern style interior now, it just wouldn't look like a 60s deal.
I got some work to do before the van's ready for Jack, but I'm glad that he liked my ideas. I'm setting up the headliner in the van, and there's a million ways to go about it. The plywood is just a surface that you can attach something to, and that's really how I start off all the headliners I've done. My whole task here with this van is to make it look as cool, as creative as possible without breaking the bank. So you could go to town and stitch on this headliner for a month. I think I could do something in an hour and a half that's gonna look just as cool. So, all the interior upholstery panels are going to Jack, but the headliner is not. This is gonna be the headliner, a 6-foot reed fence with natural finish. My plan here is to take this fence and stick it on the roof and make a nice headliner out of it. I just set it up so there's an even foot hanging off each side of this 4-foot table. I need a 5-foot piece, so I'm just gonna cut 6 inches off each side, and that'll get rid of all these crazy ends. The big challenge in this whole headliner is just the size of it and the fact that it's upside down. I've never done this before, so I thought staples were gonna be a good idea. It's always harder than it seems in your head. Shooting it into the frickin' metal. That'll hold. I was stapling into the metal cross member in the roof. There's no way these were gonna hold, but once I moved over a few inches, stapled it in the right spot and started to work. There we go. I think it's gonna be okay. Yeah, these wires are very strong, so ultimately I'll put about 10 bazillion staples in here. It's like Tiki Island in here. This is oversized, so I'm just gonna kind of creep it forward and trim as I go. Once I got the thing really stapled up to the windshield, I could tell it's gonna work. I'm really liking the way it's laying out, and my plan of stapling it up is it's gonna happen. Okay, now just trim the shrubbery. A little yard work, get the rest of the headliner in. How can you not like this? I mean, if Bill has something to say about it, I think it's gonna be, what a great idea. I'm surprised I didn't think of that. Getting this interior headliner in is the first step in the finished look of the whole interior concept. This bamboo fence as a headliner worked out pretty darn cool. Surf City, here we come. But today's gonna be a bit of show and tell. Bill's coming by. He hasn't seen the paint job yet. He's bringing a friend who's a potential client. Maybe somebody wants to buy the van.
I probably haven't seen the van for about 2 weeks. Came down expecting to see the paint on this, and I came in the door and
Good to see you, sir.
wow!
A little more progress than what we saw last time. Yeah, we painted it. Right off the bat, I could tell that Bill was pleased. He knew what this van came from, and seeing it clean, painted, he was really happy.
just very, very nice.
It's got a bamboo roof, too.
Yeah, that old fence worked out all right. There's a bamboo fence.
Really?
Yeah.
Walking in and having it open, I could see the paneling, I could see the roof. I really dug the bamboo roof because I think it's gonna be a cool theme, you know, kind of from the 60s, it's old. And I'm glad to be able to have a little sneak peek before it's done too, because I can see how it's kind of being built.
I wanted you to see this when it's in the middle of its reconstruction.
So to appreciate it when it's all done.
Yeah. Jess is the brother of my son's wife, and known him for a long, long time. Really good guy.
I had a family get together at my house, and Bill showed me a picture of the van. Like, wow, that looks really cool.
He's seen firsthand the projects I've done with Bill. The guy's a fan, and he wants some of what we got.
On any Sunday, the classic motorcycle movie, this is like the type of van that Mert Lawwill had. And he used to, I mean, he traveled all around the country. California to Ohio, straight, with another driver taking turns, and he'd have his flat trackers in the back.
Well, I don't see why he couldn't do it with this one.
I know, I think it's very utilitarian. I have a normal job, but I'm also associate editor for Ultimate Motorcycling. So I'm kind of the dirt guy on staff, but I have fallen in love with all kinds of motorcycles. I like cars that have motorcycles in them better. I have a dirt bike in the back of my truck, so let's wheel it in and see if it works.
I guess Jess's main concern with this is, can he haul his dirt bikes with it? He's really into the motocross scene, and if the van doesn't carry his dirt bikes, it doesn't work for him.
Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that.
Fortunately, his motorcycle rolled right in.
So now I have to buy it because the bike fits, huh? I love this thing. I love the concept. I like how it looks. I like the idea of it going forward. The fact that, you know, you got the shag carpet, you can sleep in this thing, you can stow things in here, and, you know, best cars on the road have motorcycles inside. So that's, I mean, you can put a motorcycle in here.
If I can make a deal with Jess, it's still in my family, and I'm good with that.
So you guys pretty much sold me. Now I just need to sell the wife on this.
I don't make this offer often, but you sign today, you can take the dog too. Everybody's happy with the progress of the van, but I gotta finish it. There's a bunch of details to finish up. I gotta put the bumpers on. The stock bumpers are all well and good, but I don't do stock. You know, these were a little dinged up. I think I could make a better looking piece. The rear of the van looks great with the bumper off, and I just want to follow that. I've seen a bunch of cool tricks done in the 60s, Hot Rods and Customs, where they made these tube bumpers. I think I'm gonna just make 2 simple round tube bumpers out of this round tube. It'll be clean, it'll show off this detail, and I can use the stock bumper brackets. You never know where inspiration's gonna strike, you just gotta be open for it. So it's kind of bumming me out. I haven't done any custom metal work on this whole van. Did a couple repairs and a lot of sanding. Not an interior guy. Let me get my hands dirty. This van is a nice finished piece now. It's coming together, so it's not like I can just weld a piece of plumbing pipe on here. It's gotta look right. Tube bumper is super simple. I'm gonna use the stock brackets, trim them down, bend a tube to fit, cap them, and weld them in place. It'll just be as wide as the van. So I'll cut it off right there and weld it on. So it'll just be complementary to this center detail. Like everything else, did a mock-up, held the tube, looked at it, kind of thunk a little, and I came up with this dimension. I just put end caps on the tube and sanded them down nice. And that's the story. Fender pulled a bunch of scratches all the way through it, so I had to smooth all that out. But see, the end caps look super clean. It's gonna be all right. I'll set up a little blast shield so we don't ruin the fresh paint. The whole concept with these bumpers is not like off-road Thrasher tube bumpers. These are just little details that make it look like it's a finished piece. These are a little more artsy than your typical utility-style bumper. You know, you say tube bumper, you think of one thing, but these are just cool little Nerf bars, end caps, sanded out nice. It'll be a clean look. Pretty simple, right? It looks super cool. That took me about 1 hour to do all 4. I really like the finish that the sander left on these tube bumpers, so I'm just gonna clear coat them. I'll probably paint the brackets black so they look like they're floating.
See, the whole thing here was like you had this big, bulky, squared-off bumper. Now you're just showing off the shape of the body. And that's pretty cool.
It's crazy. I always say that the engineers had their own plans and then they got covered up. The rear of this van proves it. The surround for the license plate is this awesome little detail. It looks like something that's custom, and they put this plain stock bumper over it.
I don't even know how this happened. It was a Zen moment. It just said, become, and they became. It was like I was a vessel. I was just a portal for this divine energy. You see what happens when you open yourself up to that. You got 2 nice bumpers.
The van's in a good place. I got a surprise for the Ranchero that I want to show Bill. Oh, look who it is.
Hey, dude.
The name of the game with this car is Driver. Updated, modern, everything. The suspension is there. It's time to get into the engine and make that happen also. I got a fuel injection kit and electronic ignition from MSD.
Fuel injection on a 65 car? Okay, let's try it.
It's the same concept as the suspension upgrade. As a daily driver, I think it's going to be a perfect complement to the engine compartment.
The whole thing with this is it's taking all that antiquated technology out of the intake system.
With this fancy new stuff, I'm old school guy. I'm carburetor. You squirt it, it's got gas in it, it's probably gonna run. Fuel injection, I don't know anything.
You got your computer chip here.
So that's what runs it.
I've never plugged a computer chip in a car before, but that just might make some history for me.
Computer control, a little scary for an old guy.
The hot ticket with every old car is upgrading the ignition and the intake. MSD's got this cool fuel injection setup, upgrades everything.
Here you go, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
As always with Ian, I was thinking, well, we'll just do a carb kit, tune the thing up, and away we go. No. So we're getting Ianized.
As we were going through the process, explaining what all these parts do, Bill's coming around. He's starting to understand that it's really just car technology in a different wrapper.
This is an old dog, a new trick.
I guess so.
This MSD kit is cool. It's like rocket science for the layman.
I kind of like the idea of the new technology. Nobody's expecting that in this old car. It's pretty cool.
Once you get the pieces in place, it starts to look like a hot rod, and that's really what this is about. Once we determined all the parts fit, I'm just gonna pass off the rest of this installation to Ron and Bill.
Now you get to pick up all the wrappers.
Some assembly required.
Some assembly required. Exactly.
Ron's a really good guy and helped me a whole lot with my big truck.
I've got experience with the old school stuff, and that's what Bill has, is a bunch of old school stuff.
He can work on trucks or tractors or cars or anything. Ian is very motivating for Ron. I mean, he loves watching him.
He's a mastermind. He gets crazy ideas, he just goes for it, which is cool.
I actually had an extra Falcon, and I sold it to Ron, and he's been working on it little by little.
My grandfather had one, and it kind of takes me back.
So he's really into the Falcon deal.
Very similarly to what Bill and Ron are accomplishing with the engine, Jack is just that guy, but with the upholstery. Here we are again, back at the upholstery shop. That's a nice truck. Every time I come to Jack's, he's got this awesome pickup truck sitting here. It's got a lot of super cool work done to it, and it never seems to progress. I'm always kind of rousting him, like, hey man, I'm ready to take it off your hands whenever you're finished looking at it.
First time he saw it, he said, I wish I had this thing. I said, when I kick off, you can have it. Yeah, this is, I've got big plans for this thing. Down the road, I'm gonna get Ian to cut it up for me, see how it goes, but I wouldn't trust anybody else but him to do it.
So these are all the panels.
Okay.
driver rear.
Well, now this will be all diamonds.
All the way through,
All
right?
the way.
So,
Right then.
Jack has been there and done it. I told him 60s inspired van. He said diamond pleat. Sounds good to me. We can go over to the upholstery supply and just pick out something that looks good.
Well, I've got something over here you might like.
I showed Jack all the interior panels I prepped out. I'm explaining to him what I want the flavor of the interior to be, and he says he's got this big roll of material that just might do the trick. I mean, it looks like you got plenty of it.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing that's going to determine the final tone is we have a shoe test. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
The shoe test?
Jack's all charged up. He definitely wants to use this material. I'm kind of digging it, but I said, hold on, I got a shoe. Some artist stuff. I know you're into the upholstery stuff, but I'm going to reveal the dictating factor in the final tone. I'll be right back.
What's...
That's kind of a nonsensical statement on its own, but when I returned, everything was clear. It's all about decision making, and how people go about it is entirely unique to themselves. So he gave us that sample of leather, and you can see how shiny and kind of gaudy it is, but it's very similar to that.
Yeah, this is a lot
And
nicer.
the only other dictating factor is his wife's shoe. I guess they're having a discussion. She pulled out this. Bill's wife makes a lot of aesthetic decisions on his project, so they're kicking around, talking shop, and she's like, hey, this shoe is one of my favorite colors. Why not use this on the interior? And you know, that's pretty darn close. She thought that was a great tone. Holding the shoe up to the material, it looks close enough. I'm happy with it. I think it's gonna work. Well, I was gonna say, if it's a problem with the mismatch, you're gonna have to reupholster the shoe to match. Does that work for you? Only one, though. Can you make that?
Only one shoe?
Well, that's all he gave me.
It's always a lot of work. Yeah, I didn't know about the curtains, and I thought it was curtains for me, because I haven't made curtains in 40 years, probably. But that's the way it is, you know?
The other car, the Falcon Rancherero, I have all the parts for that, too. In addition to the van interior, I kind of double-teamed him with the Ranchero interior, and he's all cool with it. He knows I'm up to good stuff, so he's on board to do the seat and door panels for that.
I'll get those done in no time. They're going to be a lot simpler, I think.
There's a lot going on to finalize both of these projects at the same time. So Bill and Ron are on the engine on the Ranchero. Jack's getting down with the upholstery on the van. My friend Bob's in town. He's gonna do whatever it takes to help me get this thing done.
You got going on here, man?
We're making vans. I don't really tell Bob what's going on in the shop. You know, I always like to surprise him. He's thinking sometimes he's gonna walk in and see a flying saucer in the middle of the room or who knows what.
I didn't know what to expect. I just knew that normally if he's working on one thing, it's wild and crazy, so the thought of that wild and craziness times two really had me on the edge of my seat.
He likes the old school van thing for sure. So he came in, checked out the interior.
That's a great idea for the headliner, man.
The whole idea today is to get a lot of progress on the interior. The carpet's got to get laid in. There's these boxes that are for the seats that have to get paneled out with carpet. So it's really just all loose ends.
Well, man, I'm here. I'm here to help. Let's get this baby done. I'm pumped.
So this is kind of the vibe for the interior. I got this roll of carpet. We're going with this indoor-outdoor carpeting. Still got that 60s vibe, but allows you to either haul stuff or go camping. Either way, it'll work. And then we got this vintage table that was up in Bill's back 40. So it's kind of your old school diner looking thing. It actually came from a fast food restaurant, so. The whole interior of the van is designed to be modular. So this table I picked out is gonna have 2 locations it can locate on the floor, 2 little posts. You'll be able to just pop the table in and out of the van depending on how much interior room you need. Right off the bat, I knew that this table was big. You know, it's from a restaurant, and here we are putting it in this little van. It's a number of things. I mean, first of all, I'm too big for the van. The table's too big for the van, and then Bob gets in, and the whole equation is blown. That's kind of it. That's all you're gonna do in here, is that whole setup. So you're not really relaxing with a beverage, right? You're kind of in the prison van.
At least I won't have to worry about spilling the food in my lap.
Exactly. There's clearly an issue here. It's gonna need to be remedied. Obviously, this table's way too big. Gotta fix it. We need to make this table smaller, both in height and in width.
So I'm gonna cut down the pedestal and narrow the tabletop up by about 6 inches. Before I lay the carpet down, I'm gonna commit to 2 places for the table base, one near the rear axle and one up front by the engine. With that done, it's onto the carpet. It's a preliminary layout of the carpet. I'm leaving everything big because I'm gonna have to spray glue separate panels down for these 3-dimensional shapes like the fender wells. So I'm just roughing out all these areas. That way I could pull this back out and then put the padding down. My design for these boxes was very simple. It should be super quick to put together. You just lay it in place, screw it down, fold over the edges, and install it. Yeah, see, so that's the general layout. Gives a nice plush finish right in.
Watching Ian do something different, I was really impressed with his abilities. It seems like there's nothing he can't do.
Hey, Ian, how are you?
Wow, you got some upholstery.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Button City.
Jack is an ace with this upholstery game. So you're right on time. These are freaking great. It looks good with the headliner, for sure.
Wow. That looks pretty good.
So it was really a recharge when Jack brought in these upholstery pieces. It really gave an idea of how this thing was gonna finish out.
You know, I like doing creative things. I get bored easy if I'm not thinking or have to create something new. It's always that one little extra step that pushes you ahead. You work hard on something, it always shows.
This looks great. I think you're right on the money style-wise. I knew the rim and tire combo is what sets off the whole thing. They came in late in the game here, but I always knew we were gonna do something cool. This is what we got. We got some Krager.
Oh,
It's like a classic style. You'll see the center cap is really neat.
that's gonna be like night and day on here, right?
Because really, that is the look of every vehicle. The paint's there, it needs wheels. And this is the icing on the cake. The 3-spoke.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the Krager rims just because of that classic style. A cool classic look. It's a little different than their standard SS, but they have the cool spinners just like them. 3-spoke knockoffs, chromy, wide rims, they're looking good.
It just keeps getting better and better.
You know, you said the only way that this van could look better was if you were sitting in the front seat. I think if you sat there, it would lower the nose just right. Why don't you try that out?
Perfect.
It was really good having Bob here. We finished up a lot of loose ends. This van's good to go. Oh, man. I think all you gotta do is give Bill a deposit. It's yours. It's perfect. I got a call from Bill this morning. He's kind of in a panic. I guess the Ranchero won't start.
A carburetor, I understand how they work, I know how they work. That would have been easy. But we didn't take the easy route. We took the let's get techie and get the new stuff.
Today, Ian shows up and hopefully we're gonna get this thing going.
All of these components are installed. It's looking good. Turn the key and there's no fuel pressure. The fuel pump is turning on every time. There is fuel directly to it. The only thing I can think is that the polarity is reversed. Well, I see something, but I can't verify if it's a plus or a minus.
And the stuff's hard to see. Gave Ian this little mirror and he got in there. And
Yeah, that's a minus. Well, just tap the key and see what happens now.
There it is, got it.
so the wires got reversed on the pump? Is that what went on with that?
What it sounds like.
Yeah.
The problem is remedied. It's always something. I've done it wrong 10,000 times, and that's really it. You just gotta rethink it, go back, and sometimes, reverse things.
So according to you, Ian, it's ready to rock and roll?
Aye, Captain. We are prepared for ignition.
I'm happy to hear it run. Running good, I wouldn't say that. It's not doing that.
I saw this coming. This car's been sitting for more than 6 years. I'm just holding it together, I'm turning dials, ringing bells, blowing whistles, the whole 9 yards. Bill's looking at me cross-eyed, because all he hears is this clunking, chugging engine and smoke pouring out of it. There is a bit of human error in everything. So the smoking resulted from me spilling oil all over the heat wrap on the exhaust, and the timing was set incorrectly. All right, fired up. once we remedied both of those, the thing ran like a brand new car.
With Ian, he's always got some tricks up his sleeve, that boy does.
There's a few more things to wrap up. This Ranchero's almost done. I can't wait to see it on the road.
The Falcon's all done. Ian's got it all dialed in now. And I drove it today, and it is unbelievable. Runs perfect.
The Ranchero is dialed in tight. We got the fuel injection working perfectly, took it to the alignment shop. Bill was looking to get this Ranchero back on the road, right? I got it back in a big way. He is all charged up, and this thing hauls.
The thing handles like a slot car. You turn it, it turns. You would not know it's the same car at all. Nothing about it feels the same. It's like a new car. It's everything and more than I expected.
From the onset, everything about this Ranchero was top notch. You look at it, and nice car with rims, right? But I love the suspension, the way the thing handles. It's a complete transformation.
I'm so happy that we didn't just do my way with the shocks and this cut springs and what have you. This is an over-the-top deal, but the car is over the top now, and it's perfect. I love it.
Not only did we get the Ranchero complete and looking good, I got this van wrapped. This van was a way more ambitious project than I thought it would be. First, we had the issue with the nose, the collision in the nose. It had to look nice, so it just escalates.
Ian did his double work, as always, and it's really nice.
Brought up to Bill's, and just as I'm showing Bill the van, Jess shows up.
Holy cow.
See you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Ian. Hey, Bill. When I first walked up and saw the van, I was just kind of blown away. It looked perfect. Look at this. Wow, these wheels are awesome. The first thing I saw instantly were the wheels and the spinners on it. That totally set it off. And you got the bumper in here?
Yeah. Yeah, I used the stock bumper brackets, and I just made some tube bumpers for it.
The details that Ian did on the bumper and the mesh on the front end, it just everything kind of ties together.
He really loved the bumpers and the rims that I chose, but it's all about the interior. Yeah, so I had the upholstery guy get down on it. So,
Oh my God.
a little nicer than it were.
Oh, this is amazing.
When I opened up the doors, it was just like, you know, opening up a treasure chest, right? It looks like a plain white van on the outside, but the interior is all fitted out. It's deluxe. We put curtain rods in there.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
So this is the Pendleton
Yeah, the
flannel?
authentic flannel.
The inside, that really blew me away. The upholstery with kind of that diamond tuck and the buttons on it just looks perfect. Yeah, and everything works together with, you know, kind of the bamboo roof and the curtains and...
I think he was a bit in awe, actually, because of the transformation of it.
Wow, this really turned out way more than I expected. The interior, for sure. Because the exterior, I didn't see the bumpers and the wheels, so bumpers and wheels totally show it off. But the interior, this thing was just gutted, right?
There was nothing in it.
There was nothing in it. It was just a little sample fabric.
Right.
So I'm really impressed. I can't wait to take it to the beach. Let's drive it.
Good, let's do it. Let's close the doors up and jump in there and fire it up.
Oh, and we're off. So looking at the van from the outside and the inside and kind of being a spectator is great. The aesthetic is totally there. It's everything that I want. But it's not the feel of driving it. And so once you drive it, I was sold. Having that really big windshield, I mean, it's kind of like a bigger view of the world. And you're sitting up front, so you're in it. You're not behind it, you're in it. You know, elbow out the window. I mean, it was a cool experience. You know, I've always wanted to buy a van since I was 15 and a half, 16 years old, never bought one. Everything's lining up. I created all these little kind of tests and barriers that would have to be accomplished before I could decide whether I should buy it or not. So Bill, last test. It's gotta fit this bike.
Okay.
We already know it fit the Yamaha. Let's see if it'll fit the KTM. The final one was, will it fit my dual sport motorcycle? Ooh, it makes it. Perfect. We're in. We're in with about a ½ inch to spare on either side, and that's without compressing the forks.
Very good.
That was perfect. And then literally, I think you just throw cardboard down.
So it passed the final test.
It did pass the final test. So I've got butterflies. I really, really want this thing. It's really cool.
Jess loved the van. His motorcycle fit. He wants it.
All right, let's back her on down.
I'm very happy with the Ranchero, and I'm extremely happy that Jess is going to get the van. It's been a lot of fun.
Both of these vehicles turned out great. Bill is another satisfied customer. His client is all charged up with a new van, and I'm on to the next.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel attempts to get a 1958 Harley-Davidson Sportster back on the road.
My friend Kai has had this bike for 20 years.
The Sportster is very dear to my heart. I would really love to have Ian put it back the right way.
This thing is like old school. It's legit.
Looks just like a lot of the other projects I get involved with. It's just a pile of parts.
Well, that's why you're the man for this project.
I think this is going to be more of a custom bike than a restoration.
With his wheels spinning, Ian kickstarts his own bike.
I want that.
You want that?
Yeah. Pure potential. This bike is going to be way stripped down. Race style.
He's just totally taken the hard road here. This looks like it's from another planet or something. It's so much easier to start with something cool than start with something butt ugly and try to make it cool.
And with 2 projects on the line, it's a race to the finish.
Kai's got that look in his eye again, and I'm thinking, ain't seen nothing yet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm over here at my friend Kai's house. Kai hasn't told me much about this project, but I know he's always collecting. He's buying and selling bikes all the time, so I'm sure it's gonna be something cool.
Well, you know my 58 Sportster? Had it for years.
A little worse for wear. What's going on with this thing?
Well, I got it a long time ago. Had the bike for about 20 years almost, I think. It's a 58 Sportster. I tried to restore it at some point and got to a certain degree and then finally gave up because I ran out of A, money, and B, time.
You're not even gonna ride this, who are we kidding?
I'll ride it.
You ain't going nowhere.
I'll take it to a bike show. How's that?
I see what you're riding. Look at that thing. You're outed.
Well, that's not mine. That's a test bike. I've been with Easy Riders or Paisano Publications for going on 30 years. As an editor, as a writer, as a photographer. It's all about motorcycles. I get to ride brand new bikes almost every day. That's an Electroglide. It's got GPS, AM, FM, the Weather Channel. And it's,
The Weather Channel.
Everything you want.
I don't think this has GPS.
No.
Or an AM, FM stereo.
And I wouldn't want it to.
Yes, right. That's what it's all about, 1958.
Yep.
The cool factor with this Sportster is it's legit. Any part of the world, this thing is like world-class, old-school Harley-Davidson. So obviously it's been changed to a hardtail. That's pretty much what you're looking to do. Just simple, slick, bar hopper style.
Just really just something very simple.
Looks just like a lot of the other projects I get involved with. It's just a pile of parts.
Well, that's why you're the man for this project.
Yeah, there's more here this time than the last one. So do you have anything else for it?
There's some parts in the corner there.
Kai knows what motorcycles are made of, and he's made a point to collect a bunch of stuff. He's got like 3 or 4 different carburetors. Looks like a bunch of different years. He's got a seat. He's got a few other things, but I think this is gonna be more of a custom bike than a restoration.
I just don't want a whole bunch of junk on my bike that he finds wherever, you know. I just wanted this period correct as possible.
This is cool. It looks like that engine is definitely seen some love.
Well, when I originally got the bike, it was a runner. And so after sitting around for a long time, I wasn't sure if the engine was gonna run again or not. Ian kicked it over, there was compression, so it's a good sign. So, what would you want for this?
I want that.
You want that?
Yeah. That.
You want that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Naturally, I'm entranced by this early Harley, but just over my shoulder, there's a police motorcycle. KZ1000, that's a hot rod.
I've never really ridden it. I've had it for a little while.
Apparently Kai got this in a trade or something. I guess his buddy picked up a few of them at the auction. It's a typical scenario. These police bikes get decommissioned after a certain mileage, and somehow Kai ended up with one. This is a KZ1000. Did you ever see Road Warrior or Mad Max?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's going on underneath here.
Right. I'm just not a big Kawasaki guy, you know?
I'm not a big Kawasaki guy either, but look at that engine.
When Ian said that he was also interested in the Kawasaki, I was a little surprised. I didn't think Ian would even want it. For me, I appreciate the aesthetics of a Harley.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
there isn't
right.
much aesthetics going on here.
No? What do you mean? You got a utility box? It's almost like your Harley. You got two on the side, one in the back.
Okay.
You've got the Harley mentality. This police motorcycle isn't in your interest at all. And I'm thinking, this thing's got potential. I could get to work on this. This thing's groovy. It runs, though?
Yeah. Start her up.
It starts right up.
Yeah.
It almost starts right up. Sounds good.
I don't really know what he's gonna do with it, but I mean, yeah, if anybody can do something with it, it certainly would be Ian.
I'll even give you back all the baggage. You could put it on your other bike so it looks like the one you drive every day, huh? I'll give you those back.
Yeah, you want it?
I see this thing as a stripped-down race bike. This thing is cool.
Well, I'll tell you what. You build that Sportster, you can keep that.
I'll do that. It's
I'll
a
trade
deal.
you for labor.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm all about getting Kai's project together for sure, but now I have something to work on too. I want to get both of these back to the shop and get to it. Got both of these bikes back to the shop, and I just wanted to be sure that this thing Kai gave me was a runner. I'm all about this deal we made, but I want to be sure it's a driving motorcycle. I figure if it doesn't detonate in the first 1 minute of torture, it's a keeper, so this is the test.
You never know what you're getting into, and I just want to confirm my suspicions. This bike is a rocket ship. You gotta get all this extra stuff off of it.
First order of business is to pull off all of this bodywork. All I was interested in this bike was the mechanical capacity, and it's a runner. Everything else is gone. My idea for this bike is to create a new fairing and a couple little body panels. I don't want it to be like a stripped down street fighter outlaw looking thing. I want it to look more like a cafe racer.
Pure potential.
Kai's bike is requiring an oil tank. I'm sure he'd like me to go get a motorcycle oil tank, but that's not in the cards. My friend Gary's got a bunch of stuff. You can come up with any term you want, a connoisseur, a hoarder, whatever. Not only does he have a shop full of cool old stuff, he's a motorcycle dude. I was neighbors with Gary for over 10 years. He's the go-to guy.
When he first moved in, he worked on numerous different projects, and they're all very interesting. I couldn't keep my nose out of his business because I wanted to see what he's going to build next.
Just like with any of my friends or clients, I'm always keeping an inventory of the good stuff they've got. And I know what he has. Just got to find it.
Any shape is usable in Ian's world. And I have a lot of odds and ends here, and that's why he keeps coming back.
Hey, look at that. Oh, you're holding out on the good stuff, man. That's an oil tank. That's perfect.
An oil tank.
Gary's speaking the same language as me. Right off the bat, he pulls out this stainless steel tank. It's ideal. It's just too big.
Well, this thing is cool, but if it was like half the size, because the whole tank should be about this big.
He starts pulling out all these different cylinders, canisters, just tubular shapes.
Here's another piece, but it's got 3 holes in it.
That size is ideal.
Well, if you want more of these, this size, I have a box of them out in the yard.
The only thing with an oil tank is that it is liquid tight. I think these things are perfect. The fact that they're stainless steel means they can be polished, and what's not cool about that? Look at that.
There you go.
That's freaking exact. These things look like little freaking pieces of a spaceship or something. What are they?
No, actually, they were just water filters.
Oh, so there was an element that goes inside.
Early years of water filtering. This was a hot item.
Gary had bins of these shapes, so I grabbed a bunch of them, and I'm gonna figure out what I need to do to make it work. When you look at most old school choppers, rigid hardtail style bikes, they have like a round oil tank. That's just what looks cool. This bike is a vintage style, period looking thing, and I thought these water canister filter things were gonna look perfect. I cleaned up Kai's bike and painted the frame. This bike is stripped down, very similar to what I'm doing, so you see all the mechanical components. I want this thing to look clean and right. I don't see an oil filter anywhere on this bike, so that's something to consider when you're building an oil tank. Any bit of abrasive, any steel filing, anything that happens when you're building a tank and is left in there is gonna go down to the oil pump and ruin it. So it's critical that there's nothing in here, no dirt, no nothing. It is maybe some junk on Kai's bike. I think I'm gonna fool him. I think it will pass the period correct or whatever test he's looking for. Come on, Hellhound. Let's get on to the fun part of the project. I'm really in a good spot on Kai's Harley, so I'm waiting on him to come by. I'm just gonna start working on this until he gets here. It's kind of like the sky's the limit at this point, really. There's a few different ways you could go about doing anything. But I really see this as kind of a road racer. You can see when you're riding this bike, you're up here. I think I want to be more like racing, like this. I'm always looking for a starting point for all my projects. Looking through my stash, I found these headlights. There's just something cool about them. When I saw these headlights, I figured, I'm gonna build the bike around these. So really, I'm looking at this as engine, exhaust, and headlights. All I have to do is make everything else fit. This bike wasn't something that I've dreamed of building for a long time. It was basically thrown in my lap. So I'm leaving this open to artistic inspiration. You know, whatever comes out. I'm not sure what it's gonna be. It's bug-eyed, I like that already. Kai's bike is a definite. It's gonna be a really mellow, old school bobber. This Kawasaki is like my artistic release on this whole event. I like the loose stuff, you know? This thing is nothing but potential. It could get crazy. I want to create a new front fairing, so I'm creating a metal structure that I can fiberglass later. I'm not sure how this thing's gonna end up, what the final shape will be, but I know I've got to hold some material in space somehow. Aha!
Ian.
Cue the applause.
Your guard dog here.
Kai walks in and it's like a beeline, straight to his bike.
Oh, there it is. Wow, look at it. Wow, it looks nice, man.
Yeah, it's getting close.
To see the bike sitting there on his workbench, I mean, it looks great. You know, it actually looks like a bike at this point. You know, there's still a lot missing, but you can see what it's gonna be.
Kai's looking the bike over, you know, it looks a little different than he saw it last, and the first thing his eyes go to is that oil tank. I'm just sitting back waiting for the response.
I really like the oil tank, man. This looks really cool.
Kai's first reaction was that I went to a swap meet and picked up an old chopper oil tank or something. But upon more developed conversation, it's a little canister that holds a water filter for like a purification system. He was slowly eased into the fact that I took some junk water filters and welded them together.
It's kind of weird because I told him I didn't want any junk on my bike, and then he basically put junk on my bike. But I gotta admit, I mean, he did a good job. It looks great. Check this out. This is cool.
That's your little filler. I'll polish that so it's just aluminum color.
Yeah. Knowing Ian, I kind of figured he'd come up with something like that. Damn, looks good.
Kai's bike is missing a number of parts. This is the basket case you heard about. So we're just going through all parts lists, just figuring out what he's gonna have to get and what I can make.
We're going over my bike and talking about different things that are still needed. I sort of glanced around to the other side and there was his Kawasaki standing there and I just kind of thought, what the heck? It doesn't look anything like I remember it. I barely recognized it. It was completely stripped down, and he had some weird stuff around it, and it didn't even look like the bike that I had in my garage.
So I stripped off all that unnecessary stuff, and it's half the size it used to be. Spent some time trying to describe to Kai exactly where I'm going with this project, and unfortunately, I'm not that sure, so my argument wasn't very convincing. It's gonna be cool.
Not as cool as this one, I hope.
Well, we'll see.
I can't even picture it. I know he can go crazy with stuff, so I don't want him to go wild on my bike. I just sort of need to rein him in a little bit, you know, if I can.
The end result was that I convinced him that none of the crazy over there was gonna kind of come onto his project, so he was okay with that. So if you just tuned in right now, you probably have a big question mark, like, what? Is he just wrapping his motorcycle like a lunch sandwich? The answer is yes. The fiberglass will not float in space. It needs something to lay on. That's all this is. All this gets torn out later. All I'm doing is creating a pile of stuff to lay the fiberglass on. The way I'm laying it up looks like a disaster. A professional would not go about it this way, but I take my inspiration from Ed Roth. This is the way Ed Roth did it with his cars. He didn't do it with foil, he did it with plaster. He roughed out a big blob of something, and then he refined it repeatedly with fiberglass. And that's really where I got this idea from. No fiberglass for dogs. Beat it. You won't even wear safety glasses. How am I gonna let you near this stuff? So this will be a first layer, and the next ones will be put on a little bit more precise. Pretty rough looking setup, but if you look at the exterior surface of this, it'll just get more and more refined. The whole idea with this is that it is a sculpture, so just like you start off with a big ugly piece of marble, you end up with a thing in a museum. This is the same thing. This is raw potential. So I'm in the heat of the moment, you know, I'm getting down. This is like arts and crafts hour, and Kai shows up on the shining steed. And I'm like, wow. I'm there working on this junky old bike, and he pulls in like Mr. Rockstar.
Hey, hey.
Say, that's a nice bike.
You like?
Yeah.
I have this Harley Heritage Softail because I do a lot of test rides for Rhode Iron magazine. And so I get a new bike pretty much every month, a different bike, that I then have to ride and photograph for the magazine.
That thing is clean. That's like a pearl white paint, too. That thing's nice.
Yeah. So, what the hell is this, man?
It's arts and crafts hour.
This is,
You never saw somebody make a motorcycle out of aluminum foil and fiberglass?
This looks like it's from another planet or something.
When Kai came in, you know, the bike was kind of half finished, right? I got stopped by his arrival, so it just looked terrible. It's like as if you dropped something right in the middle of the process.
I looked at the Kawasaki, and I didn't recognize it. It looked worse than it did before.
The hard thing to understand if you don't really see the process I go through regularly is that it gets pretty loose, so it always looks worse before it looks better, and it's starting to get bad. You can see that I'm pretty proficient at this, so if you want to put some kind of a headset or even a little extra action, in fact, if you want a blob on your handlebars,
I think not.
Kai's giving me the eye, you know, the stink eye, checking out my machine. So I just say, let's put it on the side and we'll get back on your project, nice and comfortable. Kai brought in a headlight and a few other things that were missing for this project. But before we start on the cosmetic stuff, there's a bunch of issues with the front forks we need to deal with. The problem with the fork was somebody didn't tighten it right, so the internal parts came apart. The whole concept here is you have to keep this shock absorber assembly extended fully, but the internal tubes telescope into each other. So I'm trying to push this up through the bottom of the fork tube, and they're just closing on themselves. There's no way to get them out of the top. No, that's the problem. Right? This has to be extended. We were stuck trying to figure it out, and Kai came up with an idea.
But see, because of gravity, it keeps this rod down, and we need to have it come up. So if we could somehow attach this to something like a wire, pull it in.
Put a rod or put a thread rod on that.
Yeah,
pull it up, put the spring, compress it, and push it.
There you go.
That guy's good, man.
Man, I'm good, huh?
That's why he works. That's why he works with the big magazines.
That's right, that's why I'm making the big bucks. Ian puts a little bolt on there, screws that in to anchor the string, and then we put the whole thing together and pull the string through the tube and up through the top. And it worked perfectly. I was really pleasantly surprised.
It worked.
Amazing. Ian is a out-of-the-box thinker. He always comes up with solutions to the most complex problems, you know, where you think, well, how the heck did he do that? So for me to come up with a problem where he says, hey, that's great, yeah, that was pretty cool.
This thing worked, we screwed it together, put the finishing touches on the front forks, installed the headlight, and this thing's starting to look good. Last time Kai was in the shop, he was working on his bike. You know, he's getting his fingers greasy. Today he shows up and he wants to do his thing. Tells me he wants to pull off a photo shoot for one of the magazines with the new motorcycle he was given.
I've got this test bike for Road Iron magazine. It's a Softail Heritage Classic, and the lines of the bike remind me a little bit of the Sportster lines. And so there's definitely some parallels there that I thought would look good in a photo shoot.
Well, I ain't got time for no photo shoot, you know? I like to build stuff. So I'm gonna use some valve springs he brought in and try to mount his seat.
And so I'm trying to get Ian to set the Sportster up behind the test bike. Can you move the table a little bit back?
Say when.
Right there is good.
I'm in the middle of stuff, so he's trying to utilize that. Could you stand over here, not in the way, da-da-da-da-da.
I'd like to get some... Oh, now he's working on that. Jesus Christ. I need you to get out of the picture for a little bit so I can just get the shot of the bike and not you.
It's like he's running stuff, and that's it's caused a little conflict.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. Where are you gonna cut this? Can you cut it on the other side? I'm trying to get him to do certain things for me, like work in the background on the bike and maybe grind something so you got these sparks flying. Hey, by the way, if you could maybe get me some sparks in the background.
Sparks?
Yeah, for some added drama, you know what I mean?
I'm in the groove. I get pretty serious, and Kai is the same way with his deal. But, you know, I could see that he's not wanting to let me do what I need to, so I'm gonna roust him a little, you know? I can give it when I'm getting it. Don't piss me off!
I guess we all have our limits, so, you know, it's Ian, so he'll get over it in a split second and everything will be kosher.
In the end, Kai got all the shots he needs. I get the seat welded in. I want to lift this off the table, put the rear tire on, and have Kai sit on it. That's really what I was hoping to accomplish. It's way too heavy for two guys to lift. So I'm going to come up with a special armature apparatus thing. You know, it's what us professionals do.
Well, then he has his forklift coming in, and I'm thinking, what the heck is he thinking? I mean, a forklift's a bit dramatic for a little bike, you know.
Kai was, I think, awestruck by my rigging potential.
And this is gonna hold? Ian has some very strange ideas sometimes, and that was one of the stranger ones, I think. I mean, he's using these tie downs to wrap this thing every which way, and I'm thinking this thing is gonna just drop to the ground.
So what I'm gonna ask you to do, sir,
okay,
man the forklift. Hop in.
Hop in?
When it's in neutral.
Now, you know I've never driven anything like this before in my life.
You don't have to.
Okay,
all you have
good.
to do is pull this one when I say. And if I say push it, push it. You're just gonna see how it balances. Pull it. Give it a little gas. Once the thing picks up, you can tell it's gonna hold. So we're not driving around too far. I'm just gonna move the table, drop it on the floor. See that, man? You're a natural.
Boy, this is fun. I could be a professional forklift driver. As usual, Ian knows what he's doing. He's done this before. Hot diggity dog, look at that. Wow. To me, the most exciting moment at that point was to be able to actually see it on the ground. I was speechless for a few minutes there, you know. After all these many years, it's like, yeah, this is right. This is just the way it should be. Perfect, man. This is awesome.
I think the thing that Kai liked most about it was that it was comfortable.
Well, once you sit on it, the saddle is very, very comfortable. You know, it's just the way it's supposed to be. I can't wait to ride this thing. Feels good. It feels like I belong on this bike. This is pretty damn cool.
It's gonna be all right.
Yep, I think so.
You know, I'd say it's a close runner-up to the motorcycle that I'm building. It's a good-looking machine. You're definitely gonna take second place.
You think so?
Well, things got heated a little earlier in the day, you know, so I don't hold grudges, but I like to stab it back a little once in a while. So Kai's sitting there admiring the machine, and I'm thinking, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just look at that thing over there. You got your fiberglass drooling off the rear fender. I mean, that's got a look. It's kind of Sigmund and the Sea Monsters right now. It's pretty groovy.
Well, the way it looks right now, I don't think it's going to compete anywhere. I'm still not 100% sure which way he's going. I see the fiberglass sort of like dripping off the damn thing, and he can probably work wonders with a Kawasaki, but it's a Kawasaki, you know? It's not meant to look great. And you know, there's only so much you can do, even Ian. I have seen nicer bikes though in my life. I can't say I've seen uglier ones.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Kai's got that look in his eye again, I know, and I'm just gonna keep feeding him. He's unsure as to where I'm going, and I think the end result is gonna show.
He's surprised me before, and I wouldn't be surprised if he surprises me again.
After Kai kind of tore into my bike, it got me really motivated to make some progress on it. I need to smooth out this fiberglass, get onto the body filler, make a smooth, streamlined body panel for this thing. I got the shape of my bike refined. I figure since Kai's such a naysayer, I'll have him come over and check it out.
Hey, Ian.
Hey, man, what's happening?
What are you doing? Whoa, dude.
Hellhound, take it easy. Doing busy work, man.
Brought you a little present here, a little chain pie.
Kai comes in with some parts for his bike, and he walks right past my bike like he doesn't even notice it. Perfect fit. Cool, so I can get all these bolts, and I'll bolt all this stuff up together.
All right.
But I'm busy on something right now.
What are you doing?
Another mad scientist experiment. So you remember my Sigmund the Sea Monster rear fender? That changed a little bit.
Looks nice, man.
Yeah.
Wow, this is smooth. I took a look at the Kawasaki, and I was actually really surprised at what he'd done. Man, it's
getting close.
Looks nice. I said a few harsh things. Maybe that's what sort of got him to try to work harder on the Kawasaki. I guess whatever I said, it worked, because I didn't expect that at all. I really didn't.
I think Kai is finally beginning to see the light, if you will, because he didn't know where I was heading. You know, it's hard to establish what someone's plan is by looking at a lump of fiberglass. So now it does have a look. It looks like a motorcycle, and I think he's starting to respond. So the point I'm up to here is setting up for the old barbecue. Every mad scientist's lab needs their heating element.
Oh, I should have brought my camera, man.
This project is really just a culmination of so many different skill sets I've been working on. You got your metal fabrication, finished bodywork, paint, and now this new plastic forming thing. So I just keep stacking them up. Pretty soon I'm gonna need to get a sewing machine, injection molding for building my own tires. I mean, who knows where it could go. I wanna create a really cool acrylic bubble that will represent the windscreen. And Kai's seen me do a lot of things, but he's never there for the process. So I'm gonna have him help me out with it.
I'm ready to crank it up. Do it now?
Yep. This acrylic dome is critical because that's what's trick. My main concern with this whole bike was having like a real fluid line to it. And if you just wrap a piece of flat plastic, the windshield just isn't gonna be the same.
Pretty crazy, man. Works. All right.
Look at that, man. That looks like a racing motorcycle.
I gotta tell you, man, this looks pretty damn good.
I was kind of turned the corner on this. All of a sudden, you could see that I'm serious. I got a plan.
Yeah, it's starting to look like something, man. I can see that he's turning it into a cafe racer. And I get the whole idea now, and I think I'm actually really looking forward to seeing him finish this thing, because now I know he's gonna make something really cool out of it.
Now that he's seen my creative process, I figure we'll switch gears and get creative on his bike. The rear fender's critical to the overall look.
You had this fender, and it's a front fender, and I know you only want to run a rear, and the issue is that it's too wide for this.
Yeah.
I got this fender from my friend Gary,
Okay.
and this is a rear fender from, I don't know what year, 80s, some kind of shovel head or whatever, but just old stock, never been used. Just gives it a little more room, you know?
Size-wise, it's ideal, but it wraps around too much, so we don't want that. We want to have a better look to it.
Just tell me what you're thinking proportion-wise, and then
Okay.
I'll just trim it to fit and make some brackets. Should be pretty easy.
The whole idea was to cut it and to figure out how short it should be, and he just says, all right, here, you do it. I mean, it's kind of like it's your problem.
It's all you.
It's all me. The look of the bike could be ruined if it's a little too short, if it's too long. Adding weight to the importance of this whole thing is the fact that it's the only fender on there. There's no front fender, you know? So if you're gonna have a fender, one fender, make it right. You know, it's gotta fit perfectly. He made it my decision, and that's okay because it's my bike. It should be my decision, and so I think I got it to where I wanted, and I think it'll look great. Yeah, I like that.
The last thing to finish it off was to make some mounting hardware.
The rear part of the fender sort of hung over it, and Ian then had the idea, what if we moved the whole support system back a little bit and line it up with the end of the fender? Once I thought about that, it was like, yeah, that's perfect. That's what we got to do. Cool. I love it, man. This is awesome.
It's getting close.
Yes, sir. Aesthetics is a big part of this whole thing. This is why you customize bikes. I'm totally excited about it because I can see it's becoming more and more of a bike.
These bikes are almost done. A few more things, and we're ready to ride them. For me, paint is a time to get loose. I like to try crazy stuff. I got some ideas for sort of a racing-inspired paint scheme. I'm gonna get down. Bottom line here is I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where this is going. I might just sand it all off. I know I want a number. Doesn't look good, I'll just do it over. We got tons of free paint. Thanks, Eastwood. I'll just keep painting. You know, the Terminator chose the Harley, but that other Terminator chose the Kawasaki cop bike. One Terminator jumped into the freaking LA riverbed. Then the other bike jumped out of a building onto a helicopter, and that's the one I got, so I think that's what Kai and I are gonna have to do to test these things out. Let's see who pulls it off. I got a bunch of these finishes from Eastwood. It's really cool. It's just it's a candy coat. The more you thin it out, you can get different variations of the same tone green. I want it to be like a heavy metal flake finish. I'm just gonna use the flake right out of my hand because I want it heavy, and voila. Not 100% sure about this design. Starting to get a little crazy, but the good thing is I could always repaint it. The whole thing with this paint scheme is just like the bike in general. I wasn't dying to do this. I'm just messing around. Yes, Nose, can I help you? He's always up on my stuff. He's always making sure I did it right. Look, that's pretty crisp, right? Loves him some tape. All right, so we got to start. I got a silver base and a couple decal graphic thingers. So you see him coming up with these spears. I'll do the same deal on the front, but I want to have some kind of action coming off the number. And you know, you would think flames or lightning bolts or something fast. I'm always trying to come up with creative problem solving with stuff that's around the shop. Trying to nail this really cool paint scheme. There's an old school painter's trick using a bunch of acetylene fumes. I got lots of acetylene laying around. I'm just gonna turn it on and see what happens. Fresh paint, tape, and masking paper, and then open the acetylene flame. What could possibly go wrong? Back in the day, before there was all this airbrush phenomenon in the paint schemes, sometimes a painter would just take the acetylene torch, use it on the paint job itself, literally put the actual smoke fumes on the paint scheme and then bury it in clear coat. Right now, this soot, if I touch it, it'll wipe right off, so I'm gonna spray some clear on it to trap it, and then you'll be able to touch it, and I'll be able to mask off the rest of the details I wanna do. That's really what it's about. I'm just gonna keep on putting on paint. I don't know where it's gonna go. We'll find out when I'm done. Today's the day. Kai is on his way in, and we're ready to start this bike. I'm really just thinking I'm gonna kind of goof on Kai with this whole thing. There was a whole parts stash I got from my friend Gary, and there was just so much potential on Gary's shelves, I wanted to see it on this bike. I put him on the bike, and it's on. This is a 70s style deal. I don't care if Kai doesn't like it. I like it. No chopper style bike is complete without the ultimate sissy bar. This is just a goof, right? So I'm just gonna take a piece of this rod. It's a little tube, I'm gonna fold it in half. Set that thing up with the cool cat eye lens, tail lamp, voila. I'm really feeling it now. I mean, standing back and looking at this thing, it just needs one more element. Final detail for the mountain holiday. Every motorcyclist needs one. Nothing says commitment like all the details. See what I'm talking about? Not everybody is hip to the trip. Just needs like 10-foot long forks. You're there.
Hey, Ian. How's it going?
Good, man. Got your bike just about ready to start.
Oh, man, check it out.
Did a little restyling.
Holy moly. Look at this thing. Fishtails and everything. This is terrific, man. I love this. This is great. When I walked in, I was really surprised at how the bike had changed. Yeah, he may have meant it as a joke, but I was digging it. I was loving it. Man, this is awesome.
The joke was on me. He walked in and loved it. I thought you were gonna hate it. I guess you're into it.
No, I love it. I love the fishtails. I love the sissy bar.
Well, I was thinking this was just a whole goof with these big fishtail pipes. He loved them, so I had to tell him that, hey, I actually built you a legit pair of drag pipes, something a little mellower. You know, well, I built this style out of the pipes that you had.
These are the ones you built?
Yes, and I wrapped them with the heat wrap.
The pipes that he made look beautiful. The whole look that he created with those pipes, I thought were perfect.
I set this whole thing up to be ready to run today, so I just pulled off all the parts I was mocking up, getting into my little visualization, put on Kai's proper exhaust. I know that all the electrical stuff's in order. I'm hooking up the battery, and now the big question, does Kai want to do it? Let's fire it up.
Let's fire it up just like that?
You ready to rock?
Primed and everything?
Yeah. Do you want to start this, or do you want me to? It's your call.
I'll start her up.
You're talking 20-some years, you know, since the last time, so there was no way I was going to let him do it.
I'm nervous.
Kai is all worked up. Remember, this engine was sitting in a corner of his garage for almost 20 years. He's been staring at it, and now he's looking at it, and it's in a motorcycle with everything hooked up. It's showtime.
This is like the moment of truth.
I saw us fire.
All right. And it actually started up, and that was hellacious. I loved it. That was the moment that I'd been waiting for, really, to see that motor working again and listen to it and hear it fire. And
hey, it worked.
Wow.
That was only the fourth kick.
I was totally stoked. I mean, this is what I've been waiting for, you know?
20 years. This is awesome.
Kai's all charged up. He's feeling confident, and I'm thinking, you know, I know machines. We got to get this thing warmed up. I'm ready to start tuning it, you know? I'm going to turn the timing a little bit and start to get it right, and then all hell breaks loose.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy, what do you got?
Nothing.
You got any rags or anything?
And all of a sudden, it's like, this whole thing just starts up in flames, you know?
I've lit stuff on fire plenty of times. Something, I'll grab a rag, you know, casually walk around the shop. I turn my head and it's a blazing inferno. This thing's been dumping fuel the whole time it's been running. I whip my shirt off, I'm trying to snuff it. No dice, this thing is hot.
I guess you don't have a fire extinguisher, huh?
I got 3 fire extinguishers right on the wall, and I'm like, I don't want to mess up his bike. I know what these things do, so I'm just hoping it'll go out. And that sucker is flaming. It's 7 feet tall. I gotta use the extinguisher. I puffed it lightly, you know, just a little pop, went right out. Sure thing. In the end, we didn't melt anything really. Some of the insulation on the wires got charred up. It's not the end of the world. We cleaned it up, put some more fuel to it,
kicked it over again. And it fired up again. It runs good. It's gonna be good to go.
I'm just glad you remembered you had a fire extinguisher. I was looking around all over the place.
No, I knew where they were, but I'm just like, I don't want to make a mess. It's only Kai's motorcycle. I don't want to dirty the floor.
Thanks a lot.
Kai wants a simple black bike. It's old as history itself. It's a classic look. You can't go wrong. I got these vintage flats paints. It's a semi-gloss black, single stage, simple to spray, and it looks great. It's hard to dispute the power of a nice black paint job. I'm spraying on this vintage flats on Kai's bike, and I'm starting to think other thoughts about my bike. I was getting carried away with the paint job, just trying it out. I was getting a little disco inferno, you know, just thinking about the flavor. And in the end, I decided I wanted something that was a little bit more fit for the wasteland. You know, just a little more post-apocalyptic, road warrior style bike, and flat black really added to that. The whole deal with this project was the transformation. You saw this kind of very upright police motorcycle, and I just took it all wrong and made it gnarly, a very aggressive machine. I knew what was inside of it, and I just let it out. Kai's bike turned out really cool. We got both bikes out here. They're running good. We're just testing them.
I love the way it looks. I just love the way it looks. It's old school. The general ride itself was exactly what I hoped for. You know, just smooth and has a lot of power. 15, 20 years, this has been in the works, basically. And so took it to Ian, and he got it done, and I'm stoked. Sounds great, man. I love it.
All in all, if I had to pick one, I'm going with the Sportster. It's a little too small for me, but it's just a way cool motorcycle. These Kawasaki's are kind of a dime a dozen. They're super awesome motorcycles, but the class factor, I gotta go with the Harley.
Well, Ian's bike, his Kawasaki, I mean, like I said, I didn't think in the beginning he was going to do anything with this thing. Ian, as usual, pulls a rabbit out of the hat, or whatever you want to call it, and I actually got to ride it too. I figured, why not? You know, give it a shot, and I was really pleasantly surprised. It's a cool little bike.
It's part of what I do here is to convert the unwary, the unknowing, the unguided. Just like I did with the trike, Kai came around, doing it the same thing with this Kawasaki. I was trying out these motorcycles just because they were presented. It's not really what I do. I'm ready to get back and build some crazy cool custom cars.
So what happened, Kai? You resorted to riding the Kawasaki?
I'm not Kai, I'm his twin brother.
So what are you doing right now?
I'm trying to get this thing started, but it won't start.
Maybe it heard you talking so much bad about it.
Probably.
Right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Roadside assistance. I should have bought a Harley.
You look good on that thing, dude.
Don't even publish that.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel takes on a wild 1970s boonie bug.
I've got this strange vehicle sitting around the shop. Victor comes in with these plans, and I've got the parts to make it happen.
I got a nursery on a major highway in Los Angeles. We need to build some kind of marketing vehicle that we could drive around.
But Ian's eccentric client isn't gonna make it easy.
And then I looked at it, I said, wait, I'm gonna be driving a box around with my sign on it.
I think anything could happen from this point on. It's gotta be a spectacle. There's no rules. I'm totally into this.
As the build progresses, Ian and Victor try to take the project to the next level.
I was thinking of, hey, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the fire on this guy. But Ian outthinks me.
If he wants to push it to the limit, okay, I will. My friend Victor is not the typical car guy. I've built more things for him than I can remember. Everything from custom cars to architectural elements. Nothing for him is ever stock. Victor comes in and he's all charged up. He's got this great idea. He wants to do another project, and it's a little different than what we've done before.
I know you don't use plans, but I even downloaded a set of plans. I want this thing just to be crazy. The other night I was thinking of a project that I need. I got a retail plant rental company. I need for my nursery to have like a little car spectacle, something like people would see like, what the heck is this thing?
If Victor wants a spectacle, he came to the right place. Yeah, I've seen pictures of this thing. I never knew what the heck it was called. So it's a little utility van, basically. I think the coolest factor about this whole build is it's like a 70s kit car, you know? And this is one of the things I've seen pictures of, but never seen one.
When I brought it to Ian, I knew he would make this thing work.
And they give you all the dimensions and the specs.
But remember, like everything we do, this means nothing. This means someone has built something like this, so ours cannot be like this.
I think we're gonna take these plans and funkify them. We're gonna go full disco. I think it's gonna be cool.
I don't know what can we use. I don't know what kind of foundation or what is this.
This bus that I have has already been shortened, so it just might work out perfect.
Cool, dude.
See, somebody already cut the whole thing in half. They shortened it.
That's perfect, man. Yeah, no, now I get what you're talking about.
This is a 1968 VW bus.
So, Ian, I got one question. What the heck were you thinking when you bought this thing? What were you gonna do with it?
Oh, this isn't mine. This is for another client. He's almost as eccentric as you. So, I mean, this looks like a crazy clown car, but we got plans. My friend Mark brought this down from Canada. He's got a project that I'm building for him, and I'm only using the external sheet metal. So we're using the leftover parts. I'm gonna use the shortened chassis and modify it, and I just think it's really cool that nothing goes to waste.
You're probably gonna have to lengthen it though, right?
I think so. This is too short. The main thing with this chassis is that it's all intact. I'll lengthen it and just come up with a couple dimensions on the body. You come back when I get this thing all chopped apart, and we'll go from there. Let's cut it apart and make it into something better. I think anything could happen from this point on. He's got a set starting point, but who knows where it's going. Well, I'm just gonna cut through and see where it goes. Thank you, that's enough. Go on. That. It's like slicing a loaf of bread. Same concept, only bigger. This isn't like a Beetle. This thing is heavy. It's obviously had the commercial vehicle in mind when they made this. It's some heavy metal. That must be why it was so hard to cut. You can tell this baby's got a lot of miles on it, but it's still ready for the road. It's our new flexible chassis design. It smooths out the bumps. This thing's ready to rock, baby. Fire it up. It's an old Volkswagen. I don't know what's going on. It rolls around, but it's easy to fix. That's the whole thing. The thing that's bugging me now is these snow tires. Picked out these tires and rims because they got that kind of old school look with the white letters. This is essential because, you know, you can start drawing your lines of what it's going to look like around the final tire diameter and width. So obviously it's looking like some kind of weird contraption. Put a little something on it. Get us in the direction we're going. This bus was driving around on snow tires and some weird worn out radials. So putting some kind of a custom rim and the low profile tires really adds to it. It's the
typical hot rod formula. You know, change the rim and tire combo and it's a whole different ride. That's way better. And then I'm gonna cut the chassis and stretch it, figure out the wheelbase. But it's a good first day. I'll get this thing set up, talk to Victor when he gets back here. I think first things first, I've been looking at these plans and just trying to come up with a starting point. The cool factor in this is that I'm actually building the body from scratch. It's a super simple design, but I haven't done this yet. And that's really the thing. Looking at the way this thing is constructed, it was built out of panels of foam and then fiberglassed. But my idea is to build a perimeter frame like a skeleton out of 1-inch square tube. It's gonna be way easier for me to just frame this thing out. It'll look kind of like a bird cage, and then I'll skin it with aluminum sheet. The whole idea with this frame is that I can really gauge three-dimensionally what the rake is on these tires, how this looks side to side. That way it looks centered on the chassis. Once I have the wheelbase established, it's all about the roof height, the overall length of the thing, and most importantly to me is the angle of the roof and the angle of the windshield. This tube will represent the roof height. See where we're at. See, that gives it a definite rake. First order of business was definitely the look of a chop top. So the idea of the tail end being way high and the nose being pushed down, it's just, you know, that's the look. It already looks like a spaceship. It's a total moon buggy. I think I'm going in the right direction. You know, some kind of sci-fi cartoon, extraterrestrial vehicle. It's got that funky disco vibe. Those are the parameters. I used the engine hoist in the back, so I'll be able to raise and lower the rear roof height without having all that clutter inside. If I was building something right to the plan, I would be measuring. I'm trying to use the plan as just a baseline model and then mutate it from there. This is like drawing in three-dimensional. You know, if you had a CAD program and took it back to the Stone Age, that's what this is. You're out in the desert, thinking about weird stuff, on a lunar landscape. You got the vehicle for it. So it's really not about measuring, it's just about checking it out. So I think the whole layout of this body looks great. I'm committing to this framework with the 1-inch square tube. The wheelbase has got to be lengthened, so I'm going to stretch out the chassis and to go forward from there. It's a unibody, so the whole body is a tube structure that supports itself, but as soon as you remove that other 3 sides of the tube, you only have the bottom leg, and it's just a springboard. So my idea is to just beef the whole thing up. Instead of a 1x3 rectangle tube, I'm gonna put a 4x4 square tube that's gonna go over both of these frame rails. It's gonna hide the mismatch in the dimensions, and it'll be super strong. Hey, look, Ma, no chassis flex. A real frame. Now the suspension works instead of the thing buckling in the center. The projects I've recently accomplished with Victor were like all out, just go for it. And he was on board, so I'm really just trying to do something that kind of makes him stutter a little. Make him rethink that crazy potential that I have to offer. If he wants to push it to the limit, okay, I will. This chassis is really coming along. The only thing I'm missing is the engine. My friend Larry's got a pretty hopped up dual carb VW engine. It's not just gonna be like a rolly cart, you know, it's a display. This thing's gonna pop wheelies, it's gonna do burnouts, it's gonna sound badass. Now that I got this thing pretty well along, I'm gonna go over to Victor's nursery and check out what's going on over there. I got a couple ideas that'll put this thing over the top. I don't really want to tell Victor what they are. I just want to see what he's gonna use it for. The whole deal here is there's a huge freeway adjacent to his property. So there's a gazillion amount of people that travel this corridor every day to and from work. The cool factor about Victor's setup here is he's always looking to get people to look, right? We built these crazy sculptures, oddball furniture, this wild dinosaur thing. What this car is gonna be, it follows suit with all those other projects. This is only 6 feet tall, and it's clear as day coming down the freeway. So if we get something more like that, maybe 8, 10 feet up.
8, 10 feet would be perfect.
Instead of just creating like another sore thumb type of scenario, I think I can make something really cool. All of Victor's work trucks are like high-end paint jobs, super nice stuff. He's a car guy. I think this vehicle should fall right in line with what he's got going on. Something a little more special than just your regular work truck with a sign on it, right? Spending a little time here, it's got my plan cemented. I gotta get back to the shop and make this thing happen. My whole idea with this project is to make the car look twice its size. I think the plan is to make the sides fold all the way up, and both walls will be signage. It'll be 10 feet tall, 6 feet, 7 feet long. I want the rear to hatch up, and I want both of the sides to hatch up. And I'm just gonna use this 6-foot piano hinge as the dimension for the side door. I'm thinking signs inside and out. That way, if you're driving around, it's obviously shut, showing off this cool paint job with a logo, but when you open up the doors, it's a giant billboard, straight up. That swings all the way up. And that becomes an area for a sign too. It's like a sign. Now I'm gonna build out these 2 walls that will swing out. The whole thing with this vehicle is like a triple threat, right? It's driving around, it's looking so cool. When it's parked, it's doing the same thing. And then the sides fold up and it still drives around. So it's a quadruple threat. It does 4 things really good. This should flip all the way open. Aha! Yeah, and it stands up, just like the back. So the thing that's distracting me is this is just a structure. This is all sheeted. The window's gonna be back here. So I'm gonna bend up some square tube, put in the window frame. I'm not making anything from other car parts. That's the typical formula. So it's really open for interpretation. Butt it right up against there. The reason I made it out of this square tube is because it's all the same material, but it's also a bit of bracing. I'm gonna tag off a leg to that rear corner, and that'll help keep this door squared up through the most severe terrain. The whole thing is that it looks like it's moving, you know? You see a dancer and they're doing their thing, you take a still photo of them, they look kind of weird, not like a typical person standing there. And that's exactly what this thing's supposed to look like. I'm just gonna kick this back to here, and that'll be a support piece. The aluminum's gonna need something in the center. I'm not sure how I'm gonna rigidize that yet. I'm really starting to dig this thing. So far, it's kind of my wish list. Wing-a-dings, open. And then it's like ultra green, just like right here. Whoosh. I know Victor's mode, and I'm hoping he doesn't come in here and switch up the bill. I really like where it's going, but knowing him, it could just take a whole new direction. Gonna be a roof rack up here, platform, so I want it to be strong. So I put in cross braces every foot. Everything that I'm doing with this is blank canvas for Victor. I'm thinking there's gonna be something on the roof. I'm making it strong, a little rack, support the doors, and whatever he puts on top. I think the last thing I need to do before I show it to Victor is create this roof rack frame. The whole deal with this roof structure is to be strong. Victor has a track record of pulling off some stuff, and I want to make sure this thing holds together. The whole deal with working with this square tube is that I have a bender for it, it's lightweight, and I can move quickly. This is just gonna be on little legs that'll hold it down. It's just a matter of, again, proportion. How tall should it be? This ring is just like a top surround that you could strap things off to should you need it. They'll have 10 stands with 2 little rails supporting it. And that's the story. Victor's on his way over, and I just want to show him one more thing as like first concept, and that's the front bumper. Reminds me of my days as a shepherd back in the Nam. Just gonna cut off these 2 ends, fuse them together.
Hey, Ian, what's up? When I first walked in, as usual, more was done than I expected. I love the way you angle that thing. I've been thinking and dreaming about this too since I left. I said, I want to put, kick the angle down. I didn't know it was going to be forward or backward, but you're reading my mind.
Instead of the doors like the plan showed, the whole wall's open like that, both of them.
That's
and then
amazing,
it says
yeah.
ultra green. So when you park it, that's a sign.
I was thinking of, hey, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the fire on this guy. I'm gonna have him make something raise up because I want my sign to show. And I come in and you raise up the door and my signs go there so the guy outthinks me.
This was exactly the response I was hoping for. He was really charged up about it, and that's why I needed to get this thing to a full frame skeleton. You got the whole concept, there's nothing to question. I got a dual carbed 1776 hot rod motor from my buddy. This rear opens too, so you can get in here and throw whatever you want. So this all comes up.
Yeah, no.
So this is how it looks. It's open. There's just 4 pillars.
And people could see it from farther away. But yeah, no, that came out crazy, yeah. Looking at it, everything flows right on. How's this gonna look with the windshield? Is this gonna be too squarish? We talked about a few things, changing a few things just around this a little. Change the window around, round off a couple corners. This maybe might have to kick forward a little.
Victor's like quality control. He picks out the sore spot and remedies it. So I'm all on board. He says curve the front end, and I agree with it.
Then it's a built-in little visor, and you got a visor already built in.
The main thing I got today was the go signal. Victor came up with a great recommendation on fixing the roof line in the front, and that's it. There was no other improvements. I'm gonna cut this pillar off and reposition it. It'll come back like this, and this will have a nice curve. It's identical to the roof rack. Use this 1/2x1, so I'll have the same side profile, but I'll be able to jive this up at an angle that will splice in there. And I may even take this and curve it, because this is gonna be like a curved panel, so it's like a little privacy shield, like blinders on a horse. It's pretty spacey. I think this is gonna work. This is actually gonna taper that thing in a little bit more, so it will have this little curved front to it, but this wall is going to curve in, and I think that works. It's gonna come right around the corner like that. No hard breaks in it. Working with Victor, he's got a great sense of style. This window detail is a perfect example of that. I wasn't seeing what he was, but I think Victor made a good call. You can see that this looks great. There's like a very smooth surface if you're looking at the light reflections, and that's what I'm gonna try to maintain through the whole thing. Up till now, this thing's been a skeleton, right? Just conceptual. I had a couple pieces of cardboard on it. Finally getting these aluminum panels in place, you see it. 3-dimensional thing. It's an object d'art. The whole concept here is simplicity. If I can just lay this on and it looks decent, we're done. I think this is gonna work. Close the door. It's not gonna shut all the way because I still gotta finish the bottom edges. But the whole idea is to get this thing looking like a space shuttle. It's very thin. I'm screwing it down, which is putting little pressure points all around each fastener. The idea of a mirror straight body finish is no warpage, right? So I'm trying to figure out how to keep this material under control. Once I got one door skin put on, I knew this material was gonna work. I had to figure that out. The biggest challenge was in the nose. There was a lot more bent panels up front than there were on the sides and rear. The steel's gonna be showing all through here, but 2 aluminum panels are gonna meet on these corners. So I gotta come up with a pretty clean design.
The nose of that is going to be created in one piece, and that's a series of a number of bends. It's going to come out of the windshield frame, turn down. It's 1 inch out, 1 inch down, 24 inches pitching forward, 8 inches down, and then 1 inch back. So this thing should snap into place once the sides are trimmed out. So now I can mark where it's gonna fit inside this upright. By bending one panel up, it just gives the nose a nice smooth look. Trying to minimize the amount of exposed seams, no lapped over joints. Then I'll just finish the edges out. I like everything about this. These look a little cheeky to me. Looks a little like The Godfather. That's the only problem I'm having with it. That round bumper and those little jowls. But all in all, this is what I was looking to build. Just in time for Halloween. It's gonna be great. I always got a bunch of stuff going on. A while back, I worked on this project with my friend Stone. He called me. He wants me to come by and help him set it up for a show he's got coming up.
My name is Stone, and I am a metal fabricator and sculptor, and I build big, ridiculous things for festivals.
The initial concept is a series of sculptures that Stone did. It's called the One-Eyed Monster.
You know, the original state of the One-Eyed Monster was these small little sculptures that I used to hand make out of steel, and they were just little sculptures that I just kept showing in galleries.
He says to me he wants to build the most gigantic one-eyed monster sculpture ever, a driving 30-foot tall sculpture.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I know Ian and I know myself, like if there's any kind of thought in our head and it was like, oh, that would be cool, literally the next morning we will be not drawing it out, we will start building it.
So this is below the decks of the One-Eyed Monster, where all the mechanics and engine maintenance guys hang out. This thing's a full mutant. It's a 28 Ford Model A frame that I put a Mercedes-Benz rear clip, independent rear suspension, with the engine and transmission, and then it has a Chevy truck front axle.
One of the biggest, craziest reactions that I get, besides what it is, I mean, it's obviously like, wow, what is that? That's weird. But when you tell them that it's an actual car, or you don't even tell them nothing, you just get up in it, you start it, and you start driving through a crowd, and they're like, what the, you know, and you're like, exactly.
All of Stone's sculptures are like a spherical body, and to make it proportional to what he wanted to do, we had to build like a 16 or 18-foot diameter sphere. It's all aluminum flat bar rolled on edge to create a series of like pie pieces that form this huge sphere.
Ian's part, like one of his big parts, is like more of the stuff that you don't really, I mean, you see it, but it's inside the car. And that's transferring all of the controls from, you know, a 4-foot range up to 14 feet in the air and actually make it functional.
You drive it kind of pirate ship style. It's this huge A-frame, you're 15 feet off the ground, so all the controls and the steering are upstairs. So we made 2 lenses for the eyeball in the same way I was doing the bubble tops and taillights on the other projects. For these, I just made a round oven. We used the same barbecue style thing and just blew these circular ones as to Stone's specs. You know, he knew what the diameter of the eyeball was gonna be, and we just made a ring and a backing plate and inflated them.
It is actually kind of complicated because it's colored, but it's translucent. You know, you don't want to paint something because during the day it might look great, right? But at night, that will not look that great 35 feet in the air. You need to light it from behind. So even though this looks like it's all painted, it's actually totally translucent, so any light will penetrate any of this paint. We created our eye socket out of like stuff that we just made here in the shop.
Putting this thing together is a lot of effort. It's a full day setup, but the real reward is the sun sets, you get up in the cab and you're cruising around. I mean, just that, it's a really cool vehicle. It's totally fun.
It's worked out perfect. It's exactly what it needs to be, and that's a spectacle of this crazy thing that no one else has ever seen.
He's got the 30-foot one-eyed monster car, and I helped build it. My whole mission with Stone was to help him realize his vision, and it's the same thing with Victor. I set up all the puzzle pieces for him to bring it all together and make his vision come to reality. I'm really happy with the way this van is shaping up. Last couple things to wrap up before Victor gets here is a few minor details. I set up these wheel arches and rocker panels all in steel. And the last thing is to just clearance them out so that it steers. I want a really tucked look on these tires, but I don't want them to rub. It hits the bump stop just as it hits the tire. So I'm gonna finish up the wheel arch with this 3/16 round rod. That's what these grooves in the rollers are for, different size wires. You just crank it through and it makes a perfect even curve. So that's pretty much the story. I'll just do that to each fender well. And instead of having this flimsy metal with a sharp edge, now you have a nice rigid thing with a radius in it. But enough of the work. I want to get into the fun stuff. I cut up a bunch of pieces of wood flooring. It's going to be a simple plywood floor and gas tank cover. The idea is this is removable, so all the mechanical stuff is easily accessed. You can get to everything. The thing about Victor is I know he's going to want to go wild on this thing. It just, you know, I've been around him long enough. I know when his brain is thinking. And giving it to him in this raw condition, I think will leave a lot open for opportunity. If it's up at his place and he's looking at it every afternoon when he comes back from work, I think it's gonna progress into a way more developed state than if he's coming here with requests. This is more than a simple art piece. It's more than a simple stage prop. It's an actual driving boonie bug. So it's gotta steer, it's gotta go, it's gotta stop. 5 years old, all over again. This is perfect. One more thing, let's put together a seat. So this is the stock driver's seat from the bus. And this base is just way too tall. This is gonna be more like a motorcycle seat where it's just a thin pad. You know, you're not hippieing out across the country with this thing. What this has done is give me one piece to fit up in the van instead of having a whole assemblage of tack welds and everything else. It's a bunch of square tube. I'm gonna spin it up into the shape of a seat and put some wood on it. That's what I'm thinking. Sort of like that. That's what I was talking about. Looks good, super strong, super simple. What do you think, Hellhound? You on board? Huh? What do you think? Look into my eyes. The whole idea with these wood inserts is they'll be easy to upholster. You'll see the metal frame, it'll be painted, and then these wooden pieces will just pop into place with foam and fabric on them. The idea is when you get in the vehicle, you can see it's pretty comfy. Somebody's a little shorter than me, their knee can be anywhere in here. There's headroom. It's actually pretty cozy. See, in this seat, it's exactly what I imagined. I'm really happy with it. I think it's a keeper. So my next order of business is to get the rest of these body skins at least, if not permanently installed, at least very mocked up so that it looks like a box, and then hook up the controls and drive it. Hey man, just finishing up the last bit of this stuff. Good to see you. I fleshed out the interior with wood, made a seat. All the controls are hooked up.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, and it looks like it's really comfortable too.
Yeah.
And it adds to the flow. There again, everything's flowing just the way I like it.
Victor came in and checked out the seat I made. Right on the money. He didn't have anything to say except yes. Now you can see the way I fit in it. There's headroom for me.
Yeah, no.
You're laying back and it's just enough. I got the steering all figured out. The clutch works. Brakes.
Yeah, that thing's gonna be a trip. It'll do wheelies, right? For a one-man operation, what this guy does, I come in every couple days and it's holy. This guy must not sleep because he did 3 weeks worth of work on this thing in a couple days. That bitching in front, I love that. Now, practicality. I mean, you know, we're gonna use this, go with the theme of the 70s, and we're gonna use like the shag carpet now. Maybe what are we doing? Maybe some kind of ice chest or some kind of maybe other seating or maybe fishbowl, who knows? I mean, what the hell?
This whole thing started as like a utility cart with some signage. And Victor is really excited about my design, and he's wanting to take it next level. Everybody's gonna look at it, man. I put it out in the parking lot just to see, and yeah, it's a total eye catcher. You know, it's one thing standing 5 feet away, but from the other end of the parking lot, it looks like a little space shuttle sitting there.
Well, that, and
Pretty
then
weird.
once we throw these crazy colors on here and these lines, I mean, we have to, I'm talking 70s, man. I'll get you some bell bottoms, and then we'll be back at it.
I'll just put 10 million screws in this thing, start it up, and I'll bring it over to your place. Probably be 2 days.
All right, let me know, and I'm ready for you. My boys are ready.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good one. Larry says the engine's a turnkey runner, so I just kind of did my little thing, made sure the carburetor linkage was free, the fuel pump was doing its job with the fuel, and just kind of checked the oil and made sure it was ready to rock. I'd like to take one moment to thank you, Mr. Larry. It's a great engine. But yeah, it's a turnkey motor, just like he said. Before delivery, Victor requested that I put a rear bumper on it. This thing is going to Victor's for all the finished bodywork and paint. He set up a punch list for me. He wanted a dashboard, a rear bumper with a trailer hitch, put an exhaust on it, and just finish up the paneling and headlights. And I guess he's got some kind of garden carts that they'll pull around with this, so he asked for a simple trailer hitch. Doesn't have to be super duty. I just set up that crossbar that hits the old, well, what you'd consider the frame. And the whole thing with this cage is I'm not welding the engine in. See, it's got little sleeves, so these are welded in, and then there's a bolt that holds the whole thing together. That looks perfect. Well, you might remember my friend Bill's famous scrap pile. So I found this chunk of steel. It just had a giant hole drilled in it that fit the trailer hitch. It's easier to cut this thing off, believe it or not, than to drill a new hole through this heavy material. It's like you're at the store, they have those little racks for the impulse buyers. Bill's whole backyard is like that for me. When I welded this big old plate on there, it looked terrible. The whole idea is making it look cool, right? Little weld, little plasma cut, it's a winner. Custom trailer hitch. Once I put the headlights in, you could see, you know, it had the face, it's a happy car. These are like early Volkswagen bus and bug headlights. That was the whole thing. It was a VW kit car. I just like Volkswagens. I could work on a million Thunderbirds and it's like, see ya. You know, everybody's got their thing. This is a hand-built, Volkswagen-powered toy car. I mean, it's beach buggy, and that's cool. That's what gives it the character, man. Look at that, that's a happy car. It's like, Victor loves the project in this stage of finish. It's a blank canvas to him. You know, I was really concerned with the actual fleshing out of it, the building, and now it's time to get down and finish it up. All the interior details and then the paint. In an emergency, you will be warned. This van is going to be sitting around outside year-round. It's not going to be garage kept, so the air filters are directly exposed. Need something to keep whatever water out of the carburetors. Came up with a simple design to cover the top. It looks kind of like a little race car wing. Shrouds the side of the engines. You know, if you're driving by sprinklers, for instance, it's not going to go down the engine and ruin it. I guess the whole thing about this is it's a handmade piece of art, you know? Everybody's gonna dig it. Little kids, old ladies. It just looks like a giant toy car. It's gonna get a ton of attention. It's gonna make people smile. Victor's got his guys going for it. I guess he's got the buggy painted and he wants me to come over and check it out. Just like any custom paint job, this thing's all taped off. I guess he's done a lot of line work and everything. I can't wait to see it. It looks like it's totally 70s style.
Remember I told you we're gonna do this big old marketing thing. As I looked, I said it's gonna be marketing tool, but it's still gotta be cool. I started looking at it and then I was thinking 70s. In the core, I went beyond of what I needed to do for being a nursery golf cart / marketing tool. I took it to the limit of what it was. Instead of being just a square box, I said, wait a minute. I need to throw some lines in here. It needs to sparkle. It needs to be cool. You know, everything we build gotta be one-off, one of a kind, and over the top.
You got 3 colors, silver, gold, green.
We're still gonna put a clear coat on it, and inside the clear coat, we could add shades of pearl or metallic.
Victor was talking about some kind of panel paint job, you know, something 70s inspired. So as we start peeling back the tape and the paper, he's obviously had somebody who knows what they're doing lay this thing out. It's a pretty intense graphic, and I'm digging it.
And I had my buddy, Bob Kozlik, an awesome pinstriper. He came in, I gave him some thoughts, and he ran wild on this thing.
The only thing I'm wondering is, paint looks so good with patterns, where's the sign gonna go?
Just like you do to me, I have you do something, you change it up on me, I'm doing the same to you.
We're just peeling tape, peeling back paper, looking at it, and we unwrap it, there's no signage. I thought we were making a custom sign, and all I see is these wild line graphics.
I was thinking about that, and I was waiting for you to ask. Remember, the doors open up and the sign is there, but I had a brainstorm where, you know, the buggies have this whip with a big old sign on it. So it's something that when you're driving, the sign's moving, and I could go up 5 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot.
This project started as an advertising scheme, and he's ended up with this crazy dune buggy van thing.
I still wanted a sign, but I needed the car or the vehicle or it to be cool. The it has this flag with my nursery ultra greens on it, and people are gonna go, what is it, you know?
Right, sure.
And I just say it's just a knit.
This thing is kind of an off-road vehicle at heart, and I think the idea of this flag banner thing is great. If you're out at the dunes, you're required to have a flag, and hey, it's representing the company. That's pretty cool.
Not only do they look to see the sign, they look to see this cool-looking vehicle and say, well, what is it? Well, it's a knit.
I don't know what Victor's talking about. I don't know what it is. This thing's a Boonie Bug for 2014. I'm totally on board with it. He's got a great idea for this sign. Now it's time to just do the finished details. So to wrap it up, it's typical process for Victor. He's got his interior guy, Lino. He's done all his projects. The guy's an ace, and I think he's gonna be the guy that takes the interior over the top.
Then I said, okay, this is natural. This is a golf cart. This is a nursery cart. We need indoor-outdoor carpeting. So I said, hey, Lino, can you put this as carpeting? And he goes, well, yeah, he can.
I think working with this AstroTurf might be new realms for Lino's career here. I guess Victor still is on the whole Ultra Greens kick. I mean, he wants this to be representing the business, so he's got like AstroTurf inside, still carrying the green metal flake theme inside with vinyl. All the elements are in place, and I can't wait to see what happens. From the onset, I knew we were building something with 4 wheels and an engine, and he just took it to the next level, typical Victor style.
We had no idea what this thing was gonna come out to be. It's beyond my expectations. It's not a show car. The little nursery car took it to the next level. This thing gonna be all dirty and in the mud.
He lucked out with this engine. This thing rips. Everything has held together great. It runs great. I almost wish I didn't have to give it up. I was really getting attached to this thing. Being able to drive it on its inaugural run was really cool. Performed perfect. I think Victor's gonna take this thing more places than the nursery. So in addition to the paint, Victor went all out on the interior. He's got custom vinyl interior, 2-tone, special seat, gold and green. He's got a custom steering wheel. They put AstroTurf inside instead of carpeting. I mean, this thing's looking good. It's buffed, polished, sign is on. This thing is a rockin', it's great. Our first idea was like some kind of a wagon with a billboard on it.
But you know what? I got signs everywhere, but the car itself is gonna make the statement. And we just added the signs on, and you could take them off.
It really shows that Victor's idea was a good call in the end. This thing holds its own just sitting there in the parking lot. It's got the same colors as his fleet, fits right in with all of Victor's work trucks.
The reason why me and Ian hit it off so good is he's creative, and we're just started.
If this was just a small project, then he's up in his game and he's looking to build something incredible. I can't wait to see what's next.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel transforms a 1923 C-Cab into a vintage-style tow truck.
It's Don's pile of parts.
It is absolutely a basket case. There's stuff from the 40s, there's stuff from the 30s, there's stuff from the 20s.
But Ian's client isn't your average car collector.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm a hoarder. Well, if I wasn't such a pack rat, I wouldn't have all this stuff.
You got your hoarder mentality, and then you got your artist mentality. And when they cross, you know, you come up with cool things like this.
As the build progresses, Ian attempts to take the tow truck to the next level.
There's nothing like the original stuff, and I like the challenge of putting them together in a convincing way. See you later.
Ian has his own ideas on how this is going to look. I'm a little concerned about it. I like things stock. I don't like them modified too much.
It's little steps like this that can convert a man like that to the creative process. Typical Don scene. He's got pallets of stuff, so I didn't know if we were looking left or right. He points to this one on the left, and it's a bunch of vintage tin work. Looks like it's an old Ford or something. The thing behind the pile of stuff is a C-Cab. It's a really early Ford truck. It's really old, and I think it's cool. So this thing is like 92, 95 years old,
Yes.
something like that? Wow. This thing doesn't even have rust, man.
The cab is basically really straight, no rust, has a lot of potential. As old as it is, it's in pretty darn good shape. I've got the frame for it, got some of the fenders.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this is what started this whole idea.
This whole thing started with Don finding this manual hand crank. It's a tow truck winch. It's dated like 1930 or something.
Well, that winch has been sitting in storage for 33, 34 years now. I always thought it'd be really cool to have a vintage tow truck, basically to move stuff around here on the compound. I don't have a boom for it, so maybe that's where your magic can come in, is putting this stuff together.
Don's missing everything mechanical. He's got a mechanical hand crank winch. He just needs everything else.
Oh, heck, that truck's missing a whole bunch of stuff. It doesn't have a motor, it doesn't have a transmission, it doesn't have a drive shaft, it doesn't have front and rear suspension. I mean, it doesn't have a steering column. It is absolutely a basket case of parts with a whole bunch of parts missing.
If we could find a rolling chassis, then it's like just mount this body on there and, you know, do it kind of hot rod style. Don and I have been working together for such a long time. He's thinking, hey, anything's possible. And it really is, because I know that Don's got the parts. Somewhere in this property, he has everything we need to make this happen. Don's got this 1-ton dually just sitting there. The way I see it is this is a huge upgrade from 1919. This is like 1969, you know, it's like way more developed. This truck is gonna drive like Henry Ford never imagined.
But I think it's a little bit, the cab's too small for this.
I think this could work, man. I don't see why not. I mean, if we have to cut that cab or do something to this frame, it doesn't matter back here, it's a utility bed. It's just that that nose of the cab is so narrow,
in the front, we might have to do something.
And the frame looks straight. It doesn't look like it's been tweaked or...
I think it's a good start, man. Get this cab out of the way and let's get it inside and lay it out.
Even though we got a bunch of cool pieces to work with, it's still just a pile of parts, a cab, and a chassis. As I see it, the task here is going to be getting all these pieces together and just making one unified truck. This is a big project, but I'm totally ready. Every project has some sort of impetus, the things that get you interested in building. This hand crank did it for me. I think if we build the whole truck to reflect this era, I think we come up with something really cool.
Look at that, just like a glove, Ian.
Yeah, I'm a little bit relieved now that we got that cab on that chassis. Ian was talking about we may have to have cut that thing, and I was really reluctant on cutting that. I'm the type of person, I like things simple, I like things stock, I don't like them modified too much.
Once we mocked this thing up, it became clear that this thing was going to be anything but a restoration. We've got parts from like 4 different decades, and there's a lot of space to fill. There's so many different parts here, it could go in a million different directions.
It's Don's pile of parts. We're gonna pull out each fender and clip it to the frame, see how it looks, and just kind of come up with a representation of what the truck's gonna be.
The main thing I need to build on the rear of the truck is the boom. That's the thing that holds the cable and the winch for towing. This whole thing is gonna be based on like a hook and pulley system. Don's showing me books with a bunch of different materials used.
You know, they have some really bizarre type apparatuses for towing.
Wow, look at that.
Isn't it really cool?
Let's just make a mock-up and we'll figure out how we're gonna build this thing.
Just trying to get some kind of a look, a feel of how tall the thing's gonna be, you know, what proportions. The easiest way was just to take a couple 2x4s.
Really, the look of it is, you know, it should be proportional to the cab height.
We just cut them to size, made a few triangular frames, and just kind of moved them around, saw what it looked like in relation to the height of the roof.
Well, when we first started mocking it up, it just didn't look right.
It just looks like it's got a little thing stuck on the back.
It does. Yeah, standing at this angle, it does. So Ian and I looked at each other and go, this isn't gonna get it. We need to come up with something else.
Like if we did use these 4 members and we went back to the winch.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
I like how the line comes down into the winch. It looks like it's one piece.
Yes.
Maybe we opened this up and created, you know, like that big crane shape.
The whole deal is how this truck looks as a whole. And then finally, after moving the pieces around, you just know when you hit the sweet spot. I think we should go with that.
I think this is it.
Now that we got this thing mocked up, I'm ready to move on, really get started on this truck. Once Don and I got the basic structure of the boom figured out, it's time to bring it to life.
I'm just building this perimeter frame around the base that's gonna be like a subframe that anchors that winch and also holds the uprights.
Got a whole bunch of this C-channel from Industrial Metal Supply.
It's 4" by 1.5. It's a 3/16 wall. I'm gonna build each side flat on the table, and I'll stand them up and then tilt them in and join them at the top.
This boom needs to be strong, but it's never gonna pick up really heavy stuff. Because it's a hand crank winch with a pulley, it's got a weight limit. The end result will be that this will be a great rig for Don to use around the yard, around the compound.
So the fit up here is pretty loose because I'm seeing like a big 1/4" plate coming out and making a nice gradual arc so that the hook is a little bit further out from the back of the truck.
Once I got the boom structure on the truck, it's all about tying in the hand crank.
I know I'm gonna have to build something off the front of this. I really like the idea of keeping this rustic old angle iron frame. It would be easy to just unbolt the winch and put it on something fresh, but the whole look of the truck is like old-fashioned. I'll just build a little discreet brace underneath to bolt it to, so it'll be just presenting. It'll be out in the open. And then I'll put a cross member under here that'll support the front of that. Even though we're basing this structure on what Don and I mocked up, I still am trying to bring some kind of a design element into it. The winch looks good there. The last thing for me to do is just mock up some kind of an end cap. All the tow trucks we're looking at seem to have this detail at the end where the cable came over and then had a pulley that kind of drooped down. So I'll make an oversized one of these cardboard deals. The big issue I'm having is this negative space with the plate on top. The fix may be to truss it out with some 3/16 flat bar on the outside of this whole thing. Like, come off of that plate and down, and then back, and then back. Once the structure of the boom was in place, I'm just thinking about designs that can crisscross this pattern. It's a pretty weird triangular shape, so I'm just laying out tape in random directions just to get an idea of how the space will be filled. I'm not really sold on this truss idea. I put in 3 cross pieces and felt like it was gonna work. I kept adding to it and it just got out of control. I wanted Don to come in and check it out, just see what he thought.
Wow. That's looking good, Ian.
I'm getting carried away, man.
Got the back hacked off. Yeah.
The problem I'm having is with this tape.
It's a little busy, isn't it?
Act as if that isn't there for now.
Okay. Ian had put a bunch of tape on the structure that we were doing.
The whole reason I was getting carried away with this tape was I had a couple pieces of flat bar, and I love the fact that if we used that big 1/4-inch plate you have and put it on the outside and create some kind of a truss structure over the top of this, so it's really dimensional.
I think on that strapping, it was just gonna be way too busy.
I think the way that I build things is just understanding that I don't know what's best. I'm just leaving it open to happen.
But I really like this shape, how it's taking.
I thought by turning the C channels backwards like that, showing them, it just made it look a little more old-fashioned.
I think you're right. And that's what we want to go with, the older look.
Well, again, with the trussing, maybe we leave it out. I thought it would be really cool to, make it very fancy. I was really trying to make something out of this boom. I was going for the Eiffel Tower, and Don just wanted something way simpler.
I think you nailed it like this. This will work absolutely great like this. I thought he might get a little too carried away on it. It's hard to keep up with Ian. He moves so fast, but I like it the way it is.
There's a ton of different design elements needed to bring this thing together. My process is to stay open to new ideas, and that's just how I work. I'm not sure Don's on the same page. I'm just gonna keep working through this, and Don's gonna go grab more parts. You can see here how this is spreading out so wide. So the wheel will fit inside here, perfect. The cable comes through into the wheel, bolt passes right through here, and the other wheel will be out here. But I'll clamp this in after I get this stuff welded up. The triangle shape of this boom was so irregular in the way that the main support beams came together, I felt that a top cap would just simplify the whole deal. Coming up with the design for this top cap, I thought it was just gonna have one pulley. But I realized that the look of it required 2. It seemed like the cable was going to be rubbing on the framework, so by putting 2 pulleys, it allowed it to come up over the top and then out of the back just a little more smoothly. Seeing the boom and the winch on the truck is awesome. It's really the start of what this vintage truck should look like. Don had this gas tank he was thinking about using. The tank Don showed me is just kind of generic. It looks like something that should be under the bed. This truck's got one lacking area between the bed and the cab, and I think building a custom gas tank is gonna set it off.
Ian has his own ideas on how this is going to look, and I have my own ideas too, so I'm a little concerned about it.
Move it. Go on. Sorry, Charlie. I've built a lot of different gas tanks over the years, but for this truck, I got a really cool idea for like an old school oval gas tank. Let's see what happens. From the start of my interest in metalworking, I was really trying to build stuff from scratch, you know, by myself. The reason I started using found objects is because there were curved shapes of metal that were way more accessible. So I could get into the actual building of larger components instead of focusing on these small details on curving metal. Back in the day, they were making some cool stuff out of very basic materials, so I built the thing the same way. It's kind of caveman technology, but it works. It's a stamped steel cap. There's a million ways to make a gas tank. This is one. You could just take the metal, tack weld it, roll it around. Instead of doing it that way, I got this slip roller from Woodward. I had been wishing for one of these for years. My plan is to make a full tube out of this sheet metal, smaller than this large radius, and probably right around this radius, hopefully. That way I can just kind of open it up, slide it into place around these two end caps, MIG weld it in place, and then TIG weld it so that it's sealed liquid tight. The next step is the inlet and the outlet. I put this little fitting on the bottom here, and I got this old gas tank. I'm gonna cut the filler neck off and put it on here. I wanted to make this tank and the brackets to hold it look like something you'd see on a vintage work truck. What I'm looking to accomplish here is match this radius with the mellow curve, and then I'm gonna pull it tight over a piece of pipe. That way I'll have more of an egg shape instead of a perfect circle. It just depends what you have to work with, but it was just easier to start from scratch because we had it custom built in proportion to this vehicle. That's what we got, dog.
Ian nailed it with that hand-built fuel tank. That is just so darn cool.
When he saw what I was building and how it was gonna add to the look of the truck, he was on board 100%.
It's interesting the way that ties in between the cab and the bed of the truck to have that space taken up by a fuel tank. It looks absolutely perfect and vintage for that vehicle too.
It's little steps like this that can convert a man like that to the creative process. It's a small victory in this grand war. We're getting in deep. We got mismatched sheet metal from all kinds of things.
I brought Ian another hodgepodge of stuff, sheet metal and old fenders that I want to utilize on this project. I'm not sure how he's going to make it work, but I'm sure he's going to make it work. Well, those fenders are looking slick, though. I have some old running boards over at the shop. I'll bring those over the next time I come on. Maybe we come over, maybe we can utilize them.
Yeah, because I think that's the whole mode with this truck is just all recycled stuff. It's like all the cool parts laying around, just pile them on and make a tow truck. He had 2 quarter panels from an old truck that he found. He had 2 Model A fenders left over from the rear of his hot rod. I think I could widen these fenders and make them fit on a dually rear end on this chassis. There's nothing like the original stuff, and I like the challenge of putting them together in a convincing way. So we got 3 pieces that don't belong together. My mission is to get it right. I'm gonna cut the whole lip off of this inside of the Model A fender. And I'm gonna cut the lip off of this truck bed. Join them together with the sheet metal flange and then position it on the truck. I think that's the easiest way. All right, right, so that is on. It's already starting to look more utilitarian. It's the whole thing with this truck, is it's gotta look like a work truck. For me, the most straightforward way through this is to just put in the giant panel first. I have a couple detail pieces where this fender detail comes into the bedside, front and rear, the rear being the more challenging one. But at least now there's a big structure holding it all together so I can mock up the bed on the chassis. What I just accomplished was just getting a preliminary setup on these dimensions. Don's parts pile is ever flowing. He brought in these old running boards, and who knows where they came from. There's a number of problems. Obviously, we're way short in our reach from the front to the rear. This fender is a similar year to this body. So what they would have is like this little apron, this little splash pan, and the running board would be at this height, which looks pretty cool, especially if you're jumping in and out of the vehicle. But that fender is much lower, which brings the running board way lower. This is where it's really at with this project, taking these mismatched parts and making the side profile of the truck one cohesive line. I gotta nail it. We're at this Truckin' for Kids truck show. We're at Irwindale Speedway, Irwindale, California. Trying to get some inspiration on how these guys are putting these rigs together. Don's truck is a bunch of mismatched parts, and it's really a work vehicle in essence. So coming out here to check out these working trucks that they put a lot of flair into, I just want to check out what's going on. I drive this. And the whole thing is there's so many different variations on the cab to trailer or whatever they're doing for working. You have all your standard cabs, but it's really the fenders and the running boards that make everything link up. Some of the trucks look pieced together, other ones just flow, and that's what I'm trying to do, make them flow. See how they rolled from the cab, they rolled right down into the running board with that diamond plate. And that's kind of what I'm gonna have to do with Don's, is create this curved rocker panel that comes all the way down from the door. This one's much more exaggerated, but that's the same challenge that I'm facing. This whole thing is really about working trucks. So there's a lot of new vehicles out here, but I knew they had a class with older rigs, and that's really what I came to check out, the old stuff. This is kind of the same era as Don's rear fenders, and you can see how they just swoop back so gracefully. I mean, these are the fenders I would put on the truck if we had them. I guess this truck most represents what I'm trying to accomplish. You know, we got these big, wide running boards that are totally functional, and you have a more curvy fender, and this one is obviously a factory part, and they join up perfectly. Coolest thing to see was all the different arrangements of the running boards and fenders. Each truck has its own unique combination depending on the ride height and the fenders used. This truck kind of mimics what Don's got going on. These fenders are just massive and they really tuck the tires in. It's a great look. Makes the whole truck look super low. The whole thing with coming out to this truck show was just to get inspired to finish. It's always a long haul, detailing and getting all the pieces fit up and finished. And really, this is like, you know, these are finished show trucks, and it just gives you a lot of inspiration. In order to get these fenders to fit, I had to get an old engine just as a placeholder and install the steering column. I used the steering column out of the '69 cab from the donor chassis. We could replace this '70s styled steering wheel with something more period correct later. So these are the fenders. I made a couple marks and set it up. I measured these fenders up front to rear. The clearances are cool. They're even, they're in place. I'm gonna tack them on. The next challenge is getting these running boards in place. They need a pretty heavy support structure that has to tie into the frame. I like these running boards. It's a really great running board. I'm not disputing that. My concern is the transition from the radius to the front fender detail. So I think I'm gonna end up building off of the running board instead of cutting it back. Yo!
Brought you some more material.
Don shows up with more random scraps. Here he is wheeling in some old diamond plate. Well, you're right on time, man.
Yeah, well, perfect.
Check out what I got.
Hey, those are looking slick. Yeah, it's so cool seeing this old stuff. It's been in stock up against that house for a long time.
Various states of pileage.
Well, if I wasn't such a pack rat, I wouldn't have all this stuff. Now, the wife thinks I'm out of my mind, but...
Well, she's not the only one.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, I'm a hoarder. Definitely, I collect stuff, I hoard stuff. I don't get rid of anything unless the wife has some say to it, but having Ian to be able to utilize most of this stuff has just been absolutely great. And it might work out for a parade, too.
Don's really happy with the progress on this truck. Still a lot more to do, but I think we're on the same page.
It sure worked out
So
good,
it's the
didn't it?
69 Chevy steering column. I just shortened it up. We started talking about the rear of the truck. What are you thinking about this rear bumper? Do you have any material or like any guesstimate of what you want to see here? Don said he's got a great bumper, and I think this diamond plate might be just what I need. Don had a ton of this good used diamond plate. We're trying to decide what the finishing elements of all this bodywork was going to be. And since he's got this stuff and it color matches most of the rest of the truck, I think we're going to use it. We're going to put a diamond plate step here, and the other side, there's going to be a diamond plate detail on the front bumper, and the whole rear of the truck is going to be diamond plate. So I just built a little bit of extension off of this bedside just to come out past the chassis. There's two tabs under here that'll bolt the bed on. As usual, different ideas are spinning around in my head as to how to tie in this diamond plate with the rest of the body. Trying to put some elements on the side to coincide with the curves of the fender. I want the radius to match the rear of the fender, so I'm using the fender as a guide. My whole process is always use cardboard to mock it up, because it really just helps you visualize it. You could have sketched it out if you had the time. Instead, I just took a piece of an old box and put it on there, and I think it's cool. This is my whole process, and you know what? It's fun. This is the part I enjoy, is figuring stuff out. It's like feeling out the look of the vehicle. Works for me. Lovely. Next, we will cut a simple square cap. There's gonna be a big trailer hitch set up in here that's incorporated with the bumper. I'm not gonna really know how that's gonna happen until I get the trailer hitch from Don. So I'm just gonna tack this rear panel on and take it back off when I need to work on it.
The pipe that I brought in for Ian for this bumper on the back of this tow truck actually came off one of my other trucks.
Don was telling me about this cool truck bumper he had, and he brings it over. It's just a steel pipe with a trailer hitch welded to it, and I think I can make it work. You got your hoarder mentality, and then you got your artist mentality, and when they cross, you know, you come up with cool things like this. That's what I'm talking about, being open to the nuance. You know, an idea becomes a reality through a few different steps, and this is just one example of that. Don wants two trailer hitches. He's got one trailer that's heavy duty, it needs to be a little taller, so I just cut a hole in the pipe and added one more. This back bumper was a real pleasure to see finished. I was very satisfied with it. There's a lot of pieces on this truck we still have to connect. We're moving into the eye of the storm. After coming back from the truck show, I started talking with Don about finishing this project as far as paint and bodywork. At first, we were gonna just leave this truck bare metal, but Don saw this Packard I painted. It was black cherry, and he thinks he wants this truck two-tone, black cherry and flat black. I replaced the diamond plate on the side of the bed with a flat sheet. That way the whole bed can be painted one color. I really like the steps on the back side of the bed. That was part of what I was thinking with this diamond plate structure. So bent over a couple pieces of diamond plate, formed them around, and just let them flow into the rear Model A fenders. This is a problem area, the way the fender sloped down. I wanted to connect it to the rear of the bed. Just gonna mimic that mirror image to the other side, the driver's side. Weld her up, put her on the road. We got a car to pick up. That'll hold her. Front running board's gonna be a bit of a challenge, but this diamond plate is here. It's used material, it matches the bed. Just gonna try to put a roll in it that will match the radius on that running board. Don really likes the old truck running board he had up front. So to make the diamond plate match, I'm gonna try to get away from this hard welded edge. I'm trying to make it look like this running board is about 20 inches longer, but it changes texture. There's gonna be a rubber element, I'm pretty sure like a tread pad up front where you get into the truck. But back here where it's all utility, I just want it to be super strong and have a radius that matches this front running board. The big missing piece in this whole equation is this area here. Once again, Don's got the parts. We found some side pans from a Model A. See the way it worked on the Model A. Came down below the running board, and then this angle came up into the fender. We run into the same issue with the running board in that it's short coming into the bed. To me, it's gonna be better to make this part. We're trying to tie in the fender, the running board, and the cab. It's just gonna look better if it's scratch built. First thing is to just pull this around. So it's about 90 degrees. See, the sheet metal brake makes a really hard angle. This makes a nice mellow angle. So that was like, you saw 2 seconds of pulling, but it stretched the metal into this really rigid compound curve. It's like a puffed shape. I'm all about trying to just find stuff and modify it so I can use it, but sometimes there's just no other alternative. And that's really where your craftsmanship comes from, is when you can just build from scratch. But the curve indexes just below the body and comes down to the running board. So now I gotta trim this top side to fit roughly, and then I'll measure out my flange to cover those holes, turn it back under like a hem edge, tack welder in. The 20 gauge sheet being super flimsy, you can see by putting these bends in it, it's very strong now, and that's cool. This side panel's gonna work. The real hard part is getting the running board to fit up with the front fender. So that's gonna be a pretty big deal to make that work, fabrication-wise. This truck coming together, we gotta get started on the engine work. Don says he's got a small block Chevy, but of course it's buried out in the yard somewhere, and we gotta go get it. Out here in Don's back 40, he's got stuff piled so deep, you have to call in the big crane to get it out. Don's treasure's down there. So instead of moving all these cars and everything, we're just gonna move the racks. Finally, we're out of the shop, you know? Get away from the truck for a minute. This is a really intense build because it's all business. This engine was looking pretty rough. Don's claiming that this is the buried treasure, and I'll tell you, it was buried. Take her up.
This engine that I've got is a good engine. It's a small block Chevy. I've probably had it about maybe 13, 14 years.
I tell you, Don, this is looking good, man. This is like new, old stock. This is a fresh engine. If ever I've seen fresh stuff, this is it. This is great. See you later. So to get out and swing around on the crane for a while, yeah, it helps clear the head.
I'm gonna clean this engine up a little bit, pull off all the unnecessary parts, and ship it back over to Ian, because I know he's got a lot of work to do on it.
We got a brand new transmission from Monster, and so it's really like 90% there. This piece is really subtle. It's a small part, but if I don't get it right, it's gonna be totally noticeable. I'm using the detail on the end of the fender, which is a rod shape, and I'm just gonna make a gradual S-curve down into the bottom of the running board and sheet it. You know, it doesn't belong that way, but at least it's gonna match. You know, you'd never see that anywhere else. You really don't grow unless you're, you know, challenged. You know, there's gotta be some pain there, like working out, you know? So even though I'm not able to go out and just do my funky dance, it's like a workout. This thing is just pushing my skills to make something happen. Yeah, to try to create this weird, it's almost like a horn, like a bullhorn, right? A section of that, like a steer horn. And to create that really tight curve in one piece of metal would require a huge amount of stretching. So I'm gonna shrink the two insides of each curve and they'll lap over. This is the side profile of the wheel arch going down into the fender. And that's why I chose this method to put it together, because at least it draws a flowing line. The whole idea here is the next piece is going to come off of this existing fender and just wrap right over it. So there'll be a seam about a ½ inch in. And that's why I just curled that edge pretty tight. I've come a long way with this truck, but to me it's all about the finishing details. If you can pull it off convincing, then it's a real winner. This rod, you see, comes straight through. It drops down and into the bottom of the running board. And this little flange here just is what it is. It disappears and goes right under. I'm really happy with this. It's one of the main issues I needed to make work, and I think it came out fine.
The way he molded it in and blended it in, I mean, it just looks like it came from the factory.
All right, to start off the front end, I thought the radiator and grill shell would be the best place, start front row and center. We're on to the more enjoyable part of it, which is accessorizing. Don had a couple sections of a Model A rear bumper, so I shot him an idea of using those on the front of this chassis. Our front end design has two side pieces of existing Model A bumpers, so we're ending up with a space in the middle to fill. So Don had these stakes from the garden. Don had these garden stakes. I don't know what he was thinking, but, and you know, I'm always open to nuance, but I don't know if this tent stake is really the right choice. Sometimes when stuff doesn't look right, it just leads you to a better idea. I think we're gonna have to come up with some kind of a center element that just stands on its own, and then it has these two little side flaps. The rear bumper's a big tube, so this obviously is gonna be a mismatch. It's a work truck, so a tube bumper's appropriate in the back. I'm thinking like some kind of a utility front bumper, like you'd see on a work truck, a fire truck or something. I'm gonna cut off the front section of the frame, and I have an idea of a way to make this work. I had this super old school toolbox. It's definitely period correct. So maybe I'm just gonna make a little tray that'll just hold the toolbox there. That's something a tow truck would have, you know? This toolbox came from the guy that taught me almost everything I initially learned with sheet metal work. I was working in roofing in New York City, making gutters, all kinds of decorative copper elements, and this was the dude's toolbox. It's legit. I like little details like this. It gives the project cool elements that have their own story. I got the headlights mounted on their stands, and it's cool too because it really does have a Model A feel. You know, looking at it from here, if you know the front fenders aren't Model A. But the grille, the placement of the headlights, the style of the headlights,
and the curved fenders and running board. It's looks a little bit more updated than your 1923 C cab. For the windshield frame, Don had this really neat oval tube. I don't know what it's from, but I think it'll serve our purpose perfectly. On this cab, I have pictures I took from the internet, and it looks like the windshield is about this tall, but it just sits up inside. It's the weirdest thing, because you can see the roof is way wider than the windshield. They were never intended to match. It was more like an air deflect, or it was a wind shield. Just shielded you from the wind, and that's where the term came from. Well, I'm gonna TIG weld all this because it's gonna make a nice little weld bead. Hopefully I won't have to sand or do any detail work to this. It'll just be a nice stainless steel TIG weld. Looks like an old truck. So Don is gonna get the paint and all the final details on this project together. It's almost wrapped. I can't wait to see it finished.
Ian nailed this thing. It's unbelievable. The stuff that I gave him to work with, he knocked it out of the park. I mean, look at that truck. It is just absolutely beautiful.
This one was really getting to me. The mismatch of parts was bothering me to no end.
There's stuff from the 40s, there's stuff from the 30s, there's stuff from the 20s, and then the drivetrain and frame is from the 60s.
The whole challenge here was using the parts that Don wanted. The hand crank was really the impetus behind the whole thing. The truck was styled around that era hand crank, so that's my favorite part of the rig, and really without it, it wouldn't have been this truck at all. It went from a pile of parts on a pallet to an operating tow truck.
Ian had built Patty this electric dune buggy that she can drive around the compound here. She drove it until the batteries were dead, and then we went and picked her up. We put a hook on it and towed it back for her.
The whole thing here was getting Don his fantasy truck. I'm charged up and Don is stoked. Don added all the final details to really finish out this project. The wooden bed and that giant old school hook really give it that vintage feel.
Working with Ian on this project really opened my mind to a lot of things, and this project came out killer. I mean, it came out way better than I expected it.
Don's totally into this truck. He's got a huge stash of projects, and the possibilities are endless.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, master metalman Ian Roussel transforms a 1948 Packard into a street cruising lead sled.
I want to build it and give it to my friend Tom.
Wow, I was blown away.
But Ian's goodwill comes with a price.
It's not a Merc, it's a Packard. And this roof line is bunk.
He got in deep with this project.
It's gonna get loud, man.
I think it's a lot deeper than he thought he was gonna get in with this project.
Yahoo! But for Ian, one Packard just isn't enough.
I go over to Don's, and he's got his Packard. He's all amped up. It's all Packards all the time. Get them done. It's like a duel to the finish.
Yeah!
A lead sled is an iconic American custom car. It's a traditional type of custom build. It started with the Mercs from 49 to 51, but you see people using the same formula on all different types of cars. That's the whole thing with a lead sled, is just trying to make your car an individual. I think that's really how it all started. So this is an evolving thing. I mean, it really happened in the 50s, but people are still trying new stuff today. I've been friends with Don for quite a while, working on various projects. I keep walking by this Packard, just looking at it, imagining its potential. I want to chop this thing and make it a lead sled for my friend Tom. I talked to Don about this car. I wasn't sure if he was attached to it or not. He couldn't get rid of it fast enough. He had no use for it.
It's been sitting here for 10 years at least, and it was a parts car, so it's all yours. It's amazing how you've taken the worst of the projects and done the best with them.
It's easy to make a good car look good.
It's the beat up ones are the challenge, aren't they?
I don't think this tire's gonna make it, man. We're gonna need the forklift.
Out of the blue, he calls me and says, hey, I've got something in mind for you. I was blown away. I've always wanted my own Ian Roussel designed car.
We've tried a few times, but really it's the financial aspect.
Being a father, being a husband, I have not always had the money.
Me being able to help him out with this is really cool. He's helped me out a bunch, so hey man, right back at you. I'm stoked. It's on, we're moving the car out. I've been looking at this thing sitting still for years. Finally, we're moving it. I get it out in the parking lot and it's like all wrong. I was so amped up to get this thing in the shop. It's like I had blinders on, you know? I was just looking at it for what I saw as potential. Once I got it in the shop, I realized there was just so much ugly, I didn't know how to handle it. I never really had the opportunity to stand back and look at it that much. It was always under that carport. Once we got it outside in the open, you could stand back and look at it, and I don't know, it really doesn't have a good line. I loved the way that the taillights in the rear section looked, but that's because it was in a carport and you couldn't stand back and look at it. In my opinion, the big sore spot in the whole car is the rear of the roof. The longer I looked at it, I really started second guessing myself. Like maybe this wasn't the car at all to start with. I've never dealt with a roof that has this ugly hump in the back. So I'm gonna take the whole skin right off of the top of the roof. I'm gonna come in right about here, and the roof attaches probably about that far above the drip rail, and I know I'm gonna shave the drip rails. So I'm gonna take this whole roof cap right off, kind of like this. You can see it's got this little shape that's stamped in it, and that's where it all went wrong, in my opinion. This was good, and then something grew out of the back of the car. I'm gonna cut it right at that line, because it's not gonna have that anymore. You can see it's almost like the engineers in the factory were setting it up for a chop. I'm just gonna start by chopping the heck out of it. No plan. I think it looks better already. The standard procedure in cutting any car's roof off is to brace up the interior. You don't want the thing to shift. You want it to stay just as it is so the door is shut properly. I'm just not doing any of that. I've done enough metal work, I've cut apart enough cars to know what I can get away with. I think I can get away with it. Cutting off the top was the right call. Now I just got to figure out the roof line. My friend Tom is a graphic artist. He's done a lot of work for me in the past with t-shirts and other designs. I took a side shot of the car with the roof on and sent it to Tom and just see what he comes up with. Maybe he's seeing something I'm not.
He sends it to me and it's pretty rough. I see where the car has potential and I try to bring it to life on the computer. When I had gotten to my final rendering of the Packard, I sent it to Ian and I didn't know how he was going to react.
Tom's fast. I get an email back the same day of this rendering, and it's pretty cool. He took the windshield and he raked it forward. I've never seen that done before. Typically, if you chop a top, you may rake the windshield back, but this one was so slanted back, he moved it forward and he put a nice slope in the rear of the roof line. Very cool design. Just standing the windshield up like that, it looked like garbage. It was ill-fitting, but Tom's design looks good. I just have to make my metalwork follow his idea. These two templates came off of a 59 Volkswagen and a 51 Henry J. So you can see that their windshield angles are even more upright than where I'm at now with this Packard window. You can see how the side rails are really projecting upwards. So I'm just trying to make it look a little bit more like a Merc or something that's a little more popular. As I tilted the windshield forward, it was causing the center of it to dip below the cowl, the skin of the body. But the main problem I'm facing is these curves are designed to have the glass at the factory angle. As I'm raising it forward, the glass is falling down. So you can see the huge difference. This is about where the factory glass sat, way back. Something about fixed metal shapes. When you put them in a place they're not supposed to be, it's just unforgiving. It's kind of a hurdle to make this windshield look right. I tried a couple different options. I took a couple shims and I shimmed it up, moved the windshield around to get it sit more vertically. For now, I'm just gonna let this sit here, build out all of the structures around the side windows, that way it has strength, and then later I'll bring up this bottom lip. Setting up a chop like this without any direction is kind of dicey, so I'm just trying to feel my way through it, and that's by leading off with this windshield and figuring the rest out. The window opening now, without the rubber, showing 16, so it's probably about a 15-inch window. So I think I'm just gonna take a third out of it. I'm gonna take a 5-inch chop. I think a mellow chop is considered about 3 inches. This is a tall, ugly car. I'm just trying to help it out. I'm going for 5. Crazy thing about this Packard is the A-pillars are almost parallel as they go up. They're always kind of triangle shaped. You know, they taper towards the top of the roof. This one was straight. Now we'll see how much the mismatch is. It's negligible. So it made the chop really easy. I have my sneaking suspicions that the Packard designers probably drew the car like this, and then it got changed. Restructuring this roof skin and the frames surrounding the doors, and that's the line of the car. This is what makes it. I want to take this arch out of the rear window. The same idea as removing that big bulge that's in the back of the roof. This is a pretty risky move. I'm really taking all of the strength out of the whole side of the roof line. But I want this look, so I'm making all these pie cuts in it. It's gonna stretch out the rear portion to make it more streamlined. This is really gonna define what the car looks like, setting up these door frame surrounds. It's also a structural part of the car. So I'm just trying to use what I have, make a couple splices, and just come up with a shape that I like. Here's my special envisioning tool. Ah yes, the cardboard envisioning tool. It's something that you don't see a lot, but everybody's got one. Just hold it up and look through. The whole idea with this envisioning tool is like blinders on a horse, right? You just see what you need to and carry on. My job is done here. This car is getting a full new paint job. So once I got the look of the roof established, I wanted it all to be one color. So instead of painting it, I'm just gonna take all the paint off. Aside from that front driver's side fender, everything else is pretty much intact. Big problem with this car is it's crashed. The whole front fender is creamed. Don says he's got one in his yard that's a replacement, and it just might make this thing a lot easier to finish. I'm really happy with the line of these two rails coming back from the A-pillar, and the big question mark is how the roof skin fits back on. I'm liking how the sides of the car are coming out, but I'm gotta get this roof skin on. Thinking maybe the original one will work, even though I don't want to use it. I think I'm just gonna put it on there and just check it out. Once I got it back on in place, it seems like it'll fit, but it's still got issues. You know, it was designed with this big bulge in the rear, and I'm trying to get away from that. Don came over to look at the car because I think he's kind of sitting there being a naysayer.
I don't see the envision that he does, you know? His creative mind is thinking, but my mind is not that creative. He got in deep with this project. I think it's a lot deeper than he thought he was going to get in with this project.
I'm really seeing the potential in this thing, but he's just not digging it. I got a couple tricks up my sleeve. I think it's going to convince him. I'm going to change the look once more. Ready?
You ready? Go for it.
This is the main part of what I don't like about the car is this weird bubble back. Help me bring this up onto the windshield and let's see how it's working there. That is freaking gangster,
nice
man.
Right there. He's changed the body lines on that top so much. It looks like a Merc. The way the top has cut it now and laid that window back, it's just looking way cool.
The thing really is just committing to a course of action. By splitting the roof and just refiguring it a little bit, all of a sudden the line appeared. You know, and that's really cool. Don was liking it, and I think we're on a good run.
So what do you think on this here? Just trim this back piece off here? Is this how this is going to work? And then
I think so. See the way it was all up in the air, even taller, but when you just lap it over, it really just relaxes. I'm telling you, the designers intended this car to be chopped.
They really did, didn't they?
They were thinking ahead, and I gotta thank them for that. It's making my work a lot easier.
That fits nice, because then basically what, just a panel from here to here?
Well, see, I'll lift this up, and that makes the job even easier. See? You don't have another back window, do you?
The Boneyard does have some treasures in it, that's for sure.
This fender's seen better days. If you got a replacement, I'll change it out.
I'm pretty sure I have a replacement fender.
Cool. Maybe I'll swing by your place and pick up the fender tomorrow or something.
Sounds like a plan.
Cool, man.
All right, back to work.
Yes, sir. The roof skin fits, but it's all about refining it. It wasn't designed to be in this orientation, so there's a bulge that needs to be fixed. The whole thing about it is just metal, you know, make a couple cuts, reposition it, and problem solved. It's pretty rad. I just cut it, put it in place, and, you know, a couple little pinches and clamps, and the thing fits great. I'm gonna take the whole rear portion of the roof and just tack weld it back in place. It's at a totally different angle, but it seems like it's flowing. It lines up pretty darn good. The main concern for me now is what's gonna happen in here. This last part of assembling the roof really is the line of the car. It's what I've been trying to improve on. And that's the issue. You got a flat spot. You got to work around that. And that's going to be a challenge. So it's important that I make this sheet metal flow. It's got to fit the car right. It's going to get loud, man. I like to work fast and loose. Bottom line. I had this idea, I've done it on a couple other things. I just use a pneumatic hammer. I just rattle it real quick, just in a circular pattern, crisscross. What it does is creates a dome. I'm right where I want to be. I got the roof line established. It's pretty much fit up, so you get a good visual representation just in time for Tom. Typical car story. I go over to Don's to get the fender, a replacement for mine, and he's got his Packard. He's all amped up.
Really, it's been sitting there for 10 years or better that I really wanted to do something with it.
The whole time I've known Don, this car was just a big shape under a tarp in his shop, so I knew there was something special under there, and finally pulling it out, it was quite the reveal.
It is a 1950 two-door Packard fastback, and from what I understand, it's slightly a rare car.
So, now that we've got some of the dust off, what exactly were you hoping to accomplish?
I would like to get it to go stop and go again.
Most of Don's projects just involve getting them mechanically sound and running them. He's all about the mechanics.
The car, all in all, is pretty much a stock car. I like to keep it that way. I lean towards that area anyway.
First off, it has no hood or fenders. It's somewhere else. So I hope Don's got all the parts.
Well, Ian, this is where the last of the treasures are hiding for this project. They've been here for eons, and you can see they're
all bleached out.
They are bleached out.
No. You wouldn't think they were for the same car. Don says the fenders are up there. They don't look like the right ones to me. They're a totally different color. I figure I'm just gonna climb up there and grab them. And then all heck breaks loose.
Oh, look at that. There's more trim under there, too.
A little bird nest and an egg.
Oh, there's wasp all over the place.
I disturbed somebody's home. They've been in residence a long time.
As he's passing the fender down, he disturbs the hornet's nest that's underneath the second fender. You didn't get stung, did you?
Nope.
Okay, because I'm highly allergic to those.
Yeah, I'll get out.
And Ian was pretty quick. Ian's a big guy, but he moved pretty darn quick up to that land sea container.
My cat-like reflexes allowed me to avoid utter failure. I totally got shocked, you know? You're just moving along, doing your thing, and then, like, you know, total adrenaline rush. Here they come. Wow! Somehow I ended up on top of the shipping container with a broom in my hand. It was like, just reaction.
Don't back up too far and fall off the other edge.
There's one there on the Mustang. I got him. Right now, it's self-defense. This is an angry swarm of insects coming after me, so I'm doing it pro golf style.
Whatever lives on the property, I let live on the property. I'm not into eradicating them. Oh, they're going to be really pissed now.
Don hops up on the rack and takes care of business, and that's fine by me.
I knocked the hornet's nest out of that fender for Ian. He was still a little reluctant to get back up there to get those.
I'll just hang out up here until the air clears.
You know, we needed the parts. We couldn't have Ian stung, so that was the end of the wasp nest.
Let's bring her on in. There's another one.
From cars to bee wrangling.
We got both fenders down in the shop, so it's like on to the next. Saving the paint's my priority. The fenders are a totally different color than we want. So my first assessment is I'm just gonna take some buffing compound and see what happens.
Ian got real resourceful. He brought in that 3M rubbing compound and squirted some on the fenders and just took a rag and started polishing it.
And I put it on there and it turned blue, like the rest of the car. I was surprised. It says it's Super Duty rubbing compound. You can see I'm rubbing. It's definitely doing some super duty. Pretty easy task, you know, I got Don all inspired, collected the parts, put them together, and I just get to rub out the paint job. That's an easy day on the job.
I've spent the time when I got the car to get all the parts required for it, too.
Packard just got a really unique kind of look. The grille is this strange little center chrome piece with these massive body panels surrounding it. So it's actually a pretty easy fit up because these fenders take up a huge amount of the car. There's like 4 main parts in the whole nose. Seeing the car all mocked up like this, it's just a cool, inspirational thing. I'm ready to put the engine in. Don had this engine from who knows where. Small block Chevy, most popular engine in the world, bottom line. I don't know the history about it, but he says it's a runner.
We got the motor stuck in it, and it fit.
With some cars, you know, say if you're putting a V8 in, say, a Ford Falcon or something, or a Vega, it's a real nightmare. This car's got tons of room, no real stress.
In a short amount of time, I'm really impressed how much work got done on this car.
This is really rudimentary custom work. Any kind of custom car, you go through this stuff. I've done it a million times. So Don's gonna finish up the rest of this engine installation. Tom's coming by, so I'm gonna get back on that Packard and get back to work. Uh-oh, there goes the neighborhood. What's up, man?
Wow.
Got a car.
This is the Packard, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't like that 4 days ago, remember?
So being excited about seeing this Packard underway, I gave Ian a call and I said, hey, I gotta come down. I gotta take a look at this thing. Being that I barely sent the artwork to Ian just a matter of days ago, I'm blown away at how much he's accomplished.
I think Tom's really stoked. The roofline matches his drawing, I mean, almost to the T. So, I mean, what do you think?
I dig it. It almost makes you wonder why it wasn't built this way to begin with.
You know, that's one thing I've been saying all along.
It's very cool to see another artist take my artwork and make it even better.
And just putting it on the ground and chopping the top, he loves it.
Now that I see it here in person, I like it as a four-door.
Do you like my lowering kit so far?
What'd you do?
Well, I lowered it, right? Isn't that how you do it?
Yeah, you just took the wheels off?
That's about it.
That's one way to get it down.
Yeah. So it won't be this low, obviously. I'll have to figure out what to do with the springs. I'm thinking about just torching the springs and putting some blocks on the back.
Yeah.
So we'll see. If this thing runs, then you're kind of ready to go. We'll make the brakes work and hopefully it starts up. Don has been pretty good about that. He's pretty mechanically minded and he says it runs. He had it running a few years ago, so.
Okay, good. Be the coolest family on the boulevard, I tell you what.
He really wanted a big old chop top lead sled. He's got it. I stopped on these roof panels. My next step is to throw them on the English wheel and get these guys tacked in. I got a way of doing things by myself, but hey, there's another body in the room. Get to work.
To be able to work with Ian today is a real special treat.
This is a really complex thing, creating a big roof for a chop top car. The whole thing is establishing this nice roof line. I want to minimize the amount of body filler in the end. So it's really just like push it, hold it into position, and tack weld it so it stays. You know, it's the stuff you read about in magazines. So I stuck them in the car and had them hold up the sheet metal. I would have to come up with a bunch of weird contraptions to hold it in place. Here he is doing it. He was pretty excited.
Ian, in my opinion, is today's Ed Roth. Ed Roth was a wild customizer who was very innovative. Ian is just carrying that torch.
What this thing does is it sucks the metal together, so it will create a little more of a dome.
Ian likes to think outside the box, doesn't care about what anybody else thinks, and builds what he wants.
So this is gonna crown it out a little bit more as well as take away all those hammer marks. I'm really not that familiar with an English wheel. I've only used it a couple times. Eastwood had this really simple, portable one, and it worked out pretty darn good. Pretty good. Yeah. Getting the sheet metal tacked in place, that's it. That's the car. The line of it's established. It's just a matter of finish work. If you like it, here we go. I'll put it all together and on to the next.
It's a killer chop.
We got the chop top nailed. It looks great. There's still a lot more. One of the defining factors on getting this project was that Don says it's mechanically sound, you know, it's a runner. I gotta get some electricity and some fuel to this and be sure that it's gonna go down the road. This car is ancient. It looks like an Egyptian tomb under the hood, man. Well, it gets spark. Something happened. That's a good sign. So I'm pretty surprised that this thing fired up like it did. It purrs. It's an old engine, but it runs great. We gotta pick up the dust somehow. So this roof is bondoed out for 3 full days. I got just a little over 2 gallons of Bondo on it. So I had to make the whole thing flow into one nice dome. And I think I did that. It looks pretty good. So the last part of the equation is these door frames. This is the trickiest part of the whole deal. And to sum it up is if people can't figure out where you cut it, then you succeed. Just building stuff that you haven't done before, it's just the adventure of it, you know? It's like I want to come out successful in everything I'm doing, but also the spice of it is getting that agitation of not knowing. I was so bummed out when I started this project. I can't put in words how disappointed I was at the selection I had made. But I think this thing's gonna be all right. All the body fillers set. Eastwood gave me this urethane high build primer, and I'm just gonna coat the whole car with it. 3 heavy coats, because it's a filler primer, and then I can come back and block sand it. This is the first time you really get to see what the car looks like. It's all blotchy, you know, Bondo spots, metal spots, different tones. So having it all in one color is gonna be really cool. Once I get this thing all one color, a good primer coat on it, you're really gonna see what the car looks like. And that's really what I've been looking forward to. This chop top is what makes the car. It's looking good. It's like a one-piece, one-color car now, but I gotta see it at ride height. One of the things from the start was how tall this car was, how high it was off the street. I'm looking to get a 4-inch drop out of it, easy. Everything is rusted, stuck, typical scene. Hate this part of the job. In case you're wondering how my nose got so rearranged, doing exactly this. No joke. The coil spring shot out of the car, hit me in the face. That's a big piece of metal that hit you in the face, huh? This is the old school lowering technique. Before there was all these fancy kits and airbags and yada, 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 you would cut the springs or you would heat them with a torch. Those were the options. So I'm doing it just like they would have done it back in the day. So I started off by cutting just about 2 coils off, a little bit more. It's hard to say exactly what the drop's gonna be until it's installed back in the car, because the spring rate changes, you really can't calculate it. So I'm just gonna cut both springs to match and set them in the car until it looks the way I think it should. That's what I'm talking about. It makes all the difference. It's a pretty serious family car, that's for sure. Makes me want to have a couple kids. Even though I'm on the home stretch with Tom's Packard, Don's got his Packard. He's all fired up, trying to get that finished too. So for me, right now, it's all Packards all the time. Get them done. It's like a duel to the finish.
We're getting ready to put the coolant in it and fire it up, so I'm getting pretty excited. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to be a running vehicle. Well, should we give her a try?
It's your baby, man. Looks like it's all there.
Okay, let's see what happens. It's not getting any spark.
Oh wait, it just fell out.
Ian had noticed that the hot lead going to the coil wasn't connected all the way.
Try it again, man. I'm not willing to.
You're not willing to throw them
accept
tell
that.
you, huh?
I just said 3 prayers.
3 prayers. Okay, let's.
Thank God that car wasn't up to operating temperature. There was a plug for the heater hose that was on the intake manifold. The clamp was not tight.
Yeah.
We know one thing, the water pump's working real good.
Wow.
Wow.
I'd say it runs.
It was a simple fix. Put the clamp on it, put more coolant in it, fire it up, change the t-shirt, wash the coolant off. Well, are we ready to try it again?
Yeah, I'm gonna stand over here.
You chicken. Sounds pretty good.
Well, let's put it on the ground, man. I think she's ready.
Ian was excited about pulling it out of the shop, cleaning up the mess, getting all the dirt off of it.
I like old cars. I see potential in everything. It makes me want to do something really cool.
The car's been sitting for so long, to see it with a motor in it, the front end on, it running, getting the hubcaps on it. I mean, this thing is, it's there. I mean, it's ready to go. Looking at that other one really, really inspired me to get this one going.
And that's really the basis for the whole thing that I do, you know? So to see Don get charged up on the Packard that I'm doing, he's like, hey man, I got a Packard too. This thing says like stock car from the 50s. It's got that look. Maybe racing at Daytona Beach in the sand, something like that. It's a pretty good look. I'm excited to get back, finish the Packard I'm working on. There's a couple things left to attend to, and then that sucker's finished too. The last parts of every car build are really tedious, so I'm looking for some inspiration. I'm always trying to find something that's gonna take my mind off the tediousness of the finishing details. So making these taillight lenses was a perfect little diversion. This is my super improvised plastic heating device. I went on this whole bubble top adventure with my friend Victor, and I learned a lot about heating and forming plastic. Victor and I wanted to make a bubble top car, so we went about it in a way that would create this enormous plastic shape. So this is a miniature version of that. I just took this piece of a barbecue grill, put some foil on it, and then I have a propane heater. I'm gonna heat up the plastic and form it into a couple taillight lenses. I did a lot of experimenting with Victor on the bubble top, and I found out that 300 degrees is when the plexiglass starts to become formable. They make spaceships and stuff out of this, and here I am with a piece of the old refrigerator and a propane grill. My whole idea is getting this plastic really preheated well. That way it has time to go into the clamp before cooling back off. I took this piece of aluminum and put it in the roller to match the arc on this. It's just like the bubble top. It's got an air source with a base plate and some holes to let the air come through. And then there's a clamping ring that's gonna hold the plastic down to the base plate. Warm it up with the clamps and then inflate the lens through that retaining ring. Portacool sent over one of their huge shop fans to keep the temperature in this place under control. I was also able to use it to cool down the plastic lens. If it stays molten for too long, it could change shape. It's the same idea as the bubble tops, just way smaller. This thing's pretty much wrapped. I'm excited to see Tom's reaction when he sees it. There's a lot of work getting the car to a finished state. I really busted it out. I can't wait for Tom to see it, so I'm really excited for him to check it out. It's like his idea come to life. We're ready, man.
Oh,
check it out.
Oh, man. You're kidding, right?
The real deal.
Wow. Ian, man, that is one gorgeous machine. Look at that. When I first walked in and saw the Packard, I was blown away. It's amazing looking. It's actually a lot cooler than I could imagine.
The thing about when Tom walked in, the last time he saw the car, it was a shambles. I mean, there was just loose ends everywhere.
This is a perfect color for it. Holy smokes.
Yeah, you gotta see it in the sun. It pops pretty cool. I got this black cherry paint that complements it beautifully.
First thing I noticed when I walked in is the amount of time and work that went into it. There's a lot of customizing there.
All Tom's drawings were side views, so for him to look at it and see the angle of the A, B, and C pillars, it really meant a lot to him. I made these two taillights. It didn't have any taillights. Just kind of fresh.
Those?
Yeah, I blew them out of plastic, kind of like mini bubble tops.
No, man, you're kidding. Those are...
Remember, it didn't have any lenses.
Ian tells me that he custom made these things himself, and I'm just shocked again. It's like, what can't this guy do?
The fact that this thing is a good stock runner really helps out in the end because he can enjoy it. He doesn't need to do all this other modifications. It's a complete factory stock Packard with a pretty nice chop top.
When I first sat inside the Packard, man, I couldn't help but feel, man, this is cool. I'm ready to cruise, man. And I am one cool dude because I'm cruising this thing. You want to go cruise? Hey, me and Shop Hound are cruising, man.
This was a very emotional experience. We took that car out of the carport and I was angry. I was just thinking we were going in a bad direction. I pulled through, you know? I was really thinking about quitting a lot of times. Tom's drawings helped me, and then finally seeing the metal change shape is kind of what led me to doing the finish work right.
There's one thing I've noticed about Ian. When it comes to customizing a car, is he's driven. He has something in mind, he sets a goal, and he goes for it. When we're thinking about where's the coffee, he's thinking about what do I have to do next to this car? What do I want to do next to this car? And he goes for it.
The whole deal with this is I was trying to help Tom out. He's done a ton of work for me. The least I could do is return the favor. So to really push my limits as far as the fabrication and finish work, it's just something to say thanks to Tom.
It's really indescribable. I can't talk about how grateful I am because there's no words to express it. I mean, other than getting in there and cruising down the boulevard with a big grin on my face, there's no real way to express how just excited I am. It's a cool car and I cannot wait to show it off.
This project is a great example of what I've been doing with my career. Just trying to be creative and push something further is what I'm all about. Just trying to discover new ideas. Keep the people happy, give them what they want, on to the next.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel returns to an old client.
My friend Bill always has some kind of project going on. We've done a couple heavy builds in the past. The first one was a beat-up old four-door that I chopped a few inches and converted it to a two-door. Then we took an old 1948 International cab and put it on a modern roll-off chassis. Bill uses it as a work truck. That's the thing with his vehicles. They have to be super functional.
But now Ian takes on two projects at the same time.
I've always loved these Falcons. This is one of my favorites.
Bill's priority is getting this set up, but I'm really thinking about that van. That's a Falcon too? Why is it sitting here, Bill? You're not telling me why. There's gotta be something wrong with it.
But when the two Falcons leave the nest, plans fly out the window.
Well, always when you get Ian, you get surprises.
I got a bunch of concepts. I've never done anything like this before, so I just gotta make it happen.
And when things go wrong, Ian has to dig himself out.
The Falcon van, which I thought was gonna be the simple one, turns into a freaking mudslinging fest.
I love watching Ian work. He is a master at his craft. He has two of my vehicles, so we're getting a double whammy here.
I convinced Bill that I could pull this off. All I have to do is prove it. I'm up here at my friend Bill's property today. He says he's got a couple Ford Falcon projects and he wants me to check them out.
Over the years, I've probably had 25, 30 of these things that I would drag home. Some needed things, some I just flipped, some I just fell in love with and had to have.
Falcon?
Yeah, that is not the one that I want to talk to you about, but that belongs to a friend that works here and he's building it, but...
Yeah, it looks like a good start.
Yeah, he's doing well on that. Ian looked at this nice little 62 Ranchero that's darn straight and said, really? We're gonna work on that car?
So let me guess, the project you have planned isn't in nearly this good a condition. Surprise, surprise.
That's why you're
okay,
here.
All right, nice. Apparently, Bill has got that collector problem. He's got a bunch of cars, he needs to move them, he wants to improve on them. Coming up and checking out this yellow Falcon, this is what I'm familiar with. Bill's got cars all over his property. I think he stashes them to hide them from his wife, because some are in boxes, some are up on the hill. This yellow one is a total basket case. It's really rough.
That's not it.
Oh, there's a rougher one.
No. Actually, it's not bad. This one's real rough.
How many more of these do you have?
Just have this one in here. That beauty is inside here, Ian.
Oh, right on.
See?
That's my kind of starting point.
Yeah.
This is not anything like the other projects we've started.
Ian looked at it and went, man, this thing is nice. And I was just looking at the tailgate.
What, was it crashed or something?
No, it's the body's actually straight on it. There's not any rust.
This car is a time capsule. It's a total survivor. It's been sitting for almost 10 years, and it looks great. It looks like somebody just closed the doors, put it in that container, and walked away.
I had it for many, many years and drove it. It was my daily driver, and I gave the Falcon to my youngest boy.
Son got it, cruised it around, lowered it, the whole teenage experience. Basically, the car's dead in the water.
He took it to college, and he managed to ruin the suspension, cut the coils. It scrapes, it hits, it has no ride. It's still a good car. It just needs a little help.
This car's in great shape. I think you're stepping your game up, sir.
Yeah, it's pretty straight.
Yeah. Both Bill and I agreed the Ranchero doesn't need any body modifications. It's all about the suspension and the handling of this thing. The big problem with this car is that somebody lowered it poorly. Bill's idea is to kind of rehab it, make it good again.
I have a lot of parts on the property for the Ranchero. I'm hoping that Ian can use them to get the Ranchero back on the road.
Bill's talking about spicing up this Falcon pickup truck thing, and I see a Falcon van. That's a Falcon too?
That is a Falcon.
What year is this?
This is a 1962, as I recall.
That's what I'm talking about. I guess it's an early 60s Ford Falcon window van. It's a short wheelbase. Looks like it was maybe from a utility company or something. It's bare bones inside, but it's a pretty cool looking ride. I'm really thinking about that van. But Bill's priority is getting this truck set up. Well, I'm gonna go back to the shop. You put this on your truck and bring it down, and I don't want to see that yellow one showing up instead. This car is the one we're
I
working
can't do
on.
a switcher on you?
Yeah, right, yeah, you show me this one, and then all of a sudden that yellow thing pulls into the lot. Well, I got this car over here and just did my assessment. I told Bill he's got to come by. If this engine will start, then we're going in a different direction than what he had previously thought.
Wow. Last time I saw this Falcon, it was black. Ian went right into it, of course.
I've been busy. How are you?
It changed color.
Yeah. My main concern with this is that it had been painted so many times. I wanted to see what was going on under this weird black paint job. I DA sanded the whole thing with 80 grit just to see what was going on. And yeah, the car's got a couple paint jobs on it and it's got some repairs, but all in all, it's in great shape.
We wanted to start the Ranchero, and I knew it would start, and it did. And it always was reliable and ran perfect and needs to be tuned up.
So Bill came down to the shop, and I really just wanted to hash out what the plan was. I got a couple good ideas, and I want to talk it through. I think if you made any investment in this, it would be to just upgrade the whole suspension. I mean, that's your complaint, right?
They never handled well. So what's your, where
I've
do we go?
been looking online, and it seems like the hot ticket is like a full suspension kit upgrade. My plan of making this car handle way better than stock just led to a bunch of research. Looking around, I find this company, TCI, and they make a kit that just might work for this. There's a Mustang 2 front end. It's a front clip, has power rack and pinion steering, adjustable coilover suspension. So what it does is it turns this into like a pro street, pro touring car.
Well, always when you get Ian, you get surprises. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Is that really a lot of work?
From looking at what they have, it's almost a bolt-in. Bill really likes this car, and I know that he's looking to get the sure thing. You know, I got a couple crazy ideas, and all I gotta do is convince Bill to go for it.
You know, I've had a lot of experience with Ian. I love everything he's done for me. He's never steered me down the wrong road. It's just writing them checks is a little tough.
So I think if we just set it up proper, put a great set of wheels and tires on it, it'll be like a new driver car. You can drive it everywhere just like you used to.
Yeah, I love it.
I convinced Bill that I could pull this off. You know, all I have to do is prove it. I got a bunch of concepts. I've never done anything like this before, so I just got to make it happen. First order of business was to remove all the old suspension and cut out the strut towers to make room. The whole thing with this project is all the suspension's getting updated, so I'm just looking to get it out of the way. This is really exciting to me because it's going in a whole new direction. I want to get all these parts and put them together and see how it works. I sanded it all down, cleaned it up, and now it's ready for the kit. It was messy. I used the torch, the plasma cutter, the Sawzall. My job is done here. I got all the TCI parts in, and it's like Christmas morning. It's boxes and wrappers and laying out all the stuff. This stuff is totally pro race car looking suspension components. You got disc brakes, lowered spindles, adjustable coilover shocks, the whole 9 yards. The first order of business is to get this front suspension in place. There's a series of bolt holes and guides that you use to locate this, so there's really no measuring. It's pretty straight ahead. Just reinforce these chassis components and then go in with the cross member. The whole thing that's going on here is these plates are boxing over the existing chassis, and it's gonna make it super strong. The cool factor in all of this is a proven design, and I know the car is gonna be way better for it. The TCI kit is made for a Falcon car. The Ranchero is like a truck, so I know the rear suspension area is gonna be some issue, but the front should just bolt right in. So the cross member that holds everything just slides into place, and you just follow through with it. Tack that together, onto the next. Having the cross member installed, the next step is the upper shock mounts. They locate with a little index mark. You square them up, weld them on. After that, the front sway bar mounts go in, and it's just a simple measure and weld. I'm used to working with old junk that I have to make fit. This is all brand new and fits perfectly. The most challenging part of this is the welding and setup. Every other component just bolts right into place.
So this is the lower control arm. This is for the driver's side, and that's what goes in first.
These mount the sway bar, which is those tabs I just put in. And let's do the passenger side. Everybody who has an old car wants it to drive better, add more power, right? That's hot rodding, and this is the same formula, 21st century style. The whole thing about the TCI suspension is it's completely custom. They call it a Mustang 2, but every part is custom. The coilover suspension ride height is adjustable with this dial here. Vented and drilled brake rotors. Of course, a power rack and pinion steering.
Almost too easy. I need something challenging after this project.
So the rack needs to be centered, alignment needs to be established, all that good stuff. What I'm doing is just assembling it enough to get it on the floor, and it's gonna go to the professional. I have other issues to contend with in the rear. There's a couple unknowns for this whole rear suspension. TCI sent over a whole bunch of different components from 2 different kits, so I have to figure out what to use and how to modify them. Knowing Bill, there's been a bunch of different upgrades to this car, and that adds to the big question mark. You know, the axle may be different, transmission, who knows what's gone on under there. So here's the deal, here's where they went wrong. Lowering blocks are okay, but not hollow lowering blocks. It's no wonder this car handled terribly. Aha. So, there's your lowering block. There's a bunch of stuff holding this rear suspension on. The bottom line is just take it all out. Drop the axle, pull out the leaf springs, strip it down. Only one more to go. That is stuck. What happened is the bolt has rusted to the collar inside the rubber. So see, I'm getting flex, but it's locked in place. This is really bringing it home for me. This is the type of stuff I typically deal with on a project. The whole front side of this car just got me spoiled. But, you know, I got my ways. I got that thing eventually, but it took a while. I know this kit's gonna need some type of modifications. I'm just gonna start off by checking out the rear axle and all the brackets that fasten to it. Right off the bat, I can see that the Ranchero has a completely different axle than what the TCI kit is asking for. So there's a huge mismatch. The Ford 9-inch is your typical go-to axle for a race car. TCI specs this because it's bulletproof. They're hard to break. I could modify these parts to work, no problem, but knowing Bill, he's got a 9-inch Ford up at his place. There's also something that I've been wanting to talk to him about. Bill's got a ton of Falcon and Ranchero stuff laying around. He has a 9-inch rear end that's in good condition. It's gonna make this install a whole lot easier.
I've got a bunch of rear ends laying here. I don't believe I have a Ford 9-inch. I think this is 6-cylinder. It's 4-lug.
That ain't gonna work. So Bill's steering me around his parts pile, and we're back at this yellow Ranchero again. It's a pretty rough car, but I'm gonna look underneath and just see what it's got. Oh yeah, it's 5-lug.
It's a 5-lug.
This is a V8 car?
This is a V8 car.
Got a trailer hitch. No, this is an identical axle to yours.
Yeah, to my knowledge, they did not make a 9-inch in a Falcon car.
Cost effectiveness, you know that is operating in the car. Maybe I'll just modify what we have and make that one work.
Okay, that's great. If you can bracket for that, I'd like it, and we've got a spare. I'm very happy he's gonna use what's in there because it's a good rear end. And he'll make it work and it'll be great.
So, enough about these Rancheros. I wanted to talk about your other Falcon.
Aha.
That van thing over there.
Okay.
To me, that's the real jewel on the lot. So ever since I came up here last time, this thing's been on my mind. I got to looking at the van, and I'm really into it. I think if we could fix this thing up, we'd probably sell it and help finance the Ranchero. Because it doesn't look like it's been crashed. There's a mystery somewhere in this thing, just like the other car. It's like, why is it sitting here, Bill? You're not telling me why. There's gotta be something wrong with it.
You know, I think I've had this for probably 10, 12 years. I've always liked it. It, of course, is a Falcon, too, and you know me and
so
Falcons. I bought this van from a farm up in Bakersfield many years ago, and I don't think Ian noticed it at first, but there really is some rust damage. You know, there's a lot of these panels, I guess, that held water at the bottom.
Oh, wow.
See them?
Well, there's your problem right there. Yeah, it looks one thing from the outside, but there's a whole story going on underneath.
Right.
So all the doors are like this?
I don't think all of them. I think the driver is the worst. It just held the water over the years.
But that's kind of good because like a van that's near the ocean or something will rot. The whole top will rot out because the salt will sit in all the weather stripping and rubbers. But I think you got the opposite, like sediment clogged up any drain holes in the bottom. I wouldn't consider this the typical kind of rust, though, that I'm familiar with. You see all of these wheel arches rotted out, and what I'm seeing is the exact opposite. And it seems like every area that could clog up with sediment and hold water did. Just looking at this van, I see greatness. You know, it's got some issues, but I know I can work through it. This is cool. It's a total beach van. You could sell this to one of the surfer guys down on California Street for a mint. Well, all in all, I think it's a survivor, man. I think it's a good base platform to start. What about this engine?
When I bought this van, I did some motor work and drivetrain work to it, and I think it should run fine. It'd be nice to finance the Ranchero with this project, and I hope Ian's not taking on too much. Let's try to revive it and bring it back and see what it is.
It's in great shape. The body looks pretty straight. I think we could just freshen it up a little. He could make some money.
With Ian, nothing's ever too much work or too much trouble or too hard. So we'll see.
Bill loves the idea of getting rid of this van, but he's just a little reluctant because here I am dragging him into another project. So I just got to keep the pep talks going, turn these cars out. Locked and loaded. I'll take it down to the valley and I'll give you my prognosis. I came up here looking for an axle, but now I got a trailer loaded up with a van, another project, and I'm heading back to the shop. So here we go, project number 2. Got the van down to the shop. What's not to dig about this? It's a 62 Falcon van. And this thing is, it's very cool. It's a short wheelbase, so that's desirable. Engine works, brakes work. Just like Bill said, the thing runs great. So it was just a matter of getting fuel and battery, and it runs perfect. Everything about it looks decent, except it's got the cancer. It's got some bad rust issues in it. To me, that's the scariest part in the whole vehicle, because I know what we're looking at is just the tip of the iceberg. I got a couple good ideas on how to get this thing back in action. The question is, how bad is it? All right, so I'm gonna start off on the front, because to me, it looks like it's hiding some secrets. Pull off the front bumper, turn signals, you know, trim stuff. start sanding it. And that's where the story begins. There's a ton of filler in this thing. I'm doing the excavation here, you know, this is down and dirty. I thought I could sand it off, but it just got thicker and thicker. I ended up just cracking it off as brutally as I could. Yeah, it's all pushed in right there. Even though the van looks pretty good, you see it's hiding secrets. Some of my time in Egypt spent doing exactly this type of operation. I'd say there's been a traumatic event. His van ran into something, and then it was repaired really poorly. The easiest solution would be to get a replacement panel, but I think I can just take this thing, reformulate it, and put it back into place. Yeah, there's definitely some issues here. So I cut this panel out, and I see an even bigger problem. Turns out the inner structure of the van is rusted out. This is your typical can of worms scenario. I was hoping I wouldn't have to get inside, but now we're in, and it's a mess. All of a sudden, it ain't so pretty, is it? I'm gonna cut the top panel above the headlight and try to reform that too, but first I'm gonna fix this internal structure. I'm gonna cut this pillar off of this. Not only did I just replace this bottom plate, I gusseted it up into the floorboard. It never had this structure, and I made this bottom of the A-pillar just bigger. You see, it's all triangulated, so it just creates this big shape that's super strong. Once I got the inner structure built, it was on to straighten out the panels. So the challenge here is to try to put this back into shape. I cut it off pretty simply so I can reinstall it, but if you look at it, it's totally caved in right here. You got a nice crunch here, and then of course there's rust in this corner. But while I'm setting this up, I'm gonna give this one some action too, and maybe I could just knock this into shape as well. The cool factor about this is that you're not your typical auto body procedure. I'm gonna fire up this torch and get medieval on it. This metal piece was created in a certain shape. The only thing that changed was the collision made it into a different shape. I want to bring it back to the way it was, and that's just done by a series of heating and hammering. The whole idea with annealing the metal is to just evenly heat it so that all the molecules kind of relax. They're all shrunk up and rigid. So I'm just trying to get the whole thing as red hot as possible, then it'll be softer. This is way better than it was. The whole idea is I'm just gonna fit it into place and then continue hammer and dollying it. The main point of the collision was obviously in this lower door hinge area, and it's way out of shape. So once I get the sheet metal skin on the front looking good, it's all about the door gap. Just gonna come in with another piece of sheet metal, fit it up, so structure's back. I'm really happy with the way that this metal repair worked out. I mean, this van was not even usable, truly. So structure's back, sheet metal skin is on, a little filler, and it's on to primer and paint. I need to get the Rancherero to be a roller. It's got a long ways to go. I got this polyester style primer from Eastwood. Bill didn't have a 9-inch rear axle. He says the one that's in the car is in perfect working order. So I've come up with a plan that's just going to adapt the TCI brackets to the smaller axle housing. First thing I did was cut off the leaf spring perches and then sanded down the metal to just prep out the axle. The TCI kit is calling for a 3-inch diameter axle tube. This one is only 2 1/4. I'm gonna set up a couple steel plates and make an adapter so that their parts will fit right to this axle. There's really no concern with strength with this adapter. It's thicker material than their brackets, but really it's just about getting all the parts centered up properly. I got the brackets welded on. I'm just gonna get this axle painted and ready for installation. The thing is that I need to put this whole unit under the vehicle like this, assembled. So it's pretty bulky. My whole idea with installing this rear suspension is to mock it all up on the table, slide it under the car, and just see how it's gonna work out. I'm taking this approach because I wanna see what's gonna be close enough to work, what I need to modify, and how to go forward on this. This whole kit was designed to work together, so what I'm trying to do is just modify everything as little as possible. You know, the car works great as it is, the suspension works great as it is. I just gotta figure out how to put them together. You can see with my dual jack procedure, I'll be able to elevate this, plug it in. As soon as I lift this thing into place, I could see where the difference lies. Already I'm seeing an issue. The brackets going up that are meant to hit the floor are about an inch off. So you can see that this bracket is supposed to be right up against the floor, so it's just about that much. And you can see here, it's the same deal. So this is one thing that definitely needs to be modified. And the good news is that the wheelbase is proper. The axle is right above the bump stops, right where it was. So these dimensions are perfect. All I need to do is set this subframe up inside the car a little bit. The first order of business is this old bump stop that used to be a snubber for the differential. That was definitely in the way because the car's gonna ride so low. First order of business was cutting it off. Second, I just needed to drill a few holes to reposition the rear bracket where the arms locate. Once I did that, the rear fit up perfectly. It was time to move on to the front. All right, so the rear is one thing, but the front is entirely another. This frame is wider than the Rancherero, and it's deeper. I got a plan. I call it a cutting disc, a sawzall, and a welder. Watch me go. In really thinking this through, it seems like if I just cut off a bit of the front portion of the subframe connector, I should be able to make this fit, and by boxing it in, it'll make it even stronger. With all the suspension in place, it's ready for the engine and transmission. Bill really had a concern about the transmission on this car, so we got hooked up with Monster transmission, got a brand new, fresh transmission put in there. It's an AOD, automatic overdrive. That's what Bill upgraded this car to, and they had a direct replacement. Doug's headers, these guys obviously know what they're doing. It's all ceramic coated, super nice stuff. But they set it up so that just comes in and the steering rod clears. It's got just enough room to operate, so that's cool. It's really satisfying to get this car in an assembled state. I can't wait to show it to Bill. Last time he saw it, there was a bunch of concepts and a half disassembled vehicle. All right, well, are we ready for delivery? No response. I'm getting a chimp, that's it. You're not holding up your end of the bargain. No. I'm gonna go get a small monkey. It's gonna be way more charming. No, I'm sorry. Came up here to Bill's. The Falcon van is up here. We're getting started on body work. I pulled off all the doors. John, the body guy, can block out all the panels independently while I'm working on the body.
Well, with Ian, I've kind of gone over the top this time. I've never done it before. He has two of my vehicles, so we're getting a double whammy here. And I'm kind of going, dang, there's still a ton to do here.
The main thing I need to accomplish is getting this rear quarter behind the wheel arch repaired. That's another reason they didn't want this van, because they had to fix this panel.
I love watching Ian work. He's a master at his craft. So, you know, I was watching him and watching how he did it. He's like a surgeon. Wow, you knocked that out quick, Ian.
That's the plan, man. No time to waste. So the rear quarter worked out perfectly, very simple. Then the rocker, which I thought was gonna be the simple one, turns into a freaking mud-slinging fest. Look at all the mud coming out. That's why it rusted.
When that dirt started coming, I thought, well, there's, a coffee can full of dirt. Then I went around the other side and came back, and there's 2 coffee cans full of dirt. And I'm thinking, where's he getting all this dirt?
Look at it all.
This truck was originally in Bakersfield area, and I think on a ranch. So it just probably drove back and forth on these ranch roads.
This is like surgery, Not a lot of people go for it this way, but I've got a technique. Let's see what happens when I blow out this vent. Ooh, yeah. It's the air hose wrangling, dry it out, weld her up. Once I got all the mud cleaned out, I started on the patch panel. I'm gonna concentrate on the metal work, because that's what I do. You can have your gardener come in and take care of the rest of this sod work. I'm gonna make a patch. I found that I needed a slight radius in the bend, and I was able to first form it with the Eastwood sheet metal brake, and then just tap it out on the radius of the floor seam, and it matched the van perfectly. Look at that, it's like a van wall. Perfect. The whole goal is to get this van into primer. So the rust repair is complete, filler is going on. So I think one more day of me welding and John will finish up, then I can primer it. I was excited about this project for the interior. It's kind of a blank canvas. The inside is empty. It's a window van. It's got tons of potential.
Well, I envisioned some...
shag carpet, disco ball,
some
posters with nudie girls.
Some benches to sit on.
It's so conservative.
And
opening bags?
No. Could we make storage in benches?
Like your typical camper van setup.
Right.
I had a 70s van. It was a high roof van, and it had 2 benches along each side. They flipped open for storage. And then it was almost like a sailboat where you would just plug the table into the floor.
That's what's on my mind. As we've got more involved with this van, I thought the interior would be nice if it was functional, some storage, and very comfortable to sit in. Ian was talking about a beach-style van, and I think that'd be fun.
Ideally, we would just find a couple van seats and plug them in. That would be the easy way. Well, I think if we build the benches, they'll be custom fit for this. I'll just build it out of square steel tube and we'll face them off because it's kind of a generic shape. But the table is really going to be the centerpiece, however you want to go with that.
I have a table or 2 in some container storage up above that you can look at and see if you can make it work or work from that.
Bill takes me to the upper level, the storage spot, the semi-permanent collection. And first thing, cresting the hill, I see a table. It's very fast food.
That's exactly what it is.
That's the vibe you're going for.
Yeah, my friend's uncle had a hamburger stand, and that's where that came from.
I can make anything work, but looking at this, we're not building a drive-through burger joint. We're making a cool van. The good thing is Bill says he's got plenty more things. He's got a couple of shipping containers just full of stuff waiting to get put in this van. The old box of treasures.
Yes, there's just everything in here.
Digging around through this storage container, I'm seeing a washing machine, a space heater, a bunch of car parts, and he's got these 2 tabletops.
This one's rough, but we can clean that up, but that's...
Oh, it's like a Formica top. That's the vibe we're going for. This one's kind of messed up. We can cut it and modify it, but...
No, I think I got the winner right here. Look at this guy.
That's exactly it.
With this yellow Formica.
Well, that's perfect. I mean, it's got that 60s flavor, especially with the metal edge and the Formica. I see no reason why we shouldn't make this work. I can build a couple benches, and we'll use this tabletop. It's the centerpiece. It fits the era of the van. I want this van to be nice. The tabletop's looking good, but I want to put a whole new base on it, get a new pedestal and something to attach to the floor. That was part of my concern is inside the van. You
You can see it's pretty cramped, so this table proportionally is pretty bulky. But it looks like if we drop it 6 inches easy, then you'll just have enough room to scoot in and sit in here. The van vibe is all about plush interior, carpeted surfaces. I'm gonna make a couple box shapes that will be storage, but they'll also be carpeted bench seats all along the side of the van. I'm choosing to build this out of 1-inch square tubing because it's strong, and I also have a bender that can make a nice radiused edge. In seeing the Formica tabletop, I knew this bender was gonna match that detail on the corner of the table perfectly. That's what I'm thinking. Use that milk crate as a mock-up, just for height. This is the standard mock-up procedure. You see it in everything I do. I got a couple shapes that represent the seats. They're gonna be mocked up on milk crates. Got a 5-gallon pail, an old tire, a couple 2x4s, just stacking parts, seeing how they fit. All the high-tech spacing, you know, this is how they built the space shuttle, actually. You're not gonna have any basketball players in here, are you?
No, that's great. I like that height.
This is a pretty simple idea, but the whole goal here is to have Bill happy with the end result.
I love the benches, Ian, and I really think this was a great call.
So the whole mode for the interior on this is just get it done. Bill's got a bunch of stuff here that I can work with, and I'm just gonna try to pull through this as efficiently as possible.
Ian and John have done a great job on the van. Bodywork, it needed a little more, of course, than we thought, but they've got it. And exciting today, Ian is bringing up the Rancherero. I haven't seen it before, and I'm majorly excited about seeing it. We're rolling to the left, and I can see how the stance is gonna be. It's gonna be just awesome. I haven't really got to look underneath yet, but I'm really excited about it.
Up to this point, everything was hearsay. You know, Bill only saw the Rancherero a couple times, but bringing it back here, fully assembled, it's just cemented the fact. I think he's in my pocket. I think I got him. Let me show you what we got, sir. This isn't the Rancherero you're used to looking at. Behold, the new and improved.
It's just amazing.
Coilover shocks that are adjustable. Then to not modify the floor, they put this huge, they call it a torque arm. So the top of the differential comes down through these adjustable heim joint links, so you can adjust your pinion angle.
Oh my gosh, this thing is gonna be like a sports car. This is gonna drive like a totally, totally different vehicle.
Yeah, race car stuff. Look
You're
at
not,
this sway bar.
Yeah.
You remember your little Monte Carlo bar? Well, this is gonna do it the right way. I think Bill was just kind of tripping out on how techy everything was.
Well, you made it sound pretty simple, but
this front end was simple. This was a one-day job. The rear and the center section were a bit more challenging because I had to modify the floors underneath.
Well, this is beautiful. I've never really looked at all these fancy suspension things. Now I got one, and I can look at my own, and pretty exciting. The only thing more exciting than seeing it today, which is pretty incredible, is the first time I fire it and get to drive it.
Yeah.
On the next episode of Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of the two Falcons.
I didn't tell Bill when I was returning or what I was doing or what color I was painting it. It was like a surprise reveal.
Wow, Ian, this is the cool finish.
But Ian's client has his sights set on selling the Falcon van.
Ian's always full of surprises, and my wallet is getting empty.
The whole deal with this van project was, hey man, you could make some money and recoup on this investment in the Rancherero. I got a million ideas, but there ain't one done yet.
With the pressure on, Ian calls in some help from his friends.
Jack comes by. He's the upholstery guy.
This is really nice.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to determine the final tone is we have a shoe test.
A shoe test?
I'll be right back.
What's...
There's a lot going on to finalize both of these projects at the same time. My friend Bob's in town.
I'm here to help. Let's get this baby done. I'm pumped. Ian!
What?
I'm stuck. Help me out of here.
It's all that hair gel.
We're getting Ianized, and I think I have somebody that's interested in buying it.
I like cars that have motorcycles in them better.
And with the van sale on the line, things are heating up with the Ranchero.
I'm just holding it together, you know? I'm turning dials, ringing bells, blowing whistles, the whole 9 yards. Bill's looking at me a little cross-eyed because all he hears is this clunking, chugging engine and smoke pouring out of it. I gotta pull this off.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of the cartoon hot rod.
He can make anything out of nothing.
Back of the cab opens.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. Our plan was here. Ian takes it to here.
Mark pulled the engine out and I could tell this dude is serious.
But when things go wrong,
my heart just sank. Ian's looking at me like, you're right.
And with his client out of the game, Ian switches the lineup.
While Mark's gone, I really want to surprise him. I want to make some progress on his Henry J.
I leave the guy for a day and a half, and I come back, and bam, truly amazing.
With the team back together, it's all hands on deck.
Mark is out of his mind. Johnny is totally charged up about this. There's sawdust everywhere. There's parts and pieces all over the place. We're in the trenches. I don't know what I signed up for this project.
Nobody else is gonna have one.
Mark shows up with a bunch of used parts and shows me a drawing of this cartoon hot rod. He said it was a Volkswagen.
It's a Volkswagen.
First thing I had to do was straighten out the bent frame. Then I needed to cut down the body to fit the proportions of the drawing. And reform the entire roof. From the onset, Mark's been referring to this project as his rat rod. I just think, looking at the drawing, I can go way better. The drawing showing a finished show car, I'm gonna try to go in that direction as much as possible. Looks like a giant cartoon. I built the whole car around this AMC engine, but it's toasted. Yeah. It's trouble. I'm in deep. Here it is, Mark's on his way. He says he's got a new engine, and I got a couple things to show him.
I kind of put a little pressure on Ian when I was over there. I said, okay, I understand about the engine problem. I'm gonna take responsibility for that. I'm gonna get you a new one, and I'm gonna personally drive down there and bring it to you.
Is that record time or what?
Oh, I tell you, man, how you doing?
This guy surprises me. Flies in to Canada, he gets in the truck and drives down to Los Angeles. It's pretty ambitious. I guess you're in a rush.
Oh, man, it was get her done and get her down here for you.
Nice.
I'm pretty excited to show them what we got and to see the body in real life. Now, you ready for some bling? I got a little bling for you.
Ah, that'll work.
Figure that'll work?
That looks just like the engine you brought before, but this one is nice.
This one's out of a 1966 Rambler Ambassador.
It even matches the paint color. That's cool. Mark pulled the engine out and I could tell this dude is serious. That's definitely the same transmission. I think this will just bolt right in. He's really dialed this engine in. He's all about getting it here. So I'm gonna show him what I've been up to. As soon as you said you were gonna handle that engine, I got real serious.
Holy, are you kidding me? He rolls out this body. Not only is it body work done, it's frickin' painted. Oh, man.
Mark was stoked. He saw that blue out in the sun, metal flake shining. I don't think he was expecting me to go that far with it. He was talking about a rat rod. I don't know, this doesn't look like one to me.
This is not a rat rod anymore. This is a frickin' show car. Wow.
I had Johnny send me some vector images of his graphics. He just did a computer-generated thing, and I had templates made at a sticker guy. So it's actually his 5 artwork.
It's killer. Like, you nailed it.
Mark seemed genuinely impressed. I don't think he was expecting it to be that nice. I made the back window open like this. The back of the cab opens.
That's just freaking awesome. You're kind of turning me into a Volkswagen guy, you know? This is number 2 for me.
That could happen to even the best of men. First vehicle I ever built for Mark was this radically chopped VW Bug. He's been a fan ever since. So the good news is we got a great looking engine and we have a great looking body. There's still a ton to do. I'm not gonna believe that engine runs till I hear it.
To prove myself, we had to get this motor in this frame and fire it up.
Mark's really into this. He's been shopping. He says he's got some rims and tires.
You've created it so much like the drawing.
Cool.
I had to come through. Plan B has arrived.
Yeah, you definitely stepped it up on this. Let me show you what was going on with the other one. All good intentions aside, he sent me a bunch of rusty junk.
Yeah, wow.
This engine was not usable, and it's great. He backed it up. He brought in the freshie. I gave him a quick rundown on what went down with the chassis. He knew I had to modify it, and he was really excited that I made the decision that I did to shorten it up and lower it.
Good choice, as usual, you know.
I think as long as this engine couples up to the drive shaft, then we win.
All right, well, let me grab my tools and
cool.
Let's get started on this bad boy. The biggest problem when the engine scenario first came up is that we had to find an AMC replacement.
At this point, we are fully committed to this engine. The notch in the body is tailored to these cylinder heads and the location of the distributor.
They have an enclosed drive shaft, but there's splines on that have to line up with that. So now we're not sure if the 65 model would line up with the 66. Who frickin' invented this?
Don't put your fingers in there.
No.
I learned that the hard way.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, lower it down. I guess she'll come together. Here we go.
You know what? This thing fits like it belongs here. I think Mark is really up to something good. Aha! There it is.
There it is.
Fits just like the other one, sir. You got just enough to put a finger in there. It's exactly how the other one fit, the same. You know what, Mark? You're all right. I take back everything I said about you last week. Changed my mind. Man, that looks good. It's like a show car, sir.
Oh, yeah. Now, if it just runs,
yeah.
I might win a couple more brownie points back from you.
Yeah, it's all fun and games now. Let's put some electricity to it and see what you're really working with. Having an identical engine was really a saving grace. The engine fit perfectly. It was a perfect bolt-in. It looks great. I just need to see it run. Just to get this thing to fire, you know, we hot wired it. Set up a fuel pump, put a couple wires to the starter and the coil, and I just want to fire it off, see what's gonna go on. Prepare for Operation Vacuum Suck.
Okay.
What do we got? Where's the plus? That's the minus, that's the minus.
We're off to an awesome start. We got nothing.
Guess what happened? Nothing. Strike 2. Here we go. Mark's off to a record start. Well, the pump worked great when you took it off, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, your track record, man, is like...
Hey, gotta have a little bit of drama.
Uh-huh. Did I hook up the wires wrong? Nope, sure didn't. That's not part of what I do.
Come on.
Uh-huh. He started off with a bunk engine. Now he's got a fuel pump that doesn't seem to be operating.
My heart just sank. You know, okay, the fuel pump's not working. Ian's looking at me like, really?
It's a typical simple thing, you know, those fuel pumps, when they sit around, they tend to not work again, and that was the case here. I'm gonna take care of you, don't worry.
You got plan B for plan B?
Yeah.
He had one, so we moved on to installing his electric fuel pump.
I know the suspense is really getting to you. You're on the edge. Is that tight? There's one last thing I'm gonna give you before we start. Here you go. That's how much faith I have.
Now this is a different coil too, so. But I do
use
have
this
the
start.
old original one.
Oh, just one thing, just one other thing
Just
I
one-
have to mention besides the fuel pump. You ready? I'm ready.
And this one day at band camp.
I'm ready. What could possibly go wrong? Aha! Hit the starter, and hey now, it works. All right, man, you're okay after all. You know, I had faith. You're not even gonna need that fire extinguisher today. I think you're good to go, sir. I'm very happy with that. That sounds like a good engine. I think it's on to the next. Johnny's drawing is showing no radiator in the front. You just have this bare grill shell, and that's a cool look. To me, that's the most important factor of the nose of the car. Hiding the radiator in the back is the only way through this. I made all these crazy tubes to get the liquids from the front to the back. This is crash course in plumbing. I'm having to plumb these lines from the water pump under the vehicle into the radiator. And it sounds pretty easy, but when you realize how cramped and small this car is, there's a lot of bending and fitting. Mark's handling all the stuff I don't want to deal with. That can't be spoken any easier, simpler than that. The nice thing about Mark being here is he's going to handle all of these mechanical elements I don't have to deal with.
I seem to get every dirty job that Ian doesn't like to do, wiring, and which I don't mind. I'm here to help. I'll do whatever he wants me to do.
I'm very busy. He's got time to kill. Even though for me this isn't the most thrilling part of the project, I want to make sure all the mechanics are dialed in before we put the body on. It's an issue of scratching the paint that I don't want to do. I'd say that this thing is ready to put the body on. How do you feel about that, Mark?
I'm in. Let's do it. I'm anxious to get the body on there and stand back and just look at this thing for a minute or two before Ian cracks the whip and we're back at it again.
Wait till you see this get up, Mark. Your prized vehicle is about to be lifted in the most cockamamie, backwoods manner you've ever seen. The way that I work is a little bit different than you'll see in other shops. Open that door, we're going through. So I got this big stick, a couple welding gloves, and a forklift, and we're gonna put his show car together with it.
I'm kind of scratching my head going, really? Is this how we're gonna do it? I mean, it seems a little unorthodox and unsafe and not stable.
Mark was a little alarmed with my technique. You know, he's a certified helicopter engineer guy, right? And I don't think they're putting any airframes together in this manner. I got the forklift, I'm on the controls, Mark's balancing the body. The fate of his show car is literally in his hands.
Definitely not a one-man job. I don't know how he was doing it before, but the way the body goes, it's got to come down the back first and kind of hug around the frame, and then the front drops. And if you go straight back, you're out.
This is the whole deal. I've never seen this painted body on the chassis.
That is one sick ride.
Oh, we'll look at it from here.
Oh, yeah. Man.
That is pretty cool.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. Our plan was here. Ian takes it to here. Words can't describe it. It's just so close to the drawing. It's gone from paper to real life. It's a phenomenal piece of fabrication.
This thing's cool, super cool. Once I saw the body on the chassis, it got my mind spinning. I think we should take this thing to the Pomona swap meet on Sunday. It's a week away.
Now he tells me, well, we have to get this thing finished, assembled, and running because we're taking it to Pomona swap meet. And I went, what?
Pomona's just a huge blowout. It's a swap meet, it's a car show, there's cars for sale, there's everything going on. I think he'd really dig it. Putting the body on the frame looked really cool, but there's still a few things missing. The drawing is showing a frame, the actual frame of the vehicle, showing through the fender well. I got a plan. I'm just gonna fake it. Carry on with whatever linkages you're doing. I'm gonna get on this thing, because that's gonna take a little while. Okay. As minor a fabrication as this is, I need to have this frame detail come off convincingly. So like most things, I'm gonna start off with a cardboard template. Watch your toes, razor blades in action. Easy now.
Every time I have cardboard on my hand, he thinks it's food. I don't get it. It's like a, you know, like a pizza box or something.
It's too bad dogs don't know how to cook. They could eat all the time.
He associates cardboard with the food container.
There you go. Keep yourself occupied.
Ian's fabrication skills, I mean, phenomenal. He can make anything out of nothing.
I got all this aluminum, and I was thinking about making out of this. But I'm just gonna do a quick test. I want it to look kind of like dimpled holes, not just simple drilled like this.
A pro would have a dimple die set. There's a few different ones. One's like a press, one's like a thing with a bolt that you clamp it together. I don't have any of that. How can we do this? I think I have an old piece of plywood, got a top to an acetylene bottle, and I got a BFH. That's a big bargain hammer.
I'm kind of working away, and then there's loud banging going on. So he's in a creative mode, and who knows what's going to pop out of it.
Dimple die. I think we're in business.
With Ian, it all relates back to that drawing. It's like it's embedded in his head. It's becoming that drawing in real life.
The dimple die would naturally want to mar this surface. So it has this plastic sheet on there. So I'm gonna finish out these edges. Probably put some kind of a lip on here and just make a bracket that'll hold it. But you see you got these cool dimples. What's that look like, huh? Looks like the drawing to me, right? The goal today is to get these installed, have all the cosmetic parts ready for final assembly, and I gotta paint the headers.
Once you see this in place, it just adds that factor that was missing. When you see the white coming out of the fender well, it's giving you the same feeling as the number 5 logo and the white on the roof. It just brings that color down low in the body. I worked on a couple other projects where there's this amazing glue. It's kind of like a crazy glue, and then it has an activator, so it's an instant cure. So it's pretty trick. You definitely don't want to get it on your fingers.
So this will just get held in with 3 screws. There'll be one on the bottom here, and then these 2 tabs get welded to the frame. So it's just on little legs. Stands off 3 inches from the chassis. This thing is perfect, man. Check this out. It looks like the frame is going right through, like it's an actual chassis. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Can't believe you just whipped those up.
Perfect.
That is.
The other fabrication element that's missing is the exhaust headers.
Couldn't find any headers to fit this strange engine as it is, and no need when you have Ian Roussel on the job. He just fabricates what he needs.
I actually built these headers before the car was painted. Mark really liked them, so I explained exactly how it went down. I really liked the way the T-bucket style headers looked in the drawing, and I wanted to mimic them as close as possible. I used 1.5-inch round tube. The first step was just cutting the tubes and welding them to the flanges. Then I used the tubing bender to curve the tube and make it slope back towards the car. The real mark of the craftsman is how these pieces fit up. So just taking small cuts makes it happen. I used the plasma cutter to cut a hole in the main tube to get all the pipes to fit up and actually flow exhaust gas. The whole idea with this fit up is that once it's welded, it just looks clean. You don't see the welds. These things came out great. They look just like the drawing. I ground and sanded out all the welds, and they're ready to paint. I got this ceramic coating that's specifically for exhausts from Eastwood that cures with the heat of the engine. I've used the spray can style high temp paint before, so I was expecting this to come out similar, but as soon as I started spraying it out of the gun, it coated amazingly.
I think this is a really cool looking exhaust you fabricated here. This just ties everything together. Unfortunately, I have to leave to go to a helicopter convention.
Mark's got to leave for a couple days. The car is in a pretty good spot. We're waiting on upholstery, so while Mark's gone, I'm going to surprise him by doing some work on another one of his projects. This car's in a really good spot, so I really want to surprise Mark by working on his Henry J. This is a 51 Henry J. It's one of the first projects I did for Mark. He dropped it off about a year ago. It's a long-term project for us, and Mark wants to make it like a pro street car. I chopped this car just about 4 inches, but it was way more than that. And I had to reform the entire rear of the car, widen certain panels, and then I also welded and smoothed up everything. So there's a lot of work in it, as rough as it looks. I was really happy with the way the chop came out, but I really want to put a roll cage in it before he gets back.
It's just been mocked up, laying there under a tarp. This whole car is just a body skin and a bare chassis. It's like a blank canvas. I can do whatever I want in here.
The cool factor about this car is there's no drawings, there's no blueprints, it's all me. Mark's planning this to be pro street. In other words, he's driving it every day if he wants, but he can also take it to the track. I want to make this thing look cool, but in the end, it's all about strength. If you bought a generic cage from a catalog, it's designed to fit a number of cars. If I build one that looks like it belongs in this car, then that's cool. It's gotta look custom. The strongest shape you use in a structure like this is the triangle. Every point that gets triangulated is super strong. If you have, hey, there we go. If you got a square box, it can fold over on itself very easily. But a triangle doesn't fold, right? It's putting leverage around it. The whole idea with the roll cage is to create as many triangulated shapes as possible. The big problem with roll cages is they do take up a certain degree of room inside the compartment.
The way that the Henry windshield peaks forward, it's just gonna be like a bar hanging in space. I'm trying to get away from that. So I'm gonna put a little V in the front.
And you figure out how the material bends, and you come up with creative plans to fit them inside of the cars as closely to the sheet metal as possible. That way you offer the driver and passenger a maximum amount of room. Sort of like that. Another principal factor in the whole thing is that it has to be modular to a degree. It needs to unbolt from the chassis and also allow the body to slip on and off easily. Every time you join a piece of tubing, especially in a roll cage, you'll want an internal sleeve. That allows the bond to be way stronger than if you just butt welded it. The difference between this project and the cartoon hot rod is that this roll cage is purely functional. So it's kind of rewarding to know that your work is sound, it looks good, it's gonna function. My brain is spinning just as much as when I'm doing something incredibly creative. The whole difference between this and the sculptural element is there's just a lot of numbers and parameters involved instead of just the purely visual aspect. This isn't a huge challenge. To wrap it up, it's just trimming away a certain area of the body rocker panels. That way I can lift it off, finish welding the cage, and paint it.
So you could see it's a secure environment for any race situation. That's the whole idea.
Now I'll be able to get around the top of all these welds without the roof in place and paint it.
Eastwood gave us this 2K Aero spray, chassis black. What you do with this, you push it in and it releases the activator. So it's like mixing in a mixing cup, but you just shake it. So this stuff should set up overnight. I got this thing nailed. I'm sure Mark will be back here expecting to work on the other thing. But I'm gonna show him this. It's been under the tarp for way too long. Should get him fired up. I was really intent on getting some progress on this thing by the time Mark got back. He hasn't seen this car in like a year. Hey.
Whoa!
Just in time, sir.
I leave the guy for a day and a half, and I come back, and bam, there he's got my Henry J out there.
I wanted to see some progress on this thing while you were here, you know?
Wow, I haven't seen this in a while.
Been about a year, right? He showed up, and he was just charged up. I mean, totally surprised. I think he almost forgot about it.
Yeah, that's looking kick-ass. We came down here to do something else, and now he's working on my other car that I haven't seen. I've forgotten all about it. He's put a roll cage in it, got flip front end on it.
I showed him this tilt nose that I made. He's totally digging it.
He just decided what looked right, and boy, I tell you, I come in here and look at that thing, and it's right.
I know you're all about getting that hot rod in the trailer and back home, but while you're here, you know, just for me, I want to keep projects spinning. This has been in the corner stagnant. I think if we spend one day on this, it'll be in a really good place.
Sure.
When Mark first dropped off the car, he brought in this fresh rebuilt rear end and an engine and transmission. So it was really just a bolt in.
New axles, new bearings, new everything, new true track in there, new gear set. So I'm hoping it's gonna be enough to turn these big tires that are on this old girl. Doesn't that remind you of a 70s car?
I think the last thing we need to do is just fit the engine and trans so we have an idea of how heavy they are, what that does to the front suspension, ride height especially.
I'm excited. It's been sitting here tarped up in one of the mini barns. It's a 454 dynoed at 502 horsepower. And so Ian now wants to mock that up in there, and I'm all for it. Let's see if this thing fits. Much like any other car, you know, you figure, well, let's just slide this engine in there and let's see how it's gonna go. Yeah, I think you're gonna see some issues. First one's gonna be that oil pan.
The oil pan. Always something.
We're not far enough in to clear the Ford crossmember. We have to lift the body up, kind of shoehorn the engine in there, which is huge. It's just a monster engine inside this small little car. More issues. We're banging against the firewall, which has already been cut out a fair amount.
I don't have a problem getting the Sawzall right now, Mark.
Hey.
This is a massive engine. The car never dreamt it would have something like this installed, so I'm having to cut away the firewall. Prepare to operate.
So Ian cuts more of the firewall out, so now I have a huge gaping hole.
Mark is a little concerned about this, but this is what I do, you know? I'm just gonna cut it, make it right.
Actually, we're clearing it now. Just bring it down, Ian.
Dropping down, watch fingers.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Oh, look at the springs went way down. Okay, unhook it from the wheelie. The rear ride height looks great. I mean, that was already established, but I never saw it with an engine in it. I want to put the nose on. We've never seen it with the nose down attitude. It's always been light.
That's more of the stance, definitely.
Grab it right in the headlight shell. Aha!
That's it. The stance was perfect, exactly what I was looking for with the car. Ian, I'm stoked that you worked on this. I mean, I go away for a day and a bit, and I come back and, wow, I'm inspired again.
It's just what we do here, sir.
And then he goes, well, you know what? Let's throw a seat in there and see how it fits you. I'm game. Yeah. Is that not cool or what? This has been a dream come true for me to come down here and actually help out and work with Ian and see how he operates. That's what I got to say about this. Truly amazing.
Progress on the Henry J was right on the money. I couldn't have asked for a better response from Mark. But we need to get back on the hot rod and get that thing ready for Pomona. I
sent Johnny a picture of the car, and he says he's coming out from Florida to see it in person. The whole mission here was to make this look like Johnny's artwork. He's really itching to see it, so I want to get it driving by the time he gets here. All we got to do is finish the wiring, got a few more parts to install, we're ready to go. Remember this?
That's what I sent you?
A little bit different than when we got here. The story with the front grille is it's an actual Model T piece that Mark had. He got it at a swap meet, but it only sort of resembles the drawing. What I did was I shortened it up from the bottom, I put an interior structure in it, and then found this really cool mesh at Industrial Metal Supply, and bodyworked it, painted it up.
I just gotta let you know that in aviation, the installation you've done on this bolt is incorrect.
What? What are you talking about?
It's supposed to be in the direction of flight. So, and when this thing starts to fly, it's gonna go that way.
Well, I'm pretty well versed in space travel and mechanics of that nature, and none of that applies to where we're going.
Okay, so we're just gonna do a little function check, see how good my wiring skills are, and see if we got fuel pump first. Sounds like we got fuel pump.
Mark's really been working it out, you know. I know he's a perfectionist, so he gets the fuel pump in, got all the lines ran.
As they say in helicopter world, clear.
Hits the key, starter's cranking.
I expected this thing to fire right up, just like it did when we first put it in the frame, but we're not getting anything. I say we got a firing order issue.
Call a mechanic, fire him.
Who wired this?
Glad I'm not in his helicopter.
Yeah. So we do the normal checks or whatever. We found some issues with the spark plug wires. This little center coil here has to be curled over, so it's making contact with the copper connector.
I predict as soon as he gets these wires connected, it's gonna light right up. I just know it.
If this don't work, I'm going home. Huh. Same issue. You know, you're heading to the goal line and all of a sudden, bam, you're stopped, you know, and it's frustrating. Oh, wait, whoa. The cap's turning this way.
Counterclockwise?
Yeah.
Strike one, plug wires. Strike two, distributor rotation.
What's going on?
Umpire's getting feisty, man. He's almost calling the third strike and you're out.
Am I? Good. I've always worked on Chevys all my life. So what did I do? I just put it on the way I've done it for 30 some odd years. And of course, this thing turns counterclockwise, not clockwise. I'm ready when you are again, Mr. Roussel. We gotta get this thing running. Of course, there's the pressure, there's the deadline. That's always the way it is. Do I need to say a little prayer? Maybe for myself?
It totally works.
Awesome. We just squeaked it right through, you know. Hit the key, the thing fired up. Okay, good. Who shows up? Johnny Jalopy.
The word is Johnny's on his way.
I think we're ready to show Johnny Jalopy.
Yeah.
Let's let him see his creation.
I agree, sir. The coolest factor about all this was that it was a collaboration, and that's what really pushes me. Having other input really makes it a cool thing. Aha.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's going on?
Cow.
What do you think about that?
I'm kidding. Dude, finally got awesome to meet you, man.
Good to meet you.
Mark.
Mark.
What's up, man? When I first walked in, I just went, are you kidding me? It's a machine now. It's like spot on to see something that was in my brain in front of me, you know, that I can touch and feel and smell and hear. Undescribable feeling of just amazement.
Yeah.
That dash came out so good.
Yeah, it's my dog's water bowl. He came in, and I don't know how he reacts to stuff, but it seemed like he was super charged up.
Killed it, man.
Right on.
That's awesome.
Cool.
It's exactly what I thought about was a little bus thing sitting on a tea bucket. How cool would it be to take one super crazy culture, the Volkswagen guys, and one crazy culture, the hot rod guys, and mesh that together and create something totally different. And a lot of people looking at my drawing always thought, nah, you can't do that. That's ridiculous. Well, he just did it.
I love the fact that your drawing was a VW bus, so I bought the headlights, Mark got the taillights.
I cannot wait to see this on the road and people going, what is that?
Yeah, this is kind of where we're at, man. We're still in final assembly. I gotta detail out the headlights,
Dude,
put the rest of the windows and the interior in. The whole thing here is to get this truck in the trailer and show it. So it was really cool to have Johnny here to work on the thing, because then he's like hands-on, you know, he gets to respect how much effort it took to pull this off.
But to be here and be able to touch it and work on it a little bit has been really cool.
Trying to get the last of these windows in. Took me a while to figure out how the driver's door window mechanism was gonna happen, but I nailed that. So Johnny's doing the simple fixed window in the back, and I'm getting the last windshield panel put in. Pretty straight ahead.
He says, did you say the easy back window?
I gave him the easy one to do. I handled all the challenging tasks.
Installing windows is pretty challenging. I told Johnny what I needed from the rear portion, so it just takes time. I'm busy, I'll let him figure it out, and that's really the learning process.
I'll be here fussing with this
while you go on to victory.
Tell you what, let me
be here doing the hard time.
Let me finish this up, and I'll be right over to give you a hand with that.
Come around and bail me out.
Maybe I've just done this a lot. I don't get it. You know, I just pulled the film right off, and hey, that's it. It wasn't the case for Johnny.
Meanwhile, he's pulled 2 sheets of the plastic stuff off, and Johnny looks like a moron.
I'm quick, man.
Seriously? 45 minutes of me trying to get plastic off Lexan, and then Ian just comes over and rips it right off. All right. What are you gonna do? Woo! Almost.
The last thing we needed was this upholstery. Hey, right on time.
Yeah, here's the rest of the stuff.
Perfect. Jack pushed this interior to the last minute. Johnny and Mark are gone. It's the night before the big show.
I was up all night, worked my fingers to the bone.
You and me both, man.
We'll get busy.
Yes, sure. It was pre-fit. All I had to do was screw it in place, and we're off. This thing's wrapped. This is a toy come to life. Mark is out of his mind. Johnny is totally charged up about this.
It's the coolest thing I ever seen. I'm stoked for Pomona.
I can't wait for that first reaction from people when they see it.
Up to this point, it's been a static piece. Johnny drew it, it's been sitting in the shop, but it's an actual car. It drives around. It's time to take it to the car show. We're out here at Pomona. It's a swap meet car show, the biggest one in the world.
Shaka, good job.
Pomona, man, beautiful swap meet. I've been cruising around there this morning. Reaction on the car is all thumbs up.
Probably the coolest car at the swap meet today. And cool, and way different. You know, I love it.
I had never seen it outside the shop until today. So the windows absolutely glow in the sunlight, and it was like a beacon. People were hypnotized, they were drawn to it, and everybody was digging it.
Well, I would think that's probably one of the most unique hot rods I've seen out here in the 30 years I've come out here. There's lots of different things out here, but that one's truly unique.
It's the cartoon driving experience that, you know, if you own this, you'll have that, you'll achieve that. It's wonderful, man.
Do you know what Spaßhaber is? Guys who had fun with cars.
This journey has been awesome. It's definitely going down in the records as one of the best weeks I've ever spent down here.
The reaction, and it's a dream come true, and I'm almost speechless. I'm soaking it in. I can't wait to do more.
Victor shows up with the Boonie Bug I built. It has the chassis of the original VW bus. It's just so cool to see that original thrashed out VW bus rehabilitated into 2 new projects.
But that was the body that was on this car. So this is, you're looking at one car here. After seeing everything that Ian can achieve, if you can dream it, he could build it.
He's a master. He's one of the main reasons why I'm an aspiring fabricator myself. He's major talent.
This is kind of a step in a new direction for me because it's the wildest design I've ever worked on, and it was dictated by an artist. So it really makes me want to do more.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel tries to turn a wild cartoon drawing into automotive reality.
I like having clients that are all on board. You know, they think I can accomplish anything.
Why not just give him the stuff and let him go?
He's got this clown car and a bunch of used parts. So it's got a long way to go, baby.
I think the only person that can pull it off is Ian.
But when things go wrong,
see already, we're off.
Ian's client is halfway around the world.
I got that picture you sent me, and holy.
It would be easy to just stack parts. I'm trying to make it look like the drawing. Everything's getting changed.
As Ian takes the project to the next level, this could be his biggest challenge yet.
Going into this bold-faced and fearless. My friend Mark, he's a great client. I've done a bunch of projects with him. The last project Mark brought down was a Henry J. He says he's got something newer and wilder than anything we've tried so far.
You know, I'm very fortunate to be one of Ian's clientele. I like Ian just to let his creativity take over the project because the however radical it becomes, the better it is. Love your weather down here, man. This is gorgeous.
Came down from Canada and he's into the wild stuff. Definitely not into the restoration aspect of things, and that's right up my alley.
I can show you this before we actually show you the project to be. Originally, this whole idea came about by a drawing, and he's the only one that I can think of that could actually pull this one off.
He said it was a Volkswagen.
It's a Volkswagen.
Shows me this drawing of this pretty wild cartoon hot rod. I'm all on board. So it's like a front engine Volkswagen bus hot rod thing. Just like the Ed Roth monster cars, this is right in that vein. It's just a new style on it. And I think pushing it forward is always really cool. So I was excited to see what Mark had in the trailer.
This isn't like the last thing I brought you. Okay. It's in a little more disrepair.
It's a mighty short Volkswagen you got there. It was not what I expected. Here come the clowns. Must have been a rare factory option. Mark pulls out this shortened VW bus and just a ton of other random parts from the trailer.
The drivetrain on this thing is, it's out of a 1965 AMC Rambler. You know, very unique, you know, you don't find them anywhere.
A fine piece of machinery. This engine looks pretty rough, but Mark says it's a runner. I don't mind seeing a crusty old engine. It's all about what's happening inside. I know we can clean and paint it. Well, somebody stepped the chassis down pretty good.
This came off a 34 Plymouth rat rod that I had bought.
So I thought, well, let's throw AMC running gear in a Plymouth frame, and then now we're gonna put a Volkswagen body on it. You know, let's mix up all of it.
I like having clients that are all on board. You know, they think I can accomplish anything. Unfortunately for me, the anything gets wilder and wilder. The big challenge is to make it look like the drawing. The stuff Mark's pulled out of the truck looks nothing like what we're going for.
Oh yeah, oh, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be a one of.
I have my own ideas of the way this thing is kind of gonna look. To me, it's kind of rat rodish. I said, Ian, let's make this rat bus.
Mark's talking about rat rod. He wants something kind of easy to build. You know, I'm looking at this drawing and I'm seeing full custom show car, like all the way.
My time frame's kind of short. I'm kind of rushed down here to drop this off.
This is just a quick pit stop for Mark. He's heading back up north, so I got free reign to make this thing happen.
That's the excitement. Didn't Forrest Gump say you get a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get? Well, that's kind of the way it is with me and Ian.
The cool factor about this setup is it's a complete bolt-together rolling chassis. I just assemble it and move on to the good stuff. I want to bolt this chassis together and then set the body in place and see where I got to cut. Hopefully this thing is square. I'm gonna have to measure off a bunch of stuff, but the good point is there are motor mounts, there are suspension mounts. Already I can see this whole frame is bent. You can see this angle here, the way it comes into the motor mount. It's pretty close to square. That one's way out. When you run into a crooked frame, that's your base of the whole driving component of the vehicle. So this thing's gonna wanna drive off the road if you let go of the steering wheel. That's probably why it was scrapped. That turns my whole world around. I'm back to the beginning. Typical basket case, that's what I specialize in. So this frame is gonna need some kind of modification. Seeing that this is bent, it's always an indicator of something else that's gone wrong. I'm just gonna bolt it all together, get it rolling, and just see where we're at. Double check everything we've got. All right, so that's a roller. I was really looking forward to just doing the creative, aesthetic portion of this build. After the situation with the chassis revealed itself, it's like I gotta start from scratch. I'm gonna cut this chassis up, man. It's the only way around it. So we're on to plan B. The frame is bent. My idea is to use the existing components in the chassis, fit them up around this engine in a proportion that looks most like the drawing. Mark says this engine has been sitting for a while, and the typical statement of, ran great when it was parked, turns over, it's not seized. I'll clean this engine up later. I want to get it in place and mock the whole car up around this engine. I learned this technique when I was 5 years old, playing blocks in the living room. It's the same process. I got an A+ on that course, by the way. I cut up this van for a project I just finished. We only used the chassis and the mechanical components. I cut the whole rig in half. While I was doing that, I was thinking ahead to this, and I saved all the sheet metal parts that we're gonna use for this one. So I'm just down to pieces of sheet metal, which is a great starting point. I don't know how much of it I'm gonna use, and that's why I gotta mock it up. So according to our schematic, there's a large hole burrowed straight through the center of the donor vehicle, and then is inserted up to the valve covers on the engine. Let's try that. I'm always really excited about a project for the first few days because that's when all the inspired stuff happens. The fun part is just the possibilities of it. You know, at this point, it's just a blank canvas and I can go in any direction I want. That's really the spice of the whole project, is figuring out what you're gonna do. This drawing is done by an artist named Johnny Jalopy. He does a lot of really far-out car illustrations that exaggerate reality. So my challenge is to take these proportions and the flavor of his drawing and transfer it into three-dimensional steel. The whole thing in starting off is just getting the parts physically on the floor, see what their dimensions are. I have a feeling this project is going to be all about proportion, and there's nothing resembling typical car proportions that I could see so far. See, already we're off. See, this is showing a short wheelbase, the tire intersecting the corner of that door. So you can see the tire should be as tall as that handle and come way forward. Mark brought this set of white wall tires. A tall, skinny white wall would be the best option, and they're just really hard to find. Mark has these two, and I'm gonna try to make them work. What I'm trying to do is make this tire look as big as possible. And the only way I'm gonna get that is making that body smaller. Well, it's apparent this whole thing just got way more involved than I first considered. By looking at the drawing, I can tell that the nose doesn't look anything like it. The doors are way out of proportion. The A-pillars are wrong. The roof is wrong. So really all I'm seeing using as a starting point is like a bare skeleton. I'm gonna cut it long ways, short ways, sideways, up ways, and down ways. Well, the whole thing with this chassis is it's set up as like a T-bucket hot rod. You know, it's a short wheelbase, big engine, big tires. That's the look. My challenge is to take this utility vehicle and somehow morph it into this cool hot rod shape. If you ever sat in an early model pickup truck, 34 Ford, for instance, they're miniature. So this is just getting closer to those proportions. I basically just need to shorten the door by a foot. Any moving part, once you start sectioning, it starts to get a little sketchy. I chose to leave all the latching mechanisms and the hinge mechanism in place. That way I had a 3-point reference, 2 hinges and 1 latch. By leaving all the factory components in place, it's just a huge time saver. All I did was cut through the sheet metal and put it back together. I think I'm onto something. It's looking good. I like the proportions of the lower half of the body, but there's really no other way to go about this other than to recreate an entire new top of the car. We're not out of the woods yet, man. This is a good start. Before I get carried away with the body design, I need to build a chassis to support it. In order to get this frame squared up, I put it up on the table, cut it apart. I got it all squared up, jigged it on the table, started from the front, and just connected it all the way through. Using the dimensions from the mock-up, I moved the engine and the suspension brackets just to get them as far forward as possible. I wanted this thing to be low. So I Z'd the chassis and set it up to be super strong. In order to achieve this really short wheelbase, I took the drive shaft to a machine shop and had it splined, 22 inches shorter. With the chassis done, I'm finally where I want to be, so I can focus more on the creative part of the build. I'm gonna put this body on and see what's up. What do you think, Hellhound? Do you have anything to say? Huh? I was looking at only portions of the drawing, and I think I got those details nailed. The next step is to figure out exactly how long the rear of the bed's gonna be. So I'm gonna bring in the 2/4 panels and mock those up.
a second. This quarter panel's in really bad shape. Look at all this body filler. You start cutting into old stuff and you see everybody else's modifications and repairs. The old Bondo bucket. That's the thing, it's all delaminating. Look at this. What this is an old repair. Somebody in their grand wisdom decided to rivet the panel back together after either rust or collision, and then used a metallized filler in place of a proper welding job. So this whole quarter is junk. You're pulling the paint off of a project, seeing what's beneath, you know there's gonna be body filler. It's typical old car stuff. It's really a bummer when you see rivets, cancer, really bad body panels. So this is a pretty big curveball. The driver's side turned out to be really good. There's a little filler through here, but this one was never creamed. That's totally usable. The plot thickens. I'm gonna put this good quarter panel on and see how it looks. It's all about moving forward. You can take that to the bank. I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at that, and I'm very happy with it. His picture shows the bed being a little bit bigger, but I think this nails it. The shorter bed makes the wheel look bigger, and that's a win. The remedy here is to build the vehicle with this nasty quarter panel. The last thing is replace it. The drawing only shows one angle of the car. There's a lot of design elements that I gotta come up with. There's a VW show coming up in town, and I want to get some inspiration. I've been living, out in the clouds. I want to come down to earth, see what people are doing with their cars, and it's pretty darn conservative. So I see all of these single cab and double cab VW pickups. That's exactly what this drawing was based on, so it's good to check them out in 3 dimensions. The early split window VWs have that unique V shape in the nose, and then, of course, the split flat glass windshield. The one we're using is a later model. It has a curved glass windshield. I could see how you would short step this whole process by using one of these early models. I don't really like to take a nice early car and chop it up. I'm all about taking spare parts, making something cool, a resurrection, if you will. My task here is to use the parts I have, make it look more like the older VWs, and of course, as much like the drawing as possible. I think I can make it happen. I'm trying to move this thing along. I pulled the engine out and took the body off the chassis. My friend Jackie's an artist, and she's gonna help me paint this engine. Everything's looking good. She's got the first coat of red going on, but I knew there was a couple things I didn't want brush painted. All right, Captain. I got a plan.
What's the plan?
We're gonna paint the valve covers black, and then the whole chassis is gonna be the same thing, spray can black.
Got it.
I think the red looks great on the engine block. I think if we paint these valve covers black and then detail out the rest, it should be good. So.
Oh.
Yeah, that's trouble. I'm thinking I'm gonna take these valve covers off so I can spray paint them, and underneath was just a disaster. What?
That looks awesome.
What's going on in there? There's some kind of stalactites in there. There's all kinds of corrosion. I don't know where this engine's been, but it looks like it was underwater.
So we're gonna have to clean it all out?
I don't know what we're gonna have to do. This could be toast. What is this? Look at that.
Okay.
It's pure gunk. You always know you're gonna hit walls. There's hurdles to overcome, but pulling these valve covers off and seeing this massive blob of corrosion, it takes the wind out of your sails. I'm gonna talk to Mark. Let me take a couple pictures of this, because he's gonna be interested to see. Mark's whole gig from the start was using the existing parts. The entire chassis is built to support this driveline. So this engine we were committed to, he said it ran great when he parked it. Everybody says that. This does not speak towards that event.
When did he park it?
I think he parked it in 1959. The year before they assembled it. My design is reliant upon this engine, so I gotta talk to Mark and see what his game plan is. Just keep coloring it, at least it'll look nice, sitting in the corner, if I don't kick a hole in the freaking door. Mark is in Afghanistan. It's hard to get a hold of him, so we use text messaging pretty regularly. Yeah, Mark is in agreement. He writes, "Dang, that looks very bad." He only has access to the computer at certain times, so I'm gonna set up a Skype call with him for later. It's all about moving forward, you know? This is kind of a bummer, but there's plenty of more creative work to do. All right, so today's adventure, that does not look like that, so I'm going to make it. How's that sound? The drawing shows an earlier split window. We've got a later bay window bus. I want to make this look just like the drawing, so I have to build a whole new windshield frame and dashboard. I just took 2 pieces of sheet metal, put them in the brake, and created this flange that the window glass will attach to via a rubber gasket. Next, I made some cardboard templates that'll represent the glass. Then, I built the top and center of the frame. The roof on the drawing is a super unique shape, and I'm trying to figure out how to make that happen. When I was at the VW car show, I was looking at a bug roof from the back, and it just gave me an idea. I have one of these domes, and it's just way more pronounced than the bus roof. If you really look at the Beetle, you'll see that towards the windshield, it flattens out. It's the most curvy right above the back window. So I cut the rear portion of the roof off and stuck it on here backwards, and it worked perfect. What's not to like about that? That's it. See, his drawing has a really nose-down attitude. You don't even care. This is a breakthrough. This is a moment. His roof still needs a lot of work, but just to get this dome and put it in place is a big breakthrough. That's the proportion. I'm using this round tube to create the front of the visor on the roof, and this is going to represent a drip rail all the way around the perimeter. Just slapping a piece of sheet metal on looks pretty loose, ragged, so this gives the sheet metal a definite formed edge. No sharp metal, nice rounded edge, and it's strong. Now that I see this, I am genuinely impressed. It looks great. Pretty committed to replicating the drawing as close as possible, but in working with these metal shapes, I think it's given this windshield area an even cooler look. This is just a little more radical. You got some really cool dimension as compared to this, it almost looks flat. It was nice to end the day on a positive note. I'm gonna talk to Mark about the engine situation tomorrow. If we can't find another engine, then this could really set us back. I got the whole front windshield established. The next big challenge is the rear portion of the cab. The drawing doesn't really show what's going on back here, so I'm leaving that open to my interpretation. I got a cool idea where I'm going to utilize the rear tailgate of the van and split it in half and make 2. The portion with the rear window will be back here, and then the lower portion with this detail of the body sheet metal will stay here. Being that the cab is so much narrower, the whole rear window frame and the rear hatch have to be reconfigured. It'd be nice to just cut it in half and put it in place, but all the proportions are changed. Taking all the leftover pieces of the car and just refitting them in a way that the hinge mechanism will work and the rear hatch will open and close smoothly. It's just way smaller. So, you want to ride this thing, don't you? I know I do. That opens, you got your breeze. There's room to cruise, man. It's gonna totally work. So, the second part of this is the lower hatch. I'm gonna leave the center. It's twice as much welding. I'm gonna put both sides inward. This is gonna be a tough one to let go. This is coming out cool. Look at it, it's a miniature Volkswagen. It's tiny, it's great. Even though we're making progress on this thing, I can't get this engine dilemma out of my head. It's finally time to talk to Mark and figure this whole thing out.
Ian,
Hey man, how's it going?
over in the sandbox again, but yeah, I'm here.
It's amazing. Modern technology.
I got that picture you sent me yesterday, and holy, I apologize for that engine, Ian. I didn't have any idea it was that bad.
It happens.
I've been researching that engine, and I guess AMC, they don't make a lot of them, or they don't make a lot of parts for them.
Mm-hmm.
They're like hen's teeth. You can't find nothing for it. I'll find you another engine, because that whole enclosed drivetrain, I mean, it's kind of a one-off thing. It's
That was my
too
big
far
concern.
into it now.
It's absolutely critical to get the same engine and transmission because it couples to this rear end. There's an enclosed drive shaft, splines are a certain pitch, and of course the engine and transmission mount is already in place. It's not as simple as just swapping out the engine unless we find another AMC.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't want you to change what you've already done. You've got way too much work and time into the way it looks right now. It looks awesome. So I'll get a hold of my boys back up in Canada, and we'll just start a search. You just leave the engine in my hands, and hopefully I'll get a home run for you.
All right, cool. After talking with Mark, I was glad to hear that he'll get a duplicate or replacement engine. I should just carry on, and that's good news for me. Before I finish up the roof, I just wanted to wrap up a couple loose ends on the body. The rear quarter on this van was toast. It was really rotten. It was buckled in. There was no other way around it but to replace it. The interior of this cab is so small. I'm just trying to add as much room for a person to drive in. I wanted to get a good solid structure created before I finished off the top pillars. So just having everything here rigid is what I needed to set up so nothing changes shape. With the structure of the lower portion of the cab in place, now I can finish the roof off. The roof is a pretty complex shape, and I think this will be the most challenging part of the whole build. So I'm gonna lead off this restructuring of it by creating the door tops. The whole idea here is creating a nice clean door gap straight through, as well as adding support. In the end, this is all about the exterior look of the thing. Just gotta look kind of like a production car. So I'm gonna have to come in with a triangulated patch to create that radius evenly to the drip rail through here somewhere. Just like with the rest of the project, I've got my blinders on. I'm working through one portion at a time, nailing that and moving on. So I get this drip edge finished and realize the part I wasn't looking at is this internal bracing. The location of this rear arch is just all wrong. His drawing is pretty slick. I'm just trying to keep that vibe and bring it all the way around to the parts you don't see in the drawing. Putting this bug roof on backwards, nailed it. It looks just like the drawing, but I want to make sure that the slope curves gracefully down into the rear of the cab. I don't think that thing's doing anything. I think I can sawzall that right off. Famous last words. If I set this up with a big, tall, 90-degree rear panel, it's just gonna look weird. It's about being efficient at this point. I could always cut way too much and patch back in, just trying to make one join, one seam across the top of the roof. And I think it's time for the old envisioning tool. Critical element in every build is the envisioning tool. I don't know who else uses one of these, but I've got a number of them. To get this roof right, I'm gonna have to just focus. So you see, anything could happen with this roof line. So if that's coming up like that, I got my two marks. Yeah, see, that's kind of baseball hat style right there. The whole purpose with this technique is to just see how the roof line is gonna flow out. With the original structure in place, it was gonna look like a big hunchback. What I'm trying to do is just take this curve and make it flow gracefully right into the visor over the windshield. The whole thing about this roof and my enjoyment of it, I guess you could say, is just that I'm trying to figure it out as I go along. No preconceptions, just letting the metal tell me where to go. Thought I was gonna use this piece of the old van roof, but
it was a much, it's a lot less of a radius than I had anticipated. See, they put this little ridge and then the roof really just flattened out. I need to carry that up all the way to here. I was gonna make one. So the rear portion of the roof is gonna be scratch built. I'm gonna use the slip roller, set it up with a curve, just kind of hand form it into shape and weld it on. Hey look, it's gonna work. So to tie together the whole rear of the roof, it was the same story as the front, just a piece of round tube, just made 2 corners and then a center section. Each time I join the tube, I'm putting a little sleeve inside. Just helps you line everything up, tack it in place, and just move around the perimeter of the roof. This roof's got to be symmetrical, so I'm just starting with the center portion to get that arch going over the top. The left and right quarters are going to have to be made independently. It's a really complex shape on each side, and keeping them symmetrical is the goal. This is like a giant puzzle, you know, and you don't realize what the puzzle looks like until the pieces are mostly into place, and you still got some loose holes to fill in. Sometimes my dyslexia comes into play pretty well. These rear quarters are pretty complex. I'm thinking it's going to be the easiest way is to just create a series of triangular shapes, tack them together, and then hammer and dolly them into shape. So this metalwork looks pretty raw. It's got a lot of welds. That's just characteristic of this fast-paced work I'm doing. Yeah, actually, from this view, that's the drawing. It's totally got the feel of it. The thing that did it was the raking of that drip rail. No car does that. So only a drawing does that. You can see he's showing a really high crown over the whole thing. I thought I was losing it in the rear area, and it did come down a bit, but it's still pretty hyper-exaggerated. Getting the roof figured out was a big hurdle, a big success, but I really want to get this engine figured out. I'm going to get on another Skype call with Mark and figure this out.
Ian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Oh, good, man. I am out of here in a day. So,
oh, cool.
And I'm stoked because I got some news for you.
Yeah?
I have an engine.
Right on.
I'm out of here tomorrow, so my plan is to get home, get this thing loaded, and I'm driving it down to you, and we're gonna put it in this buggy together.
That's great.
The sooner I can get it down to you, the sooner I can bring this thing home. I'd like to bring the van home with me, because otherwise I'm just coming back with an empty trailer, but I'm there to help you, buddy, so whatever it's gonna take, but I'd really like to bring this thing home.
Okay.
I don't know how you feel about that.
What's your time frame?
Well, I'm out of here tomorrow. So it's 2 days to get home, another 2 days to get there, so within a week, buddy.
Okay.
What do you think?
How long you staying? 6 months?
Oh, is it gonna take that long to put the engine in? Or what?
I don't know. I'm still.
I could stay a week.
Okay.
You can do it? I know you can.
Oh, I could do anything. Yeah, sure. I thought I was making good progress on this, but Mark tells me he's gonna be here in a week, and he wants to take it home with him. I got a lot to do to wrap this thing up, and only a little time to do it. Even though the fabrication is not 100% finished, I needed to get this filler on here, compare it to the drawing, and just see where they're at. Just getting this thing skinned out so that it has its final appearance is a huge hurdle. Have to get finished with the last few elements of fabrication, firstly being the dashboard. I slept with this under my pillow last night, and I thought that I saw something in the dashboard. The drawing isn't very revealing on what the interior of the thing looks like, but I see this little bulge in the line of the dashboard, so I just want to incorporate that element. I'm all about just making things go quickly. So instead of forming something to be the dashboard, I had a pile of stuff, and I think I could find what I need in there. I just need to get away from this bodywork for a while. So instead of standing here in the same spot, I'm gonna move over 10 feet and dig a hole under the table. Something like that. This is a piece of a semi-truck exhaust. I'm thinking the dashboard's gonna be a semicircle, so any tubular shape. It could be a muffler, could be an exhaust pipe, who knows? I got tons of round metal shapes, and if I can find one I can cut apart, I just put it back together. I think this tube will be perfect for the dashboard. As long as it's long enough, I can split it in half. The idea is cut this thing in half, then I have twice the linear footage, mock it up in the body and see where I need to splice it. The whole idea here is simplicity. It's just gonna be a rounded shape for the dashboard, and then an element in the center that represents that curve in the drawing. This looks kind of cool, but I think it just looked better with a larger diameter. Just make a pretty good dog bowl, huh? Single serving. Muzzle, come on, muzzle. Want some water? Thirsty? Come on. Went to fill the dog's water bowl and I had an epiphany. Wait a second. I was all set to mock up one of those other shapes on the dashboard, and it just occurred to me that I was filling up the perfect thing to go on the dashboard. I think we're just gonna trade out somebody's water bowl. Here you go, drink up. Look at that. Now that is a shape. Stainless steel. You need this? I didn't think so. Right away, I can tell this dog is attached. He's had his face in this bowl since he was born. So there's a level of attachment, and I'm gonna have to break it. This is being repurposed. It's just part of what we do here. I know, it's your favorite accessory, but look at that. You have that look of detachment in your eyes. It's time to grow up. It's time for a next chapter in his development. I can put some kind of a gauge right here on the space. This is gonna be painted and finished like the rest of the car. I'm just looking for the right shape. Don't look so concerned, man. I'll get you another one. As soon as I put a weld on this thing, you know, the aroma was coming out. He could smell his saliva just roasting, and I could tell he knew something was up. You know, I'd have to taper him off, talk him down, but he came through all right. The dashboard is a really cool element, and I just wanted to look finished. I had these other little shapes that were for some water filter project. They're just little domes. I spliced them into the end of the dashboard, and it just finishes it off. Instead of seeing a rough sheet metal edge, it's a nice curved element. This is a pretty minor detail, but you need a dashboard. I need somewhere to put this set of gauges Mark gave me, and I want it to look like the drawing. Up to this point, I've been working from a line drawing, and that's really helped with the building of the structure of this. Johnny sends a color picture. He's got this really vibrant, kind of toy race car feel. To see a colored in rendering of what the whole thing's supposed to look like, that gives me an idea of the finish. I got this Cruise Night blue metallic from Eastwood, and I added some blue metal flake on top of it. I want to finish the dashboard and paint it first, just to see how it looks. This dashboard is just one hurdle along the way. This is a marathon. Seeing the color rendering of the car really made me want to make this paint job nice. The whole idea with a finished paint job is that it's mirror straight. The easiest spots to pick out are your long, flat panels. Second thing is all your edges is just trying to get these lines razor straight. This portion of the process is really something that I've been fixated on because it takes the metalwork to the whole next level. You can do great metalwork and everything, but it's always gonna need this type of finish. The better metalwork you do, the less filler you're gonna need. I got this 3M Platinum Plus body filler, and it lays out like nothing I've ever used. It's totally smooth, there's no air bubbles in it, and it sands really easy. Once I got the bodywork done, I was ready to move on to paint it. In an effort to stay true to the drawing, I had a guy who does stickers scan this into his machine and cut them out on his
vinyl sticker cutter thinger. The whole thing with this project is proportion. If I just stuck a generic number 5 on the side, it wouldn't look like the drawing. So just like the rest of it, I'm gonna try to tailor this graphic on the door so that it fits the proportion of the vehicle, and I think that's just gonna nail it. I'm gonna use this template and make a stencil to paint the graphic on the car. It's basically a 3-color design, so I need to mask it off for that. I've been talking back and forth with Johnny all throughout the progress of this. When he sent me the color drawing of this thing, I could tell he's really pumped.
I could never imagine anybody taking a drawing of mine and building it in real life. Of course, it's a dream. You know, those are the things you hear of the legends did that stuff. You know, the Ross, the Barris, you know, guys like that. Those are guys that took creation from a paper and made him a moving machine that turned into these entities on their own. When I first heard about it, one of my friends on Facebook had messaged me that he saw on Ian's page a post with a picture of my drawing saying, you gotta give the people what they want.
I sent Johnny a message, told him, hey, we're gonna build this thing. What do you think?
And at that moment I was like, really? Are you kidding me? Cheesy to say a dream come true kind of thing, but you know, it is, you know, that's.
I'm glad that Johnny's on board. Super excited. It makes me really want to do this thing right, get all the details in order. With the metal work, you're creeping up on an end result, but the paint work, you don't realize it until you peel back the wrapper. The whole thing with paint work is it's all setup time. Just like with the block sanding, this graphic takes a ton of time to lay out with the tape work. You don't realize the reward until you peel back the tape, so it's all prep in any paint job. That looks great. The 5 is definitely bigger than the original one, and it looks like the drawing. I'm stoked. Getting this tape peeled back, I could see that all the work I did with the razor blade and fastening the tape to the door came out with a really good result. Yeah, look at that. Looks like a giant cartoon. Seeing this thing come from just a pile of parts to where it's progressed to now makes me just want to keep on pushing, make this thing into a full custom show car.
On the next episode of Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of the cartoon hot rod.
He can make anything out of nothing.
Back of the cab opens.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. Our plan was here. Ian takes it to here.
Mark pulled the engine out and I could tell this dude is serious.
But when things go wrong,
my heart just sank. Ian's looking at me like, you're right.
And with his client out of the game, Ian switches the lineup.
While Mark's gone, I really want to surprise him. I want to make some progress on his Henry J.
I leave the guy for a day and a half, and I come back, and bam, truly amazing.
With the team back together, it's all hands on deck.
Mark is out of his mind. Johnny is totally charged up about this. There's sawdust everywhere. There's parts and pieces all over the place. We're in the trenches.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel gets the call to take on a far-out trike from the 70s.
I see this as real potential. He's trying to get rid of some junk, and I'm going to show him the real deal.
But this project has its own baggage.
Because I don't like trikes too much. It was just garbage, basically, that I had sitting in my backyard for I don't know how long. If anybody could change my mind, you could.
This is an ugly kit, so I'm just going to cut it apart and make something that I like.
Then on his search for parts, Ian runs into a three-wheel guru.
Everything was here. It was like an exploded view of a trike. Like 10 trikes exploded all over his shop.
if you do it up the way I know you can, it'll look great.
And with the project on the line, Ian's got to get down and make it happen.
I should have known.
At my friend Kai's house, he's a total motorcycle fanatic. Says he's got some project that I might be interested in. I've been friends with Kai for almost 15 years. He's been an editor for Easy Riders forever, so I know he's got some treasure in his garage.
I said, well, come on by and I'll show it to you. I'm amazed I hadn't shown it to him all these years.
See some Harleys and stuff.
Well, it has its own special place of mine.
Huh. So I'm thinking I'm gonna walk in and go into his garage, check out some cool bikes. He makes me take a hard right turn around the camper into the back 40, and he's got something old from the 70s. All right. Looks like a piece of a Volkswagen.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all I got.
This is like a raw piece of steel. It's definitely part of a Volkswagen. It's got some weird frame attached to it. The framework was pretty rough, but what he had there was a great looking, old school fiberglass trike. Kai is a hardcore motorcycle guy. He's all about the two wheels, and that's why this trike was on the side.
There was this one deal, the guy had all kinds of junk lying around and he wanted to get rid of this trike, but he just tossed it in with whatever bike I had bought at the time, and I didn't really want it because I don't like trikes too much. Like I said, I don't know anything about it. This is not my thing, you know, so.
I'm glad it's not yours, because I feel pretty comfortable here.
Okay.
Look, it's made for me, man. It's ideal. Right, Hound? I see this as real potential. I think I'm gonna try to prove something to him. He's trying to get rid of some junk, and I'm gonna show him the real deal.
Well, yeah, take it. Get it the hell out of here, man.
Very cool, man. I will. What else do you have, though? Let me see.
All right.
I'm sure you've got an engine or something in there, right?
Probably thought there was more to it than what I had. I didn't have an engine. I didn't have a transmission. I didn't have a front end.
Well, you got some handlebars, wiring harness.
Yep.
Looks like a foot peg. What he claimed was a trike is actually 2 pieces and a little box, so it's a total basket case. This was definitely a kit. You could see the way that all these things are made. This isn't a homemade jobber, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
But they use all the Volkswagen parts mechanically.
I don't have a lot of faith in this project at all, to tell you the truth. This thing would probably sit in my corner there another 20 years if it weren't for Ian.
Yeah, I mean, it's a start. I bet I could do something with this.
Okay.
Wait, give me a couple weeks. You'll see where I'm going.
One of the things that really impressed me about Ian was one of his early videos where he used the steel cap from his boot and put it on as sort of like an air scope on the fender of the car that he had just built. That was like the final touch. And it was just so perfect, you know? I mean, how much more inventive and creative can you get?
Well, it's a great starting point, man. I'll definitely do it up.
You're most welcome to it.
I think I'm gonna change your mind about trikes when you see this.
Well, if anybody could change my mind, you could.
All right, man. I'm gonna make it happen.
Okay.
Whoa! Watch your face. Coming in. All right. Wait a second. This frame is totally bent. That's why it was laying in the backyard. It's almost like forensic science. You know, you get the body parts to the lab and you assess them, and this thing was bent. This thing got crashed, and that's why it was disassembled, I'm sure of it. It's kind of a bummer that this thing is bent. I was hoping to just like style up the body and reassemble it, but this frame is toast. I'm gonna have to build a whole new one. It's a long walk back from Kai's. Watch it, Beast. It was just a burning question why this thing was disassembled and thrown in the backyard. That's the telltale right there. Somebody crashed it. But it's all about this fiberglass body. That's the thing. I don't know what those people were thinking back in the 70s, because this is a pretty wacky ride, all in all. But that's what I like about it. It's weird.
standing on their own, the front is one look and the rear is another look. You got this really cool, almost like a waterfall setup with multiple levels here. And then it goes right back to this strange faceted cubist thing. So it's two different styles completely. It's just gonna be a couple little changes. The first being I'm just gonna rebuild the whole motorcycle. This is an ugly kit. I've never made any claim that these were good-looking bikes, you know? So I'm just gonna cut it apart and make something that I like. I've never built one of these. I've wanted to since I was 15 years old. You know, this is like one of those must-do things. I was actually getting some flack from a couple friends because they said, oh, you said you'd never build the same thing twice. But I built another trike. It's a forward engine. The axle's behind it. It was a motorcycle engine. This is a completely different take on a three-wheel vehicle. It's like saying I already built a car before because it has 4 tires. Mechanically, it's all Volkswagen. I'm gonna need a motorcycle front rim and front forks. And I have ideas about all of it. It's just a matter of getting this frame figured out. Yeah. It's just small. I didn't realize they were this small. Or maybe I didn't realize I was this big. You see pictures of guys on them and they just look like, yeah, you know. But my legs are almost as long as the thing. So the handlebars are right here. It's like a little mini bike. I want my arms like this. Well, fortunately, the frame is trash. So all I gotta do is cut the frame off and I'll just make a new frame. Pretty simple. Yeah. Let's get to it. I thought there was something too heavy with this whole chassis. They filled this with lead to weight it down, I'm sure. I'm not gonna fill my frame with lead. I gotta come up with something better. So that means you need some weight on the front. I think I'm gonna have to build a very heavy chassis, which is cool. I'll make a cool tube chassis and just try to keep the weight as forward as possible, probably with an 8-inch stretch from where it was. So I'm just gonna cut this fiberglass body in half again, set the back on, and just see where the nose ends up. I'll put it 8 inches away from where it was and see how it looks. We're gonna do a little milk crate mock-up. Hey, look, this has been done by all the great builders throughout time. See, now there's a little more room. Handlebars here. It'll be easy to do. It'll also help a little more weight, more forward. Center of gravity, etc. I'm gonna be stuck on this frame if I don't have the proper fork dimensions. The tire diameter is very critical. And then of course, all the pieces that hold that stuff in place. The word on the street is that this guy Rich up north, he has all the trike stuff. He might have all the parts I need. Up here in Fraser Park, California, I was referred to this fella Rich from a friend of mine. Apparently, he's the go-to guy for trikes.
I didn't get into trikes in 1984. I thought riding trikes, that's for sissies, you know, that's for people that can't hold up bikes. And at that time, I was still riding the big Harleys and the Gold Wings. I went out and bought a brand new Gold Wing, but I ended up 10 years later making it into a trike.
Walking into Rich's place, I see these 2 trikes. I mean, they're nice. They look like they're from the 70s. It's pretty cool stuff. Whoa, what's with the frame on this? This is crazy.
Everything is hand-built.
The frame is what I was thinking about designing. This guy's obviously done this before. He knows this stuff. He's taken the VW engine and transaxle and made a custom suspension in the rear, which I think is really trick.
When he called, I didn't know if the things that I had would meet his expectations because I know he's a good builder.
He had seen the Honda Goldwing trike that I built, which was pretty unique. It was a very simple design, and he was digging it.
I liked the trike he built because of the way he built it, not because he built the trike.
Well, I know you said you had a couple projects. I was really seeing if you had some forks or a front rim, because that's kind of...
Yeah, well, we can go back there and take a look and see what we have.
All right,
Maybe there's something that'll help you out with yours.
Yeah, for sure. I see the first trike out in his yard, and it just looks like we might be in junk zone. But you get into his workshop, and you see he is a full-on machinist. He's making gearboxes, he's making engine couplers, all kinds of really cool stuff. So really, everything was here. It was like 10 trikes exploded all over his shop. You see this big fiberglass shape. I know exactly what it is. I've already got one. It's a different body style than the one I have, but seeing it without the body on really helped out. The trike chassis is sitting here in the corner, so it really gives me a good idea of what they look like when they're fully assembled. I was able to really check out the mechanical linkages on how to make it shift, the throttle, the brakes, that type of thing. We were speaking the same language, but we're coming from opposite sides of the spectrum. And he's coming from the machining and engineering standpoint, and I know the fabrication, you know? I got an artistic view, and it's just cool. This is the kind of guy I need in my stable. What's with this keg?
Oh, you want that beer keg? You have to bring one full of beer, though, for it, and then help me drink it.
This is the old school thing, man. You put it right here. That's the deal. This guy is the real deal. He's been in it, he knows the people.
Believe it or not, I had a stack of napkins. Ed Roth had diagrammed on there, and they came up, and Richard Pye was gonna build them. Ed Roth was gonna design them and promote them for Benihana, and what they were gonna be delivery trucks. But what they were gonna do is do a single seater, and it was gonna have an oven on the back to keep the deliveries hot. And the whole top of the trike was gonna be a Chinese hat. And they were gonna use just regular motorcycle front ends, and he had the idea how to strengthen them. And I wish I had those here to show you, because they're unreal, some of the things. And that's where I came up with a lot of the ideas I have here of how they should be if they're into a little trike.
My fiberglass body is like a big shell that comes out, so the Springer stuff would be lost in there.
Hold on just a second, let me see something.
This guy's got everything I need. It's really just like, hey, will this work? Will that work? You know, he's been doing this since before I was born, which is pretty cool. So that's the thing. Right now, this is like school. This is the big theory session. He knows what works, and I got to figure out how to make it. He goes back into the shed and pulls out this old Springer fork that's all disassembled, a bunch of shocks, you know, and starts talking theory. You know, he's got some ideas about the angle of these rocker arms that hold the tire, etc. And I think I'm gonna build them. I think it would really be a good nod of respect to build this guy's design.
If you do it up the way I know you can, it'll look bitchin'.
He just gave them to me. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
That's perfect, man.
Sweet.
The advice is much needed.
Yeah. I've had a good day with him here. I've learned a lot from him.
This is perfect. This is exactly what I needed. I had a couple questions, he answered them, so it's like on.
He doesn't never have to be a triker, but he'll build something that appeals to people, and that's what counts.
Well, one thing Rich told me about was the rake of the fork, you know, the inclination of the fork tubes. He's talking about his headset being at 58 degrees, so that's where I'm really starting off the whole thing. I set up this jig here. All this is gonna do is put that same diameter tube at a 58-degree inclination. I don't know what that means technically, but that's what the old man told me to do. He's been doing trikes for years, so I'm not gonna reinvent anything. For lack of a better term, this is more of a traditional build. You know, these trikes were happening in the 70s as kits. So just like the hot rodders were all building their cars for the purpose of speed, these things were all built with some kind of weird style in mind. And that's all I'm trying to do with this. So the only thing that's going to determine the arc in these tubes is the shape of the fiberglass body. I'm going to use 1.5 DOM. It's 1/8 wall tube. It's roll cage stuff. And I'm going to come forward with 4 tubes, almost like a truss. They're going to come forward and curve up below the fiberglass body. The old frame was a really basic shape. It was a rectangle tube with a gusset in it, and no wonder it bent. My challenge is to create a metal structure that's cool looking and super strong. Now I'm gonna try to one-up this design by making it look a little cooler and way stronger.
I'm gonna use 1.5" round tube, DOM, it's roll cage material. I'm gonna curve it so that it follows a nice graceful arc, just like the neck of this fiberglass body. And I'm gonna make 4 tubes, kind of like a teepee on its side that goes right up to the headset. Massive curved tube steel structure. Just to fit these up real quick, I'm gonna tack it in place. You could build this thing out of a giant piece of I-beam, and it would be incredibly strong. It is form over function, I think. I want it to look cool, but incorporating a great strength factor in it. That's why using these 4 tubes, it's a pretty delicate, graceful looking design, but it's super strong. It's like the works of nature, you know? You look at your skeleton, it's a pretty cool thing without the skin, you know? Everything should follow suit, right? So even though this is underneath this fiberglass body, it should still be something cool looking. See, your forks are pivoting on the center arc, so they won't steer very far. See that? So that's there, you only have that much steering. So I gotta bring them in. Now it'll steer. See, before the tubes are so wide that these things wouldn't turn, but now it's fine. This piece is gonna get cut back out. My whole concept is just fitting these tubes up to it. That's why I'm only gonna spot weld everything. I'm gonna make 2 more lower tubes the same way as I did the upper ones. Put it through the roller, trim them back. That's next. I'm building my own custom thing, and that's really what it's about. You know, everybody's got their idea. I see pieces of this machine that I don't like, so they're going away. No regrets. I think I'm just gonna come vertically with 2 round tubes and just some kind of an angle iron straight across. The whole deal. It pops right back on like it used to. The thing is, you need all the stuff. You know, I got a good start on it, but you can't commit to anything design-wise until you have all the other elements. So I still got to get rear tires, an engine, and transaxle. We're at the Pomona swap meet, the granddaddy of them all. If you need it, it's here. There's a couple things that I'm looking for. I haven't been able to find them online. All I have to do is walk 5,000 miles today and pick up what I need. Pomona swap meet is such a blowout. It's still the biggest swap meet I've ever seen. I mean, it has everything you could ever want. I'm seeing exactly what I expected, 10 billion parts. There's a huge resource of Volkswagen stuff. There's rims and tires all over the place. It's just a matter of picking what I want. Perfect case scenario is a low-priced Volkswagen engine. You know, it's just got to be a runner. If it needs some work, that's fine, but I'm not looking to spend a fortune. Hey, what do you want to get for this engine?
What do you need it for?
It's for this crazy Volkswagen project. Sure enough, this guy is a regular at the swap meet. He's into VWs, and he's got an engine here. It's a 1600 single port, and he's right in my price range. He's asking for $650 for it, and I guess it's all good used parts. I'll do 6 1/4, that sounds fair. But you gotta give me the cart with it, because I'm not carrying it home.
The cart goes with it.
All right, cool. On a good roll, if I can find a set of tires and a couple rims, my day's done. It's early, I'd like to get out of the sun before it gets too hot. It's exactly what I'm looking for. 29 by 15, 50 by 15s. Those will look perfect. Score. On to the next. There's this guy who's at every Pomona swap meet. He specializes in vintage rims. So sure enough, he's here. These are typical 1970s slotted mag rims. You see them on every kind of vehicle done in the 70s for sure. Here we go. I didn't come out here for recreation, you know? I'm on a shopping mission. So I got the engine, I got the tires, the rims. I'm feeling pretty good about it. The transaxle is kind of a touchy thing. They're expensive for good ones, so I'm gonna talk to my friends, see if I can't just get a used one that'll work. Been drilling all kinds of pieces of metal. All I got from Rich was this fork set, these 2 shocks, and the front tire. So I need to get bolts, bearings, bushings, metal plates, lock washers, the whole deal. The big challenge is to make this whole assembly look good and operate properly. And it's really custom tailored for this bike. Rich's whole take on this front fork was that the Springer forks would be lost up in this big fiberglass body. You wouldn't see them. So he said, put the springs down low. You'll see the whole setup right next to the rim. He thought it was a perfect complement for this fiberglass nose, and I agree. This is what I was expecting with the trike. There's a lot of mechanical stuff that is pretty important, like the alignment of the front tire, the function of the springs on the forks, the pivoting of all the controls. If the forks fail, you fail. Especially if the controls fail, it's trouble. What I'm thinking is if we set this at 58 degrees, like you recommended, then we should be able to just tack weld this stuff in place. Setting up the rake is very important because the old dude says that's what's up. So I'm paying a lot of attention to make sure that it's to his specs. Pretty sneaky. This is all the gear for the headset. Yesterday at the machine shop, we blueprinted this pretty much and set up these holes so that they match what the existing lower bracket has. So just for simplicity, I'm gonna commit to this. See, I bored that center out yesterday, so a 1-inch will fit right through there. For me, the first step is this upper plate. See how it'll go on here? That, and then the bolts will go inside like that. See, that's the setup. But I don't want a big plate on top of the forks. That looks funny. So I don't think I need to tell you that. I'm gonna trace out a shape around these bolts, trim this plate back, and then trim the fork legs. So you may be asking yourself, did he just cut that with a wood saw? Yeah, it's a carbide tipped saw you would use for wood. They go through aluminum. It's not the most optimal thing to cut aluminum with. You'll see it loaded up a little bit on the tips, but with a brand new blade, it goes pretty quick. That's 5/8 aluminum. I'm gonna put these in place just to hold them. I'm gonna weld the sides in first, and I can take the plate off and weld the top. Goes through there. Followed the old dude's lead, and you know, he's done this before. All I had to do, make it my own. My job is done. 58 degrees to freedom. It's gonna be awesome. Need a VW transaxle. Don says, hey man, I got something, it used to work, it's been sitting for years and I don't want it. So no matter what condition, if he says that it's gonna turn all the gears, then I'm cool with it. It is ugly, but I got some degreaser and a seal kit, I'll make it happen. Just thinking about what these tires are gonna look like on here, you know? I'm all about putting this thing together right now. This is the look I wanted, you know? 70s slotted mags, Mickey Thompson Sportsman tires. That's the look, man. This is a 70s machine. Took about a foot out of the fork legs. Spur of the moment decision. It caught my eye. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was just too long. but these handlebars are too small. They came out of that hole like that, so the fork's in the right spot. But see, they just look a little too dinky. I'm thinking about like a tube straight across this way and then 2 arches going right down into the headset. So I feel like the whole flavor of this bike is just gonna be curved tubes. The idea of building these bars kind of mimics my whole process. You know, I didn't have a definite end to this. You know, I had a couple ideas, mainly that pullback, that sweeping bend coming off the headset, and then the top bar was really up in the air. It's really just put the pieces in place and see what looks and feels right. I think I could live with that. That's, I don't want it to be too curved because it's gonna look droopy, you know? That works for me. The base design of this was like a beach cruiser style, you know? They weren't like high ape hangers or super low drag bars. I just wanted a nice, comfortable, middle of the road seating position, you know, with your hands right around your shoulder height. Some people can sketch it out, but I just take the metal and bend it around and hold it in place and just see what seems right. This is kind of interesting. If I splice them together like that, that's pretty space aged. I had about 4 different ideas in 20 minutes, and something happened. I ended up with handlebars. This thing's getting close. It's looking like a trike. So I'm excited to have Kai check it out because now you get a real sense of what it's gonna be.
Ian called me up early today and told me to come over and check it out. He had done a few things to it. Whoa! What the hell?
Made a couple changes, sir.
No kidding. Man. What did you do to this thing?
Well, I started by just making a new frame.
This is not anything like I saw.
No, it was bent. Somebody crashed it. That's the problem. I put it on the table and measured it.
Really?
So that must have been why they took it apart, because that cheesy little frame, I have it over here, was full of lead.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, he got rid of the whole front end, the whole front part of the frame and created a whole new frame. The whole thing just looks nothing like I expected at all. This is crazy, man.
Crazy?
It doesn't look anything like I remember it.
See, this is what was there.
Yeah, right.
They filled it full of lead, but it was bent over like it got hit on the left side.
So that's why it was so heavy, huh?
Yeah, that's why
I was wondering about that.
But yeah, I just bent up some 1.5 inch tube, and I'm just working on the handlebars now.
Yeah, you didn't even use the ones that I had.
They were just too small, so I loved the general shape of them. But you know, I was trying with the nice curved frame. I was trying to get a nice curved bar. I think Kai was pretty quietly impressed.
I wouldn't mind riding this. Or at least try it out.
I think him walking in the door was the turning point. You know, he was all biased, had his own opinions. As soon as you walk in, you check it out, and you sit on the thing, I think he's gonna go for it. I think he's totally into this.
It's pretty amazing. But leave it to Ian, he comes up with this stuff, and I see total potential for this thing now. And personally, I can't wait to see it finished. I should have known.
Trying to get some floorboards made for this. I was thinking, this thing needs a little more weight in the front, and especially safety-wise. I was originally thinking like your feet would just hang down on some foot pegs, but seeing how light this thing is in the nose, I think putting a full tray, like a skid plate underneath that incorporates as a footrest too. That's pretty funky. That's what I'm looking for. I saw a really good design on Rich's trike where there was no hand throttle, everything was controlled by your foot. I thought it looked really clean. I'm not gonna copy his design directly, but it's definitely the inspiration for this. Typical motorcycle arrangement, you have your throttle on your hand grip, your clutch on your left hand, and your brake, your front brake on your right. I'm gonna try to make these bars super clean by using all foot controls. I had these old excavation stakes, the big hunk of steel, but it had pretty neat, evenly drilled holes in it. So I just picked one hole, enlarged it to
fit these tubes. I had the old shifter lever from the trike, so that fit as a sleeve. I'm gonna use it as a bearing on this center one. And I just drilled these out to fit, so they will actuate a little flipper lever. That's the brake side on your right foot. And this is the clutch side on your left foot. So they look fairly symmetrical. The really trick thing in Rich's trike was that he had a foot gas pedal, which I thought was super cool because your hands are free to just hold on. So I took this 3/8 rod I bought, and that fits right through the tube on the brake pedal. So this will have a third component that will be some kind of a lever here that as you turn it, this will have the throttle pedal. So you'll have a gas pedal outside of here, independent of your brake. I wanted it as compact, lightweight, and cool looking as possible, and it's all old stuff. This component is going to be welded shut. It's a one-time deal, and the only way to test it is to put it on the bike. So, stepping on the clutch, oh yeah, it's totally easy. It works. Well, I'm pretty familiar with linkages from, everything, you name it, dune buggies to motorcycles. So this is a pretty straightforward concept, but since I'm building it myself, there's a million variables. I'm just working with what fits closest to this design in my head. So it's just like a bunch of scrap metal, put on the table and make some linkages. I was thinking about welding another lever to this shaft, similar to what I did here, but there's not a lot of pressure on the throttle assembly, so I think I could just bend this 90 degrees, just bend this rod straight up and then over. So I saw this trick on Volkswagens. They were using roller pedals on their race cars, and I've seen a couple other people use skateboard wheels. So I think it's time to retire this unit. My days of small board riding are over. I think the skateboard gas pedal is perfect. I'm gonna do the same with the brake and the clutch. Okay. It actually works. Next up, fuel tank. Thanks to Mr. Tricaruni up there, we got this cool stainless steel tank. And the only spot for it I can think of is here where the old one used to go. Basically gonna cut this thing in half. All right, so this thing's gonna go in the vehicle right about here. Glad that this works out. For me, the big concern at this point is just the body. It's in two pieces. I want it in one piece. All right, I really got this chassis dialed in. Went off on the rear end of it. I got everything buttoned up, cleaned, and painted. Gas tank's in, the transmission's resealed, the foot pedals are all hooked up. Last thing to do is get this body into one piece. Got my friend Jack, he's a great upholsterer. He gave me the tip on how to make some seat pans that would help him just move right through this. I'm gonna make a couple templates, cut steel to match, and just deliver them to Jack. The seats are in his hands, whatever he wants to do. He knows what I'm up to. Simple, typical template making. I've got my fiberglass body. I just make a cardboard template on it until it's the shape I'm happy with. It's easier to cut than metal. So you whittle down the cardboard to the final shape, transfer that shape to the metal, cut it and deliver it. I don't think I could have made that any better myself. It's all right. The last part of the operation is this fiberglass repair. Without it, it would look like the body's in two pieces, and it's really just a cosmetic thing. Got all this fiberglass from 3M, and it's time to use it. It's a messy operation, but somebody's got to do it. The fiberglass thing is just a cosmetic deal. I've got plenty of body mounts in place. I just need a smooth surface that I can paint. So yeah, I'm just gonna lay this on, and then I'll cut back Later, I'll cut back whatever I don't need, but at least it's in place. I like the process in that you can create these complex shapes pretty simply, but it's a stinky, itchy process. You know, it's hot weather, and it's kind of miserable. You know, I like the results, but the process is pretty gnarly. I got all this Elastirap product from Eastwood. It's pretty crazy stuff. It's a liquid rubber coating that you can spray with a paint gun. So it's a sprayable rubber coating that is either permanent, or if you prep the surface correctly, you can peel it off. I think it's gonna be perfect for this trike. I'm setting up a whole series of tape lines that are gonna accent these ridges in the body. I really like the last graphics that were on it, but these new ones I think are really gonna help out the design that whoever created this fiberglass shape. I think it's gonna really complement that. I sprayed the whole thing silver, and just like most of the work I do, I stared at it. Something you would see, you know, in the 60s or 70s before all these special candy paints and all the airbrushing fad got so developed. So that last line comes down like that, and that's there, and yeah, we got it. All right, it's the moment of truth. My big concern was that this stuff would all glue together. Oh, look at that. Perfect parting line. I was worried that it was going to stretch and create rough edges. Quality control. Here he is. What do you think, man? You know, I'm pretty happy with this. It would have been easy to overdo it, so I spent a lot of effort to underdo it. I think it's paid off. Everything here is what I was thinking. The tones are right on. I think if I clear coat the whole thing with this really fine metal flake, it's just gonna give a little pop in the sunlight. And that's it. I think this is pretty classy. It's not overblown. It shows off the body lines. And it's full custom. I got the trike all squared away, got it registered, took it on the shakedown run. The whole thing was figuring out how to ride this. You don't lean into it like a motorcycle. So before I got on the road, I took it out to the park, did a couple wheelies, a couple slides in the dirt just to see how it felt, how stable it was. And this thing tracks great. The whole thing is that this was purely inspired by other people. There was no check and balance like on other projects. So having the freedom to just do whatever I want, it's really cool. I drove it up here to Rich's in Fraser Park. I felt it was so important to bring it back here and show them, hey man, that you turned me in this direction, and here it is.
To see him come riding in the front driveway with it, it was fabulous.
Pulling up, I could see Rich's face, you know, he was excited.
That front end is terrific.
Those are the forks I got from you.
Look at that.
I made them. These are the shocks, the front rim I got from you.
I didn't know I was inspiring him that great. It was fabulous. It looked great. He did the shocks the way I had told him, and then he improved on them by doing the gooseneck the way he did. The hidden frame is marvelous. That's a great idea on that part. I could sell that idea every day of the week. That's a good unit.
The way I chopped the body back and the modifications I made, he was into it.
That's beautiful.
Well, thanks, man. That was the first time I ever put one of these together. Thanks.
You're a triker.
There we go. We've got a couple old school trikes, new school trike, and Kai has got a brand new Harley trike. He's got it from the factory, fresh, and he's bringing it up here today to roll out with us.
I do test rides for Easy Riders and for another magazine we have called Road Iron. And I happened to get a trike for the first time ever. And the trike is great. It's called a freewheeler. It's brand new for 2015.
Kai was a naysayer to the trike thing, and now here he is. He's driving 80 miles out on his new trike just to check out the scene. You know, it's a great day. We're gonna go for a cruise.
It was fun to watch the trike in action. It was just pieces and parts and, you know, garbage basically that I had sitting in my backyard for I don't know how long, and he made this out of it, and it's pretty wild.
What he's done to it is really great. I want to do something with him.
Rich has got projects all over the place. He's got dune buggies, he's got tractors, trailers, trikes, motorcycles. I got a bunch of crazy ideas. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel takes on a 1944 fire truck.
These are the basic building blocks for my inspired project. Holy moly, this thing is crazy. It looks like a Model T. I think if I made it smaller that way and lower that way, that could be a hot rod.
I've never seen one done on this great a scale with such big parts.
My friend Tom and I are gonna put this together for his charity car show.
But when the guys get into it, things don't go as planned.
Tom's yelling, fire, fire. I'm like, what are we gonna do about that?
Should we call the fire department?
With the car show quickly approaching, Ian has to get down and make it happen.
Like a 3 a.m. roll call. I woke up, realized the course of action, followed through.
Yeah, man, now it's looking like a hot rod.
My friend Tom's in the shop. We're doing a project, and he's talking about this car show he's got coming up.
Every year I throw an annual car show, and it's a fundraiser to help raise funds to send kids to summer camp. I think if Ian shows up, it's going to kick the attendance up a notch. It's 1 month away, and I think you should show up.
I say we just build something. Like, just build something new and bring it to your show to reveal it. I think that would be a hit.
So I was thinking, man, it'd be really cool if Ian showed up to my car show, but now he's talking about building something. You're telling me that you're gonna build, that we're gonna build.
Yeah, you gotta be here. Tom's kind of blown away. So he's a little concerned, but I think we could do this. I got this potential up at my friend Bill's house, and if I can get that off his hill, I'll bring it down here and you'll see. He'll be totally into it.
I'm on board, let's do it.
Cool, you just gotta be here. That's
I'll
all
be
it
here.
takes.
I guess I'm gonna be here for the next month building something with Ian. Hopefully we get it done.
We're up at Bill's, and the treasure hunt is on.
Now this is the chassis that the roll-off truck you did came off of.
This is a 1948 International Harvester. It's a KB8. It's a big rig. We used the body on Bill's other project truck. So he had all the components from the early truck left over. This thing is old school, man. It almost looks like an old hot rod frame you would start with, just gigantic. The axle's super cool. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was like a giant Model T or something, just the way everything looks. There's a reason Bill didn't use this. It's pretty rough. The engine is toast, transmission is who knows what. It's completely gunked up with dirt. I don't need any of that. All I need is the frame and the axles. It's a perfect starting point.
Yeah, this chassis is rough, but I didn't want to throw it away, and Ian doesn't like throwing away either.
I think I could build another vehicle out of this. Do you have a cab? Obviously, we used the cab on your other truck.
I do. I have 2 international bodies. I like international trucks, I always have, and every time one comes available, I got it.
So this is like a 48, it's the same as yours, right?
This is a 48. This would have been called a KB5.
Yeah, it's smaller.
Right.
And this is like a 54?
I think 53 or 4, something around that era.
And this bed was on the back of this red International
No,
here?
different vehicle altogether. This was off of a 1944 Seagraves fire truck, roadster type fire truck.
Crazy. Oh yeah, it's got these handles where they would hold on.
Yeah, the fireman would hang on. I
Well, I
doubt
could-
whether they're OSHA approved today.
Yeah, this is neat. Oh yeah, engine 4. It says it right on it.
Well, you know, I have the cab for this still. I don't have any frame.
You have the sheet metal.
I have the sheet metal roadster cab.
Well, never mind these little dinky pickup trucks. Where's the fire engine, man?
I'll show you the fire engine.
In Bill's endless pile of parts, he's got a fire truck. Holy moly.
Yeah, this is what's left of my fire truck.
Where do you get something like this?
Well, I bought this years ago at an auction, and it was a complete truck at that time. You know, I love the old fire truck because it's a roadster, and it's one of those keeps getting moved back project. I'm never gonna get around to it.
This is freaking awesome. This thing is crazy. It looks like a Model T with this cowl. And then an awesome, like for the Model Ts, for the racing cars, they would make a V-butted windshield, and this has already got it. I really need to check this thing out. Pulled it out of the weeds, and it's in very good shape. I know the chassis got the look. And then seeing this body and the bedsides, I'm thinking giant hot rod truck. So I think that this cab is the game changer. Never mind those pickup trucks. Bill and I have got a really good working relationship. We exchange parts for work a lot of times. Judging by the amount of stuff that he just gave me, I might be in line with him for some really wild stuff.
I'm always excited to watch Ian and see his gears turning in his head and what he does.
These are the basic building blocks for my inspired project. I got this thing all cleaned up. It's ready to start work. Like any good project, the first thing you do is cut it up. This is a big old truck. I want to make it look more like a hot rod. All the dimensions have to be snugged up, made a little more low and streamlined. I think the coolest way to go about this is to use all the existing suspension components and reconfigure them. Achieve the look I'm going for with the stock stuff. Tom's coming in to help me work on this. He doesn't know anything about my little hot rod project, except that I'm building something cool. I hope it doesn't freak him out, because we got a lot of work to do.
Man, this thing's massive.
This is the grand master plan.
Yeah, but where's the rest of the truck?
This is it, man. It's a truck, right?
Where's the rest of it, though?
It's outside, man. We got pieces.
I walk into the shop, and there's no truck. There's just a frame. The car show's like 3 weeks away. It's like, what's going on here, Ian? Where's the truck? Jeez, it's massive.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this together in 3 weeks with your help.
In 3 weeks, we're gonna get, man.
Yeah, all we have to do is build a whole truck.
That's all we gotta do.
I've done it before, man. We could make this happen. I'm not showing Tom the body of the truck yet. I think we should just focus on the suspension. I don't want him to get distracted. The suspension configuration is really the key to the whole look of this thing.
I'm excited. I'm big time excited for this big project. I have faith in Ian, so I'm just gonna follow along. I'm gonna see what happens.
The whole concept with the front end suspension on this project is it's a quarter elliptic, suicide style front end. The easiest way to describe it is I took the stock leaf springs, I cut them in half and turned them upside down. Made a whole bunch of brackets. It's all concept. I just want to put everything in place and see how it's going to fit up. Before, with the leaf spring and the chassis up here, if something broke, it just fell down on the axle. Now, if it breaks, it's going right to the ground.
The whole truck goes down.
They call it suicide front end for a reason. You're really hanging the whole truck off of these fabricated parts on the axle. So now you can see how these little holders are gonna lock right on there.
People use suicide front ends all the time, but I've never seen one done on this great a scale with such big parts.
Unfortunately, there's really no way to test out a portion of this. I'm really committed to building the whole thing, getting it in place, and then seeing if it works. The way these radius rods comes off of the spindle, you see it in a lot of hot rods, you have to heat it up and bend it. The issue is this is a truck. It's gonna take a ton of heat. If you don't have enough heat, you could always give more leverage. That's kind of the thing. We got one 10-foot bar on one side. I got a crowbar on the other side. The torch is maxed out. We're just trying to get enough heat into this part to bend it. What I'm finding is I'm gonna need a bigger torch or a little more time. If you get the rosebud torch on the acetylene tank, you get a lot of heat. I don't have one, I'm trying to work it out.
There we go.
Eventually it bends. Metal turns plastic with enough heat. That was the whole issue. Just get enough heat in it, and we got it to move. Let's let that cool for about 3 hours. We needed to do that so that these rods won't foul on the steering. So this radius rod's gonna come in and grab that plate, and now the steering is completely above that. So I'm trying to explain to Tom what I'm cooking here. I got your typical radius rod scenario, but just giant size. I just set up the ends. This is a piece of a landing gear.
Ian pulls out this part. It's really cool. It's got this military green on it. He says it's from some landing gear. So is it cool to put airplane stuff on hot rods?
Yeah. You know that surplus place I love so much. They got all this good stuff. The lower arm on this radius rod needed a bend in it, about 90 degrees-ish. I wanted Tom to get on the machine and get a little workout, you know? Everybody thinks the fabrication is all glamorous, but it's also a heck of an exercise session. The last 2 pulls are really tough.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
The way this machine works is it increases leverage as you go around the dial. So Tom starts off, he's like, oh, this ain't no thing. I was like, keep on pulling, brother. You'll see what it's made of.
Wow, dude, how do you do this?
That's what I'm saying, it's freaking tough.
I've seen Ian pull tubes before, but he makes it look easy. It's not. It's not as easy as it looks. I win.
There you go, man, victory. Once I put the tubes in place, you could see it's got that look, that hot rod look. All of this is conceptual, but you never know till you try it.
If it works, yeah.
What do you mean, if? If it works, he's gonna eat his hat.
This hat? Now, this is my favorite hat. I'm kind of skeptical. We're taking giant parts from a giant truck and we're trying to trick them out hot rod style. Anything can happen.
Drop her down.
Moment of truth, huh?
The big question in my head was, how is this gonna operate? Is it gonna swing smoothly through its arc, or is it gonna bind? Huh. Actually works. Oh, it totally works, look at that. And as soon as I stepped on the chassis, I could tell the motion I wanted to see in the shackles was perfect. You know, you're getting pretty good at this, Tom.
I'm learning from the best. At the end of the day, the work we did not only looks cool, but it's functioning perfectly.
On to the next. Got the front axle and the chassis pretty much nailed. I think this is a great starting point. I want to show Tom the actual truck body. Here's our truck body.
What is that?
Rolling it in, it looks just like what I saw up at Bill's. It's like a big rusty box coming at you. But once I explained, it's a 1944 Seagrave fire truck.
It's a fire truck.
Yeah.
Okay, man, this is cool. Man, it's got some really cool, just stuff on it.
Well, look at the front. It's almost like a Model T. It's like a roadster pickup.
Oh man, no, this is totally a hot rod. So I've never seen anything like this before. This is a 40s war era vehicle right here, and it's in our hands. So what are your plans with this?
Remains to be seen what it will become. That's the whole thing with just working through it. We just gotta figure it out.
Well, let's mock it up.
Up to this point, this whole project's been conceptual. The whole look of this project is how the body sits on the chassis. It's the look of the whole ride. So getting it in place, I could tell right away, and Tom agreed, this thing is way too tall. Look how freaking massive this body is.
Yeah, it looks kind of goofy up tall like that.
It is, it's way too tall. My initial thought was this was gonna be kind of a highboy style, real old school look on top of the frame rails. As soon as it was in place, I could tell it was not gonna be okay. That's why I wanted to put this body on. It's just way too big. When the whole truck is up in the air, the body looks kind of small, but now it looks massive. That close to the ground, it changes everything. The firewall looks like a freaking tombstone. It's gigantic. Yeah. I think we gotta channel it.
Yeah, there's no question about that. It'll look so much cooler too.
Right, I'm talking about a hot rod, and you know the formula, man. Low, big and little tires, then lean. We gotta strip this thing down.
It's looking good, but it ain't there yet. Both Tom and I agree this big box on the back of the cab is not the look we're going for. First order of business is to chop it off. Channeling means you drop the body down over the frame. It gives the whole vehicle a lower profile. The compromise is the interior room. But I don't care about riding comfort. This is all about the look. We're channeling this sucker. Get it down. I'm just into it, you know. I love this plasma cutter. I'll use it all day long. So I got the shades on, you know, shields are down. I'm in the moment. Tom's yelling.
Woo, we got a fire in the fire truck.
Fire in the truck. I think he's just into the fire truck. I'm like, yeah. This is these wooden cars, man.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do about that?
Should we call the fire department?
Wanna see something cool? First things first is I see this as an opportunity. I mean, if this is a fire truck, I'm gonna do some experimenting.
Should put a little bit of gasoline on there for some dramatics, so it really looks like it's on fire.
No, this is like fire department stuff. You starve it from oxygen. Theory behind it is if the fire has no oxygen, it will extinguish. So I'm thinking lack of oxygen. Carbon dioxide doesn't have any oxygen. Let's try some of that. That didn't work. I guess the velocity of it coming out just made a really better fire. Plan B.
So the fire's growing. Ian says, okay, this isn't working. Don't worry about it. I got a fire extinguisher.
I hate this thing. Ready for the mess? Whoa, you're out. That didn't work. We just had a fire the other day, and I used all the fire extinguisher. Let it burn. I'm done. All the while, the truck's still burning. Tom's gonna go old school on it.
So here I am, working on a fire truck, and I think, what would a fireman do? I went and got some water. Everything's solved.
You know, Tom, that's why I keep you around.
Because I'm a hard thinker?
Here I am with all my cockamamie ideas. And you came in with the oldest form of fire prevention I've ever seen.
And now we need a mop.
We got the fire out, the body lowered down, just as we expected, and it looks great. Now you're talking hot rod. That's perfect. What do you think about that, Captain? Is that gonna work?
Yeah, man, now it's looking like a hot rod.
The thing with getting the body in place is now we can kind of mock up what the wheelbase is gonna be. So in order to do that, we got the engine in place. It's a 454, it's a big block Chevy out of an old 1-ton dually I had. It's a great running powertrain. After that, we mocked up the bedsides. I knew right off the bat that these bedsides were way too long. I had my own vision of what this was gonna be. I also brought Tom on board because I wanted to see what his vision was gonna be. Groovy. I think we're onto something, man. What do you think?
I don't know, man. It's too long. It's too boxy. Something's just not right. Something's got to be done here.
You're right. That bed's too long. Do you like the slanted back with the cool detail on the handrail?
I like that. You know what? There's got to be a way to keep the coolness of the back and the coolness of the front.
The engine 4, right?
Right, got to keep that engine 4 and got to keep those handrails.
See that seam right behind the upright? We could cut that handrail right in half. It's already 2 pieces. So we can, look, this comes apart right here. So we could ditch this upright, make a new one, and just cut it somewhere in here and hide it with the tire, hide the seam with the tire. Wait till you see how tall these tires are.
Whoa, man, look at those. That's a tire.
Yeah.
Wow.
These are the biggest tires I could find available for the street. They're off of a cement truck. They're just massive, heavy-duty semi-truck tires. I think we nailed the wheelbase, but I think it's time now for some conceptual sketches. Moving around all these parts, it's starting to get to me. It's heavy. Tom's a graphic designer, and just like I like to take cars and stack parts, he likes to take pictures of cars and manipulate them on Photoshop. At this point, we're still in the theory and design of the rear bed. Tom's gonna go back, come up with some ideas, and I'm just gonna keep on building. So Tom and I figured out the wheelbase on this. It actually looks pretty short in comparison to the original frame. The thing is making it strong enough to hold this massive rear axle in place. You can see this is no lightweight setup. I got a bunch of motorhome front suspension parts from Bill when I was up there. The front end of this big diesel pusher motorhome had an airbag suspension, and these were the components that held the axle in place. The cool thing is I want to take the front suspension parts and convert them to the rear suspension. In looking at this kit, I can tell it's not going to work for the ride height that I'm choosing. I think that if I flip over some of the components, turn it upside down, and reattach it, and do some other formulating, it just might work. Just like the front suspension, I gotta do a bunch of welding just to see if this thing works. The whole concept with the rear suspension on this truck is slammed, super low. It's gonna have airbag suspension, so the frame needs to be really modified. My plan for this is to build like a miniature tube chassis just on the back. I got 2-inch round tube, 1/8 wall, DOM, super strong stuff. So I'm gonna create a shape that goes up over the axle, back around, and reattaches to the chassis. Bottom line with this design is that I'm gonna have to cut the frame right off. This whole chassis design's really high-tech stuff. I'm kind of doing a little behind-the-scenes action before Tom gets back. He doesn't need to know about this. It's all my brain work. When he comes back, it's gonna lift up, be ready to roll.
Hey, hey.
Ah.
Wow, man, look at that cage. Well, I was really surprised when I came in and saw the airbag setup all done. Ian grabbed the air hose and fed some air to those airbags, and up it went, and he released it, and down it went, and it looked good raised up, and it looked even cooler let loose. Yeah, I really like the way it's sitting, nice and low for something this size.
I'm all charged up about my engineering and chassis design, and Tom comes in and he's all charged up about his artistic interpretation.
So check this out.
That's freaking cool, man.
Did a little bit of photo chopping and
yeah,
our rendering.
I like it. I was thinking like, you know, flat black or something, but you're talking about a fire truck.
Well, yeah, but it is a fire truck. Might as well keep that coolness about it.
Sure.
This fire truck's from 1944, and you know, it's taken decades to build that paint job that's right there. And so I didn't want to mess with that. It looks cool the way it is.
Looking at this rendering, I'm like, yes, this is exactly what I want to build. The way he drew it out, it looks perfect. I think the proportions are just right.
So what I did was I brought in the bed sides a little bit.
Right, I like that.
Okay, that way it gives it a little bit of a pickup appeal,
Sure.
but it's not, you know, too flat down the side. It's still kind of hot rod. Kept the rails on there. I thought those are a nice touch, and added a few little extra characteristics to it to make it, you know, believable it's a fire truck.
I get it. Kids dig fire trucks, right? The only thing we'd need is those hoses. I don't know where the heck we'd get them. That's a cool accessory.
Hold on a second. I got something for you.
All right.
This past weekend, I was at my friend's house, and he's got a really big yard full of really cool old school stuff. Check out what I got for you.
You are serious about this fire truck thing.
I am.
Wow. Tom is all charged up about this. You know, he took the time to take photos and do all these concepts, and he's got the fire hose to prove it. So like your sketch is showing, I'm just hanging right back here, right?
That's right.
Groovy.
When I saw the fire hoses, it really inspired me.
Let's do that. Let's make a hot rod fire truck. I think it's cool. Kids are gonna dig it.
Right.
It's a charity thing. Just keep a good vibe going. We don't need no flat black rat rod. We'll make a cool fire truck.
I'm glad you're into it. Sometimes it just takes a big hose.
Sometimes that's all you need. This thing is pretty much a roller. The suspension works. I finished all the welding on the front, and this rear is good to go. I got the drive shaft in. You see the brakes are in. It steers. So without the bed sides, it's incomplete. We got to get them done today.
Yeah, all right.
Clock's ticking, man.
Let's get on it.
Today's Tuesday. Your show is Sunday, right?
That's right.
We got this. No problem. When we set up the channeling in the body, we both agreed right away, that's the look. But now we have to set up the bed to complement that. So it's really just a bunch of big, heavy pieces. We need to kind of put them in place, mock it up, and just see what looks right. Since we're not welding the bed sides right to the door jamb, we need to offset it. I'm gonna cut a piece of square tube in half, make a little offset bracket, and weld them on.
Yeah, see, I was thinking it would go right inside there. You stand back and look at the height, and I'll put a clamp on it. The whole thing is Tom drew a great illustration. He made a great rendering of what this thing could be. So I'm holding up the metal, asking him what's right. Do you think this height is good, or should it come up a bit?
No, I like the height right there. The back, I think, needs a little bit of a rake, though. Right now, they're nice and flat and level, which gives a kind of a hokey look that I'm not crazy about. This thing needs to be raked.
Hold it. Okay, so that's parallel with the door jamb. That's how it wants to be.
I can already tell that's it.
I'm not 100% sure on the rake of this thing. I want to get the bed sides fully mocked up and then decide if it's right or not. He started by shortening the bed sides 11 inches. Looks like a garbage truck. I think they're too long.
This is a really critical moment because this entire time we've been wanting to balance between fire truck and hot rod, and it can go either way. It's really long and it's looking like a fire truck.
See here, the handrails, once they come out on their little stanchion, they're way out. All right, so that's the height. See what I'm saying? It's almost like the handrail needs to be just inboard of this. I'd like to see the handrail here. This is a big truck, and we're shortening it, I don't know how much, a couple feet. So that's the way it works, you know? It's trial and error. See, man, that's where we're at. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, then it's just past the tire. Initially, you might think the bed looks a bit too short, but this handrail comes out another 7 or 8 inches. Once you put the handrail on, you could tell.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Now we're getting somewhere.
And you were dead on about the amount we needed to take out of the back to make it look good.
This is gonna be cool, man.
Yeah.
Real cool.
The back piece of the bed has all the characteristics that tell the story of it being a fire truck. So without it, it's not a fire truck anymore.
This was a big step to get accomplished, but there's still something I'm not sure about. As soon as Tom walked out the door, I start staring at this truck, just giving it the old stink eye. I chose to take a few side shots with the camera, plug it in the computer, and just stare at it. Fell asleep in the chair. 3 hours later, I knew it was wrong. Started to have nightmares, and it was all about this fire truck and people laughing. I had to come out and remedy it. It was not gonna work. It was not gonna be okay. I came back out here, and I've been working ever since. This angle here was coming down into the door. The body came up a little, and the bed came down a little. So you can see now, these lines are almost parallel. You see some cartoon hot rods used in that style bed. It just wasn't working for this fire truck. It's way more conservative because the body is up and the angle of the bed is perfect. It's funny. That's why they make these things, these squares, because you know what? Sometimes square is okay. Did the inevitable before we got even further into it. I cut everything back off and repositioned it. Like a 3 a.m. roll call. I woke up, realized the course of action, and followed through. It's been a long day. It's subtle, but in the end, it makes a big difference. The good news is, with all that past us, I got all this structure in. You can see there's gonna be a deck here. You could sit or stand. This is all 1-inch square tube. It's pretty thick, it's 13 gauge wall. So even my big oaf of a self can move around pretty easily on it without even having any wood. I'm going real simple on the interior here. It's gonna be wooden floors, just like a lot of the old cars. Cut some plywood, screw it down to the frame, and put a surface on it. Tom came in just as I was finishing the bed. I'm excited to see what he thinks.
Yeah, I noticed we got some wood going on here.
Notice anything else different? I need you to stand back and focus. Feel the force.
Something changed.
I could tell.
I spent a lot of time on this, so I'm gonna let Tom stew on it for a while. There's something very different.
Besides the steering wheel being missing.
Yes.
Ian's telling me there's something else that he's done to the truck. I can't really put my finger on it. I could tell there's something different, but whatever it is, I'm just not seeing it. It's not popping out at me. Is it shorter?
I don't know. It's up to you to decide. I decided I had enough fun at Tom's expense, so I'm gonna tell him what went down. Remember how much we dug the bed coming in raked?
Yeah.
I made them straight. I took the rake out of it. Yeah, and I just relaxed the angle, and now you can see the bed is almost parallel with the door top.
It's done so well. You did such a good job that I couldn't even notice. It looks like this is how it's supposed to be, so.
Well, there you go.
Good job.
I've been really moving on the fabrication on this. Tom shows up again, and he's got some treasure.
Aha, check it out.
What you got there?
I got some lights. Headlights, tail lights.
All kinds of shapes.
Yep.
Tom walks in with a bundle of stuff. Right away, I see these old school headlights. They look like some kind of an early 30s vehicle. These are cherry, super old school.
These are like late 30s Buick or Olds.
Huh, yeah, they got the deluxe chromie on there.
Yeah.
And you got the trim rings.
Yep.
Sweet. Right away, looking at these headlights, I think they're perfect. He's got a bunch of other stuff. The taillights, he's got a couple choices. These are freaking military surplus.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
They got like blackout lenses on them. Where'd you get these?
Out in the desert. One of them,
I think I need to go out to the desert more. They got all the good stuff.
Yeah, let me know.
Crazy. I think these are the taillights. These are totally classy. And obviously that's the headlight set. The grill I got from Bill, a guy I got the truck from. Tom pretty much got the headlights covered. I'm gonna show him this awesome grill I got from my friend Bill. The cool factor about this front grill shell is that it was the original grill for the chassis. So it's got that old school big truck look. Putting the headlights next to it right away, I could tell this was the setup. It just needs to be radically sectioned. That's good, man. That's a pretty mean looking nose.
Yeah, it is.
This is gonna have to get sectioned way down. So we'll use this feature and then these two lights plugging in right on the side, and we'll do whatever we need to cut off the bottom. But that's pretty freaking deluxe, man. I think these will be perfect. The first thing we did was set up the grill with a level across it, just to get a ballpark estimate of how much this thing has to be sectioned.
9.5 inches.
I'm thinking the same way we accomplished the body and the bed, we're gonna do the same with the grill. We're gonna cut off a little, fit it up as many times as it takes until it looks right. Well, let's shorten up the inside, and then we'll just cut the bottom off of this. I got plenty other stuff to do. I'm handing off the cutting wheel to Tom. Let him get dirty.
Ian puts that job in my hands, and I don't know, I'm partly excited. At the same time, I'm partly scared. Ian has, without a doubt, given me one of the most important pieces to work on. And yeah, if I mess it up, well, he only has one person to blame.
Hey, Tom, don't mess that up, all right?
Yeah, You know, I'm cutting up an old school grill that's really cool looking, and you know, that's a little bit of a challenge. It's kind of tricky.
So while Tom's handling all the technical stuff, I'm gonna get busy with a bunch of trash. This thing needs a seat. I got a couple old parts and a couple leftover handrails. This is the structure or the tube frame for, it looks like an old school bus seat. I stripped it down and it had this tube frame under it. I need it wider. The old handrail sections from the fire truck bed sleeve on it perfectly.
One thing that Ian's really good at is taking old stuff and making it usable again. Rather than trashing it, you know, he makes use out of it.
Anybody could go to the metal supply and get these parts. I got it right here, some old fire truck and some old school bus seat. It's gonna work. There you have it, one full custom seat frame. Well, I've been working. Tom's making his initial cuts on the front grille. It needs to be shorter, so I'm gonna make some marks for him to follow.
Ian breaks out the soapstone and starts drawing some stuff on it, some lines, cut here, cut there.
So you can cut right like that.
Wait, where do you want me to cut it at? It's kind of confusing me. He's got lines over here, lines over there. They're intersecting. It looks like a map of South Central or something. I'm not sure what's up. This is the I guess, caveman style.
You're gonna come in like this, right? You see a guy here, you turn left. You see a guy there. As you're coming around here.
Right! You cut that side. I'm sure in Ian's mind, he knew exactly what he was doing. That's why he wrote the lines the way he did. He knew he has a vision. A little scared here. I'm trying to keep up, and I'm like, wow, can I do this? It's a tricky thing going on right here. I hope that's what he wanted. I make my first couple cuts. We take it back over to the fire truck to mock it up and see how it's gonna fit.
So standing back looking at it, I think the height works. But I think that grill still has to come in.
Bring it in behind the axle?
Yeah, then it's gonna look like the suicide axle's proper. It's just still, proportion-wise, the engine, you're seeing the radiator, right? The engine's just kind of hanging in space. With the grill ahead of the axle, there was plenty of clearance for the suspension to move. But as soon as we wanted to set it back, the axle, the shackles, everything was gonna smash this thing as soon as it hit a bump. So I think the only way we're gonna make this work is to cut like a V shape in the front. I think my lines will make a little more sense this time. You want to cut it, or you want me to cut it?
I'm letting you cut this. Ian lines it up for some more cuts, and this time I'm like, oh, hang on a sec. It's getting a little bit detailed here. So I hand it back to Ian and say, you cut it. I'm not messing this thing up. It's in your hands again now, pal.
I think all this cutting was starting to get to him. He was a little hesitant to go for the radical sectioning. Now he's even more hesitant to go for the V cut, so I'm gonna pull a few tricks for him and help him out. Hopefully we got it right this time. We're running out of grill.
Set it up on the truck, and it looks great.
Right off the bat, it worked. It's gonna need a little more trimming, but this is the look. Yeah, now look at the line from the bed. It's all facing down. Standing back looking at it, the grill is set back inside the front tires. It looks like a mean machine.
The grill of a hot rod's a very important piece. You know, if you mess it up, it's obvious. You know, it's right out there in front. We cut a lot off of it, but it's still looking cool.
Tom's got to hit the road. There's a ton of little details to finish up. I got about 2 days to do it. Just gonna make it happen. I made a lot of progress on the truck and got my ace, Jackie Rabbit. She's here doing her clean and paint detail. She's clear coating the body. She's putting on all the fasteners. Everything that looks pretty. While Jackie's handling all this paint and detail, I get to get this exhaust built. Fortunately, my friend Don donated this set of headers. Unfortunately, for me, they're for a small block Chevy, and I got the big. These look like your typical headers from, say, a T-bucket kit car. You know, you see them all over the place in the 60s and 70s, people running these headers that come out, down, and they got exhaust dumps. They are the perfect look, but the one big problem is they don't fit this engine. When you look at the exhaust ports on the head, you can see the outer ones are almost in alignment, but the inner ones you could see are way wider. The first step is to cut off the flanges on the header. I got another set that are bolted to the engine, and I need to make a match. Now I need to take these two center ones and split them wider. I think I'm gonna have to torch these bends to anneal them. If it was a nice chromy finish, we'd ruin that, but these are rusty. I can get away with it. Metal is malleable. You just gotta warm it up. You can move it around like clay. So these tubes, as strong as they are, as soon as you heat them up, you can reform them. But see, look, it moves right over. My whole process with this was to try to gain leverage so that last bend, the hardest one, would have a bunch of stuff to work off of. So this one, you can see already, it's definitely a good 1.5 to 2 inches out of alignment, but it's also gotta come up. So this tube needs to stretch up and forward. I plan on accomplishing that with a big old torch and a big old pry bar. Now you got a 3 against 1 scenario. I heat that last one up, it's gotta give. The thing that was bothering me most about this exhaust mod was that you had new material welded right up to old. Aesthetically, this whole truck has to come together as one. If you put one shining, gleaming chrome thing, it kind of outdoes the rest. Hey, move it. You don't know what this could do to a furry animal. Stand back. So my plan is to just torch the heck out of it. These headers have been on a hot running engine for decades. I'm just gonna simulate that with my big old blowtorch and make it all happy. This thing is pretty much nailed. Car show's tomorrow. I'm gonna take it up there, show off to Tom, the kids, whoever else is there. Let's party. My favorite thing about this is the transformation. You saw what was pulled off the hill. Look what's hanging out in the shop right now. Before I take this thing to Tom's car show, I wanted my friend Bill to come in and see the transformation. Hey there.
Wow, Ian.
Welcome back. I went for it, man.
You did. You know, typical Ian, it's amazing. He shortened it, widened it, lowered it, resprung it, resuspension, and it's really amazing, really amazing. You know, when this was sitting on the hill, I was hoping that it wouldn't just sit there. I was hoping it would get back together.
Yeah, really the only part I didn't get from you was the engine, the headlights, and the seat.
It just looks great. I love the originality of the 1944 Seagraves fire truck.
The wood deck and the back step solidifies the fire truck look. All this thing needs is a couple firemen on the back step. Fire hoses are in place, it's ready for action. I got this thing wired up and fired up. It's driving around, I'm ready to take it to the car show.
Today, we're here at the CLA 4th Annual Spring Car Show and Fundraiser. We're raising money to help send kids to summer camp.
It's a total down-home community thing, lots of cool cars, barbecue, bands, you name it. Tom's put this car show on for a few years and it just keeps getting bigger and better, so to be a part of it and bring a fresh build out, it's super cool, helping out a friend. Tom hadn't seen this thing in a few days, so when I pulled up this morning, he was really excited to check it out.
Oh man, I was blown away. It turned out awesome, man. Well, this thing seems to be a crowd pleaser. People are digging this hot rod fire truck. They're loving everything about it.
I came out here specifically to see this car. What I like about it is he's not afraid to go with something big and bodacious. When people actually see it in person and get to see the tactile feel and see it roll down the street, but you can't help but to look at it and go, damn, that's awesome.
I just think the man's an artist. Just the total coolness of the whole deal. I was pretty blown away.
You know, every time I've worked with Ian, I bring something to the table, but I take something home too. I either learn something when it comes to how to build or artistically. It helps me grow as a hot rodder and a car builder myself.
Building a truck of this proportion is a pretty massive undertaking, especially in the time frame, but just like working out, you know, we got through this. It's on to the next, bigger and better.
Full Custom Garage!